Oh,
welcome everybody. We're missing one. Welcome to another edition of Worcester City Council Theater 3000. Guys, stop fighting over Bill's camera. We are back. Finally, the city council is ready to have a meeting, and they are punishing us with what we assume is going to be a massive, long agenda. Maybe to cover up for the fact that Kate Toomey sent an unhinged series of DMs to me on Twitter on Thursday night. Is that what we think?
So good.
That was bizarre as hell.
Yeah, it was.
Just to be clear, it's still bizarre as hell. There was no resolution to that. It will remain as bizarre as hell. It's just unhinged.
Yeah. I still can't figure it out. I took a few. We talked about it while it was happening, and then I took a few days to mention it publicly because I really cannot figure out what that was all about. I don't understand. I do not understand what happened. So let me. Are we cool talking about this for a few minutes?
I think so.
Sure.
Okay. So on Thursday night, Brendan and Bill did the school committee stream. It was amazing. You guys did a great job. I was not feeling well, so I didn't participate, but I was in the chat the entire time and watched the show. It was great. We were having a blast. And at some point during the show, you guys brought up that Kate Toomey had liked a tweet. I think Camber told us to check out Kate Toomey's liked tweets. You guys went on there, found a tweet saying that the Irish were slaves in America, the first slaves in America. That's pretty unhinged. So I don't know. We had a big
white nationalist conspiracy theory to support. I'll just let you guess what it supports.
Yeah. Yeah. So we were laughing about that, and then I afterwards decided, let me look at Kate's tweets again, and I looked at a post she made that said something to the effect of why aren't people speaking up about the Catholics that are being attacked all over the world, which read the room, but also my comment back, I commented on it, maybe my fault. I said, yeah, I wonder why people are peeved at the Catholic Church. That's all I wrote. Kind of innocuous, I think. And at midnight, at 11:59 p.m., I got a DM from her on Twitter, and that's shocking to read. Kate Toomey has sent you a DM, so I'm going to share it here, and we can kind of go through the exchange I had with her. So this is the first DM I got.
Amazing. It's simply astounding thing to message somebody. What's the time here? 11:59 p.m. Classic.
11:59 p.m.
Classic Kate Toomey late night posting. We love to see that. It's always good when she posts at or after midnight, which happens a lot. Happens quite a bit.
Right. Yeah. Don't know why. Couldn't speak to why.
The best likes come after midnight.
Yeah. So I bet you don't get hemorrhoids. I don't know what that I thought maybe it's like an idiom that I wasn't understanding or something, or like a reference to something. I cannot figure it out. I Googled it in quotes. It is not a thing.
I need to admit that I misread it when it came through the first time, and I thought it said, I bet you get hemorrhoids. And I'm like, that's kind of a mean thing to say, but
right, but it would make more sense.
Right.
I don't know
100%.
what she's saying. Like, what is she saying? Like that I have an easygoing system? I don't understand what it.
A high fiber diet.
Well, too much fiber will give you hemorrhoids. So you're at like the golden level.
I guess. So my answer to her was, "Thank you. This is great." Because that's genuinely how I felt. I felt this is amazing. I'm definitely posting this on the internet. And I appreciate the gift. It's a gift, really. She did me an immense solid by sending me that message. Again, no idea what it meant. Could not even parse it. her reaction to that was, Bryan, you are entitled to your opinions, as am I. And I said, Kate, I don't even want you to explain it, Kate. I'm just glad I screen grabbed it before you could delete it. Assumed that this was all going away when she, had a coffee in the morning. Still there. She didn't delete it. She's proud of it. She's telling people about it. Then she wrote back, not a problem, Bryan. The fact you think my opinion of you is relevant is something I could care less about, which is a sentence. Only technically, because that doesn't mean anything. The fact you think my opinion of you is relevant. So she's saying that I think her opinion of me is important, is something she could care less about. Great. I'm not worried about what she thinks of me, I guess. I guess I think it's funny and cool.
I'm worried about whatever kind of hex she's putting on your butthole. I mean, that's the thing we're still all concerned about here.
Like, what a sentence. The fact you think my opinion of you is relevant is something I could care less about. I don't believe you based on the fact that you're DMing me this right now. And then I asked, what's Donna Calorio really like? Because I was trying to get this to like a relevant place. And then she called me out on that, said that that's not relevant. This relevant? I said, okay, what's your favorite movie? I was hoping to get her. I was hoping to like to reel her in by saying that my favorite movie is In the Name of the Father, a very Irish movie. I do love it. I love that movie. It's about jail. It's about the troubles. I thought I could hook her, and then she nailed me to the wall. Aren't there more important questions? So I thought maybe I'll see what the more important questions are. She said, let's focus on why we are letting dangerous criminals back out into society. To which I said, movie first. I was willing to have that discussion, but I really wanted to find out what her favorite movie is.
Priorities.
So for the first of many times that night, she said good night to me. So I wait. I want to hear your opinion. Tell me what you got to tell me. And then she didn't say anything for a while. So I said, if you think Joe Petty's a moron, don't say another word. Which I thought I would get her on, but no, she called me an idiot and said good night again.
Just superb, sir.
Yeah.
Superb.
And I said, the press is going to hear about this, Kate, because it's technically true. I was texting this to Bill as it was happening. And then she said maybe the most hurtful thing that I've ever heard in my life, that you are not relevant, Bryan, which we are making into a t-shirt. I've just decided. You aren't relevant, Bryan.
On it.
And I said, and yet here we are. Because again, it's a wild thing to say to somebody, you're not relevant, when you're the one reaching out to them to tell them that they're not relevant. We could probably FOIA her stuff.
That's an interesting question. I think that'd be mostly uncharted grounds in terms of FOIA law. So
yeah,
we'll have to see.
Yeah,
we'll have to try at least.
Right. And then I tried to get her again, and we should be ready. The meeting may be starting. We should be aware. But I said, I tried to rope her in with something that was important to her. I said, the truth will out, Kate, and I am but a slave to the truth. As much a slave as the Irish were back in the 1500s in what would become America. And I really thought that I was going to get a big reaction from her out of that. And then I shared the clip that Bill made of her saying, or you guys talking about her liking that tweet. And I tried to ask her for a comment. And she said, you are a sad excuse for a human being, never mind an Irishman. My family actually made an impact on Worcester's future, both biological and adopted. You can diss me all you want, but I still win.
She stays winning. That's K2, folks. She
stays winning. And I said, I would love to know more about your effect on Worcester's future. And then her comment to me about the Irishman, the Irish people thing, she said, I thought it was interesting. Big deal. That's wild. She didn't say she didn't know what she was liking. She said that she is into it.
That's so good that she confirmed that wasn't a mistake, because that's literally a classic white nationalist trope. It's like, it is nothing more than that. It's been debunked like 7 different ways. It's been debunked, and literally the only people using that line are people who just want to like talk bad about black people. And wouldn't you know it, Kate Toomey has like 3 orders on this agenda about Irish History Month, which is not a real thing. That is not a real thing. But she has a resolution in order and something else on about Irish History Month.
And the Star Spangled Banner.
You know,
This is while they're doing the Star Spangled Banner, because fuck Irish history, fuck American history. I say that as an Irish American, a proud Irish American.
if the Irish were the first slaves, how come we celebrate Black History Month and not Irish history?
I hope she does that tonight. Can we?
That makes my skin crawl.
Get ready to make clips.
Whatever you believe in, just pray to that deity that's exactly where this is going tonight.
I read online that the Irish were the first slaves in America.
Somebody sent me a story.
Somebody sent me an article.
Yeah.
Oh,
she said I was biased. I asked her how so. And I tried to. She didn't answer, and I said I didn't think you had anything to back that up. I guess I was right. I'm just trying to use classic like online argument things, like calling her, like trying to get her
Baiting.
And I didn't get her. She got me good again. I'm not relevant. I'm a non-entity, which I'm very impressed that she actually used the word entity correctly.
Also relevant to what?
Right.
Exactly. Relevant to whom?
Right.
What is the circle of Kate Toomey's relevancy? It's the cops. Rhetorical question. You're not relevant to the Worcester Police Department, so you're not relevant, Brian. I'm sorry to say.
I'm not. I admit that. It's right here. I said, if I'm irrelevant, then why can't you tell me your true, honest opinion on all the other counselors? Who would care? I'm a little worm, which I'm fine admitting. And then she didn't answer me, so I said, I guess I'm the only person left with integrity, and that's the end of our exchange so far.
I'm sure we can find some good juice for that tonight.
Silent, to begin with, to address the recent.
I'm gonna send her a message right now. Actually, what should I say to her?
Hold on, send it after the moment of silence.
Here in the city of Worcester,
or
maybe
during. See if she answers.
Alongside community solidarity.
No. Oh no.
And was at this time.
She
for a moment of silence for their life.
Wait, it says I cannot message this user because I'm not verified.
Oh, you're like almost.
But that wasn't the case 3 days ago.
She got verified to get you out of her DMs.
I think so. Oh no, she blocked me.
Damn.
Yeah. Kate Toomey blocked me.
She will be fondly remembered, and so we miss.
She didn't block me on Instagram though, and I did tag her in the posts about this today. So everybody send a message to Kate Toomey. Let's do this. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's make them.
I don't know what that means, but I like it.
I love it. I have a theory as to why Kate Toomey messaged you. It's a long shot, but during that stream, me and Brendan talked about how I used to sit behind Kate Toomey at the city council, and she would always every week tell me about all matter of her myriad illnesses. I didn't say hemorrhoids specifically, but it's possible that she did at one point discuss with me her hemorrhoids. So it's possible that she heard that and then just confused me with you and DM'd you about the hemorrhoids.
But here's the thing, though. I think they know who we all are as people. I definitely think they know who you are, but
I interviewed Kate in my backyard, with Mike Benedetti, so I'm pretty sure she knows who I am. Offered to take her out in my canoe, she turned me down.
Could have been it right there.
You could have been stuck with a Kate in a canoe.
That was my original idea for Mike, was that we were only going to do interviews in the middle of a pond in a canoe, so nobody could escape.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Good comment.
And would like a motion to make sure that order is revisited.
Christian King once told me that Stephen A. Smith is his role model.
Thank you.
So we'll send everything to the committee. However,
And Travis, say who's the boy? Say hello to the boy.
Oh, this is Rocket.
Mr. Chairman,
Hey,
through the chair,
Rocket.
Hi, Rocket.
President
What a
Friday,
precious boy.
I did bring a supplemental communication with the goals and objectives of the clerk's office, which is on tonight's meeting to be referred to committee.
So take that and.
He's a street rat.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this
This could be a
request,
good shirt
the
too,
rubric is
Camber.
Quite dated, and I think that could be helpful. Thank you.
So in the evaluation process, we can vote them in for 2 years and do the evaluation.
Can we get the stream volume up slightly, Trav?
On it.
Mr. Chairman, so basically,
Ever
this
so
is the
slightly.
term, I
Perfect.
think, the rubric, which could go to committee tonight.
Oh,
is a
there he
separate
is.
item, and that has the goals and objectives, and then
Okay.
the committee can do a review based on those goals and objectives, or if there's some other platform that they want to review.
There you go. There you go.
Chairman, we have a
Ugh.
collaboration subcommittee meeting.
What a
scheduled
contrast.
this month. I think the timing would work fine
Okay.
to have that as perhaps the only item in there. to take up.
Okay. Councilmember Carlson?
So I'm a little confused over the process here because his term expires. And as you just indicated, Mr. Chairman, is that we would vote him in tonight. That vote would be for a 2-year term.
Correct.
So I appreciate Mr. Bergman saying that he'll put it in MO, but I think the rubrics and the evaluation seems a little backwards, given the fact that if we vote him a new contract tonight, that's for 2 years.
Correct.
So are we saying that we will vote tonight and that's the 2 years? The evaluation will be heard in MO at their next meeting. Would that be for the next term? I guess is my
Yapping with the
question,
captions.
the way that this is set up right now. Given the fact that this really should have been done prior to tonight, given the
Correct.
fact that your
Oh,
term
please. You
expired-
guys don't do evaluations.
Given the fact
What are you
that
talking
the
about?
clerk's term
This
expires
should have
on
been done.
Friday.
Correct. But he gave an evaluation.
Pardon me?
There's an evaluation in the package tonight of his goals and objectives, what he met, what he didn't.
Okay, all right.
So I think
Just-
everybody's read that, so I'm good with it.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that we're able
I may have to refresh the screen
vote
stream to
tonight
get the
for
captions back.
his
So I'll
Quite
try
all
to do
right.
it.
term.
I'll
Quite
try to
all
do it in
Exactly
a
what I'm
switch.
saying. I got a little
Did we-
nervous
did-
when I was hearing
Did
that.
Fred Nathan
Bergman
only
saying
do public
that
comment?
They would do that in the next hour.
Was it no one else? Did no one else speak?
Okay.
I didn't hear
We'll
any
process
public comment
it.
yet.
Okay, great.
Fred Nathan spoke?
I saw him walk up to the mic. I was still messing with
Council
my
Bergman?
my slideshow.
Council Caloria?
Yeah, I don't think we've had
Council
public
Diaz?
comment yet.
Oh, okay,
Council
okay,
King?
okay, good.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, we have motions to adopt the minutes of the meeting on February 6, 2024. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so ordered. Public participation.
All right, I'm gonna try to do it
Personal
right now.
no speak-
Oh no, we're gonna miss the first 10 seconds of Fred Nathan.
No, we're gonna miss all the good racism.
Oh man.
Not bad. Okay. Go ahead.
What are the
Fred
reasons?
Nathan-
Residence and item number?
Absolutely. Fred Nathan Worcester.
Absolutely.
10
Absolutely.
DD. So
What the
Worcester
hell?
is a city that has a lot of empathy for people, I think.
This is to allow an
We've
unsheltered
had a
homeless
homeless
site.
problem for what, 30 years? Anybody here care to guess? I'd say it's probably been 30 years because I've been hearing this conversation about homeless and unhoused. We just keep on kicking the can to the curb. It should be noted that there is money coming in to help the housed, the unhoused, whatever you want to call them. If you want to call them the homeless, whatever, that's up to you. We got to quit kicking the can to the curb here. Do something. 13F. My
What the
next
fuck does that mean?
You heard the
thought,
man.
and maybe the law department will address it afterwards, or the police department. I thought they had certain statutes that there was a certain amount of space that people are allowed to park up to in relation to, I always thought it was, you couldn't go more than 12 inches away from the curb and park. Well, newsflash, Mill Street, we're parking in the center lane, essentially. So that would be like,
God, it's gonna be 3 hours of this fucking
You
shit.
fucking idiot.
I'm loving how the woman behind him she just came in to talk about fucking chickens. She has no idea what's going on now.
newsflash, it's more than 12 inches.
Oh wait, what is he talking about?
I don't think it is, Fred. I really don't think it is.
Clip that. Clip that.
Okay.
There was no discussion here on this council, and Mr. City Manager.
Mill
I
Street's gonna
support
be
you.
so bad tonight,
Thank you.
guys.
So whatever we have to do to bring it back to normalcy,
Thank you.
whatever it takes.
Newsflash, it's more than
Next.
12 inches. Me, a liar.
This is
Yeah.
residents and item
What
number.
Fred has for the mayor. Everybody's rusty
Grace
tonight.
Ross, 10 Oxford Street, Worcester, 13J. So as folks know, we continue to be concerned about the fact that we have supposed constables in our city supposedly evicting people legally. And as of January, we knew that not only is there an issue about them, whether they're licensed and therefore accountable to our city and pay a bond and have to meet the good faith requirements of being a constable in our city, but it turns out that since January 1 of 2021, they've been required to be trained under the Police Reform Act, which was rushed through our legislature to make sure that we don't end up with a George Floyd-style murder in our state. The only section of officers of the peace that have not been trained in our state are every single constable. And I have that from the executive director of the Peace Officer Standard and Training Commission. So not one of those constables has been trained in how to restrain somebody without potentially killing them. And they're not allowed, therefore, to do anything that would require them to restrain somebody. They're not authorized. So on top of not having accountability for some of them because they're not licensed through Worcester and not having a bond to protect the city if they do something to hurt somebody or that's seriously illegal, it turns out they could potentially kill somebody when they're physically restraining them. So we can't, again, describe how serious this is. And anybody who has a peace officer training certificate, like our entire police force, is not supposed to let somebody else who is a officer of the peace, which a constable is when they're doing something that requires police powers, like physically restraining somebody for a bench warrant or for an eviction against their will. Our officers are legally liable if they let somebody who's not licensed, who's not authorized, who's not trained, go forward and evict somebody. It seems to us that making sure that our police know that they're supposed to step in and that if they don't, they could lose their license should be part of the overall concern of us as people.
Can you wrap up your comments?
And I
He
want
let Fred Nathan go for like fucking 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Being given out by
Well, Fred
the
was
housing
mumbling
courts to
Joe's
evict
language.
people.
That's
1
true.
week,
That's true.
the state in Massachusetts, 265 executions were given out to physically remove people from their homes just this year. And that's not, unfortunately, a wild anomaly.
Thank
It's
you.
through the roof.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So aggressive,
Your
Joe.
names to your residents and item numbers.
Evan Corrigan, 11 Arbutus Road, and that's 10H, 10Y, and 10Z. So I'll start with the two quicker ones first. So after an enlightening conversation with some fire officials, I was informed that in order for fires to, recreational fires to be allowed in the city, it would need to involve changing the zoning with the EPA.
Remember when this
And I
guy
have a
hung out
feeling the
with
city's
Seth
probably not
Rogen and
willing
Bill
to do a
Hader?
song and dance. So might as well just file it and not waste our time. As to 10H, the recommendation on the agenda was that it's referred to traffic and parking, but I had been informed since putting this in to now that Burncoat Street is actually planned to be redone all the way from West Mountain Street.
This is an
down.
important point.
Whoops.
That shirt's
down
tough as
to,
nails. I
Randall,
think they're
believe.
eggs.
So my idea is perhaps instead of referring it to traffic and parking, why don't we refer it to the planning board, because that can be incorporated into the plan for the redevelopment of Burncoat Street. And then lastly, regarding the hens. So I put this on the agenda mostly because I wanted to revitalize the efforts previously put forward by a petitioner here.
Brian,
And
to the best of
I
your
had
knowledge,
gone
did this
to the
person
clerk's
bring up
office.
their
I
plans for
initially had it
Burncoat
agenda. You
Street
can
with
actually
the
see
Burncoat
scanned,
Street
crossed
Facebook group?
out and handwritten.
No, but I have
I
all
really wanted an
friggin'
update. I
nerds
wanted to breathe
blocked
life
on
back into
Facebook,
this.
so
Now, I was
it might be
informed
filtered
that,
out.
given the time that has expired,
I'm not sure. I actually haven't been
told
paying too
that
close attention to
the
the
item is
Facebook group
essentially
lately
dead.
because
So I
of
wanted to restart
just
it.
thought that
people
was
that are
That's
in it.
really my
Yeah.
intention with this item, is just to restart it.
That shirt
Now,
definitely says "Chicken Up
why do I
Worcester,"
want this?
and it's a
Well,
whole
the
Facebook
thing
group.
is, I personally
Why?
don't want
I don't
chickens.
like
Never
that
had
as
them,
a
and I probably
as
never will have
branding.
them. However,
Chicken
I
my
hate it.
experience with them
I
as a
hate
resident,
all of.
next door
Like,
neighbor
use a
had
real
chickens in
like say
Burncoat.
chicken out
They
Worcester.
didn't even know that they had hens
I
until
know,
they came
like
over with a
the
full carton of
branding
eggs.
is
Now, the thing too,
Right.
just
catchiness
like-
is more important than
what
what
I
it's
didn't
what you're
know
actually
until I
saying.
moved to Europe
Cocks out Worcester is
that
what it should
eggs
say.
that are
Oh, he moved to
from a
Europe.
chicken normally like that, they
Wow.
actually don't even need to be refrigerated. I found it shocking when I went to Germany, and there were eggs room temperature on the shelf. So the thing is too,
Yeah, roll biz. Cocks out Worcester.
going back to
Yeah,
the chicken
for real.
thing,
Thank you. Thank
what
you,
I
There's a
Roll
realized
Biz.
drastic
is
shortage
that
of
my
cocks here
neighbor's
in the city of Worcester.
dogs caused more
Maybe that
of,
should be our next shirt. Cocks out
an
Worcester.
audible
Newsflash,
sound
it's
than the
12
chickens ever did.
inches.
Now, the reason why I had
My
it on the
chicken
agenda as
coop.
hens is because roosters, those are the loud ones. And I personally don't think roosters should be fit into this. I think there should be
Hey, Joe, wrap
a
him up.
compromise
I think
between
because he's speaking on an item that he
those who
brought.
have the land and
more
the
time.
space to
fair.
raise
He has
hens and
3
hens
petitions too, so that might
Just
mean 9
do
minutes.
so. There are parts of the city where people probably should not be raising hens, and there are parts of the city where people currently have hens and they shouldn't have them. Now, overall, I just want to reignite this, bring back life into this conversation.
Thank you.
Man,
Thrilling.
And
I would die
name
for.
and city-
No, that's ought to be
city
good.
and,
This
item
lady
number?
loves taking her cocks
Hi,
out.
my name is Terry Cherry. I live on Baxter Street right here in Worcester.
That's a
What I'm
fake name.
talking to, and hope you hear what we're saying today,
Speaking
is
on the
about
microphone,
living
Terry Cherry.
training for our police
Wait,
officers. We have
this is a
video
fake name. She just picked 2 characters from Pee Wee Herman.
of what's going on because the
Terry and
courts
Cherry.
allow people that aren't qualified, that aren't even registered in our state. It's J, I'm sorry, 13J.
13J? Okay.
I apologize. It's been a long day. The problem is.
She's talking
I've
about the
seen
constables.
constables beat
okay.
up on ladies. One was 70, one was 74, and one was 86. And he also broke one lady's daughter's arm trying to protect her mother. These are the people that are being sent in from different states to ours. And I don't want our community to be represented by those types of people. They don't belong here, they're thugs. They're not licensed. One of them has 16 different addresses in our state where he lists business, and guess what? We were there to see it, and it's all open field. These are the people that are doing this through the court system.
We're going to be here till 1 a.m. now.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
It shouldn't happen, but it has happened. But we don't.
Buckle up, boys.
Good thing I don't get hemorrhoids.
Woman, do it. And it's up to you guys to figure out a way to stop this because we.
Well, don't leave it up to them.
Yeah, don't fuck it up.
Law constantly. And nobody seems to give a darn. I always believed in the Constitution that we're all equal under the law, but it doesn't seem that way anymore, does it, guys?
No, it does not.
Please consider this. I don't want to see my city grow. We've come a long way in Worcester. We've got a long way.
This is
to go.
Sherry O'Terry.
And we're one of the friendliest cities. That's why everybody comes here to film. 'Cause they get
2
to
o'clock,
visit their family.
up from Terry Cherry. A very intent listener.
But you
Ah,
know,
he
this-
just stopped listening. Crap.
Making sure
Did she
the
just say
law
this is why everyone comes here to film?
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's our dedication to the constable process.
Do you want? Yeah. Do you want to know why?
Unacceptable now, guys. And we're going to
I
turn
would blame you.
very ugly soon if we don't stop it now.
Because until I'm relevant.
Thank you for your time. I want to see
Shout out Molly.
I'm not going
Shout out.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
Fiona Jatansing.
please have respect for the rest of the group. Please.
Shy Haboob.
Go
My
ahead.
name is Fiona Jatansing from 37 County Street. I'll try to talk faster.
yelling?
There's a number of items I want to talk on. Like she said, I don't think we should have people that are not licensed from the city doing the
Oh.
eviction.
No, I don't go there and
Brian
say.
Brian has the popcorn bucket.
I got my- I did a homemade one.
Who are evicted and they become homeless, they need to have a place to go. I support that we should have.
He's got the
a
shy
place for-
hot pocket
if they
Lucy.
need to have a camp out somewhere, they need to have a space to have a camp out. They should have access to running water. We should have outdoor spigots or something for them. We could have porta potties set up. And many other cities, if you go to San Francisco, if you go to New York, they have places for them that they're legally able to stay. And with the way the city has things with the quality of life, kicking them from this place to that place to that place,
Shy Halusi.
and all these evictions happening, people need to have a place to live. So if they don't have a home, they should at least have a field or some place that's a designated area for them to be. We have designated smoking areas. Why can't we have a designated camp out area for the people that have no home, you know? Also, I support the chicken thing. Item 10, what was it? 10Y?
She's fucking
10Y.
cooking.
I won't disclose who I know, but I know many people in Worcester already have chickens. Let's just make it legal. All the surrounding towns have a right to farm. They're allowed to have hens. Some of them have a limit of 6. Some of them have a limit of 12. We're not allowed to have it right now in Worcester, but I think we should be allowed to have chickens. If you have chickens and you get your own eggs from your chickens, it's a much higher quality. It's
No
healthier.
one
You know, those chickens aren't
is ready to
injected with
sign up for that
hormones like the
level of
ones in the
punishment
stores are.
to get
and plus they are free
in
range.
chamber
Eggs
correspondent.
that I've been getting from some friends that have chickens are way different than the ones you get in the stores. So
I would
support
love to
us
do
being
it,
allowed
but
to have our own
unfortunately,
chickens.
I'm just a
that's
vile little
what I
shy
can
halud.
remember right now. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name to your residence?
Definitely thought that was your nostrils when she first sent it over.
Good evening. My name is
Molly.
George Wood. I'm actually a
Amazing.
resident of Paxton, born and raised in Worcester. Practice as a now my 41st year.
This guy's the
chiropractor
president of
on
Paxton.
Lincoln Street. So I'm here kind of following what gentleman behind me mentioned as far as Mill Street, items 13F, item, I also believe 13L. in
Bro,
reference to
you're from
Mill Street
Paxton.
and its design.
Get out of
I
here.
voice just with this as an example, as a 40-year practitioner, I've seen a number of motor vehicle traumas in my 4 decades in healthcare. 1, 2, I have a patient that I'm currently at the end of therapy who was involved in a rear end collision during a rainstorm in December on Mill Street for the very reason of this single lane traffic and the obstructive traffic for the middle lane for parking. It makes,
That's not why.
to me, logistically,
That's not why.
much sense as to why this was designed, but I can't question what, where, and the motivation was, except for the fact that logistically now, if the counselors take a ride through the area, and I do 3 to 5 times a week on average on Mill Street, as I say, I live in Paxton, and it's a travel
You should
lane
stay
for
there.
me personally.
Yeah, truly.
That said, if you travel day or night, you're going to see.
I
that there's a
cannot DM
difficult
Kate. She did
see.
block
At
me.
night, it's even worse.
And I'm not verified, so I
Take a
can't
ride tonight,
overcome a
and
block,
you
which
see
is
the
apparently a
travel
feature of
lane
X now.
only, and you see then the parked cars, then identify the cones that are behind the cars because they're fearful of having their cars.
It is
abutted
not bad
with
at all.
incident
I
that's
drive it
happened. I'm
multiple
sure the
times.
police
It is
can
the other
document
side. It's
that.
where my studio is. So I'm going up and down Mill Street
Sadly,
multiple
on the
times a day.
25th of February.
There every day.
I also, as I identified to you,
There's
Mayor,
also been
earlier,
state
we've met a
troopers,
number of
like
times at St.
4 of
George
them,
Cathedral.
over the past
I've
2 days,
invited
just
you as a
cruising it up and
representative
down.
Running functions at the cathedral. And as a
Yeah,
result
is he going to
of
bring up the fact
having
that like 3
experienced
pedestrians have
community,
died on that street in
there are a
recent
number
memory?
that are behind me in the
Probably
second
not,
row,
right?
representing St. George's, and the fact that
He's-
we had a
he-
parishioner
he's not seeing
on
them.
the 25th of the month did, unfortunately, for whatever reason,
They couldn't afford to live in
actually ask
Paxton,
me,
Bill.
do I
Not
know
his
That's what it is.
that why he did rear end a vehicle that was in the parked lane. It was at nighttime. I will tell you candidly, though the age, as we seem to be increasingly more age discriminative in our society.
Dude, Marco's looking swole.
Coming up
He's getting huge.
in a couple of
Yeah.
weeks. I think I'm pretty good for what I am at 66 as far as training and exercising. He was 90.
That's the most shot out looking fucking
Vital,
66-year-old I've seen in a
He
long
was a
time.
lifelong resident
Get your
of
shit together,
Worcester.
Doc.
He was a hairstylist. Well, he drove into a car. Unfortunately, because of the incident, I do not know why.
It sounds like
But
this
then
person
was,
shouldn't have been driving.
As for a period of time, a little over a week, was in the ICU in one of our area hospitals.
You know,
Last-
this is what happens when you make single lane roads.
Today at St.
Mill
George's,
Street is the first single lane road in history,
So I say to
and
you
it was
that
clearly a
though
mistake.
Glenn Abraham
There's never
is
been a
voiceless
single lane
now,
road with parking on the side of it,
voiceless
with actually a protective like lane between the parking and the driving, arguably making it safer than it was before.
That's never happened before. There's never been a
There's
single.
more room. There's more room to drive technically now between you and the parking.
as counselors. I
It
know
forces you to
this
go
through.
35
I know
max,
you had a
especially when all the
rational
cars
thought.
are parked there.
Drive the street at night and tell me how you see a poorly visible road with parking in the center lane. I
It's
spent
not
4
in the
decades
center lane, you fucking dumb fuck.
motor vehicle
There's
trauma.
no.
They don't teach you center in medical school back in fucking
No sense.
1962.
Consider your 13.
Go back to your
and your
burbs.
13L. And thank you for what you
You're right, Burris. This guy is a docile pansy.
And he just thanked Fred Nathan. This guy audibly inhales.
Oh my God! Look at these fucks. They're all
My name is
clapping.
Silas Sanderson. I'm actually I live in Auburn, but I have many friends here in Worcester. I work support the folks at the Worcester anti-foreclosure, and 13J is what I'd like to draw your attention to. I need to make sure that you take a look at the constables who are servicing us. I think there's a serious issue that is looming, and I'm going to ask that you very seriously look again at 13J. I'd like to have my friend Richard, who is part of Worcester. I'm gonna be short.
I mean, I agree. Everybody in Auburn should fucking
stay there.
Stay in Auburn.
Is your name city residence?
No, you know what? I think everyone in Auburn should leave Auburn, and then we should close Auburn.
To speak to you very briefly.
Shut it down.
In regard of
No one deserves Auburn.
Trying to evict. Oh, he has tried to evict me 4 times. 4 times, folks. And each time we go to court because he doesn't have the proper document. He doesn't prove where he's licensed. He doesn't tell you specifically where the warehouse is, where he takes stuff. I have sent a registered letter the first time he was about to evict me to explain to him that he was legal. And that letter came back to me. They couldn't find the address. And I found that funny. A man who's trying to evict me 4 times, he doesn't have a proper address. If you call him, his communication, he doesn't answer the phone. So I want you to look into it. Is he licensed by
System, you don't have to say your whole address. You just have to say what city you live in.
I was here the other day
that's all
trying to
the
check
question
that
is.
he was licensed here by the City Hall of Worcester. So please, I'm pleading to you, please check into if Mr.
Reesma, you're a fucking dork.
licensed by your- Thank you.
Thank you.
The immigration crisis isn't
You
real.
only get one time.
Yes, I'm just concluding. Okay. There's about, I looked through 350 sites, and we haven't found anything on the particular individual that's servicing, the constable that's servicing us. And I think there's a problem with that. So I'm going to conclude with that. Thank you.
Burris Mabin, what's your address? I just want to make sure that you're a Worcester resident.
Yeah.
What's your home
Our
address?
next speaker, does your name, see your residence, and item number?
Amanda Shearstone, 36 Knox Street, Worcester, and I wanted to talk about 10Y.
It's
I
Kate
am
to me.
the
Kate,
original
please, there's doing
owner
public
for
participation.
Chickens in
Please pay attention.
and
We're begging
like
you.
it has been said before, there are
Right. I understand you live in Tatnuck.
families
That
in
much is
Worcester that
obvious.
have
What
chickens.
is
I know
your
two of them have
street
been
and
called
street
on.
number?
One was me, but
And we can see
otherwise,
Brendan's hand, so we know it's not him.
dozen plus families that have chickens are doing it the right way. No
Oh,
one's
are
been
you
called
scared?
on. Everything is
Burisma, you're scared?
I know about it. You
Oh,
are
come
worried
on.
about how many
Aw.
Come
people
on. Just
would
post your
get
just
chickens
post your
if
full
we
name and
did decide
address.
to do an ordinance, but
Scared.
I just wanted to let you know that the
I-
startup cost.
I brought my own
for
popcorn for
chickens
tonight,
is
Jessica.
about $1,000 to $2,000. Not everyone in Worcester is going to run out and get chickens. I promise you that. Myself and a member of the Chicken Up Worcester group.
Burisma, send us your address so we
donated
can send you
6 dozen
chickens.
eggs to the
I did
Worcester,
Burisman. Yeah.
budget. So we went
First,
around
maybe
and stocked them full of
what
eggs
is your
and
Venmo? My Venmo is Bill Shaner 1.
I went to Doherty.
We will do the same thing.
Give me
If we had more
$100.
achievements in Worcester, we could stop.
Oh, do you guys know each other? What year did you graduate, Burisma?
And I just wanted to leave with Massachusetts is a right to farm state, and I think it is time for Worcester to chicken out.
It's time for Worcester to chicken up.
Oh, she was so proud of her little pun there. I love that lady. She rules.
She names the residence name.
That was cool.
I'm Samantha Olney. I'm an unhoused resident in Worcester. I'm here to support item 10DD. I'm here today as a representative of the unhoused community and the director of HALO to advocate for the establishment of a sanctioned encampment with on-site services for unhoused individuals in our city. The current approach of conducting sweeps not only fails to address the root causes of homelessness, but it also causes irreparable damage and the harm to the very people it's supposed to be helping. It is evident that the current policy, including the handling of personal
Yeah, I
belongings,
was there about 20 years, two decades before you, Burisma. So yeah, we probably didn't cross paths.
strained relations with the unhoused. is
You're
not
awful young to be like that.
The city's current approach to homelessness is not only ineffective, but exacerbates the hardship faced by individuals experiencing homelessness.
It's
The
very
strategy
funny
of
to me when
displacing
somebody
people from
like
one
this shows
area
up and
only
thinks
shifts
they're
the problem
trolling
to
us
other properties,
and just watches the whole
creating a
show.
perpetual cycle of despair.
You just like our show.
Yeah, you had to watch an ad to get here, knucklehead.
Thanks for the money,
Find
dipshit.
themselves without
Thanks for tuning in.
The destructive nature of these sweeps not only erases whatever semblance of stability individuals
Also, thanks
manage
to Benny
create,
White for
but also
resubscribing,
throws them
and
back
thanks
square
to
one,
Main South
perpetuating
Mom
the
for
cycle
gifting
of
one
homelessness
before.
and
You all
jail.
rule.
This
Yeah.
relentless rinse and repeat cycle fails to address the root causes of homelessness and provides no real solutions for those struggling. Moreover, when individuals are placed in alternative locations,
Yes, so yeah.
shelters or rooming houses, etc., they often encounter arbitrary and unrealistic
Did Doherty not teach you how to Google the word Burisma to spell it correctly, or
Right, it's
you're
only
just
one
too,
S.
too
you
excited
fucking
to
idiot.
get
It's
in?
part of the indoctrination is misspellings
and
across the
embrace
board.
more compassionate and effective solutions, such as the proposed sanctioned encampment, which aims to break this vicious cycle and offer a genuine path towards recovery and stability. Across the country, state sanctioned encampments have presented
Yeah, Betty boy.
viable and humane
Yeah, we're still in here.
alternatives. We propose a model that offers stability and a sense of safety and community to unhoused individuals. Our proposal includes the implementation
Yeah,
of
Samantha
on-site
rocks.
jobs, creation of programs to collaborate with businesses and to provide employment opportunities, access to essential services such as bathrooms, showers, cooking facilities, and secure storage for residents. To address the multifaceted needs of the unhoused population, we plan to incorporate comprehensive services, including security, legal aid.
Yeah, I
case
couldn't go
management,
either. I
physical and mental
wonder
health
if anybody here was there.
Each department of the
Seems like
encampment should
it
offer
went well.
those on-site jobs in the form
I
of
was-
internships of apprenticeship.
I'm gonna let her finish,
or
and then I'll tell you my
apprenticeships
experience.
to empower residents and foster personal growth and professional growth. We firmly believe that residents should play a pivotal role in the encampment's success by adhering to established rules, completing daily tasks, and holding one another accountable. Individuals can contribute to creating a thriving community. Our goal is to provide an environment where residents can learn and grow and eventually transition to indoor living and become productive members of society. We also want to strive to heal relationships and connections with residents in the community and the unhoused individuals who live in the city as well. A community in Canada built a coffee shop and a print workshop to help the encampment community self-sustaining and give residents usable job skills and a sense of community. While the city asserts that tents are not fit for human habitation, we argue that the immediate and effective solutions are lacking. The proposed sanctioned encampment is a fast and feasible option that addresses the urgency of the situation and offers flexibility of living structures. Today it could be tents, but as time passes and the community flourishes, cabins, tiny houses, and other structures could be built to replace tents as they have in other communities around the country. Communities have responded favorably to sanctioned camps in other states as crime surrounding these.
Burisma, just
violence
two
surrounding
things before
encampments
you go
has
back to doing whatever you're doing.
Colorado.
That's the literal opposite of the definition of liberalism. I don't know. You would think Tim Gervais would have told you that in your history class at Doherty if you were actually there when you say you were.
Yes.
But yeah, who the fuck is learning coding, dude? Like we've had AI doing that for 2.5 years now. That's what kind of nonsense world are you living in, man? Did they teach you anything in public school?
I know who it is.
I'm
pretty sure I know who it is.
I heard they have social credit scores there.
Or try and use the bathroom.
How's that for? Ooh. Maybe that wasn't the best example there.
Seriously, what is it with modern conservatives that all they do is look towards authoritarian regimes and then say, you people love being controlled, you damn libs. Like, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
It's because they just want the regime.
Yeah, that's all they want, yeah. They need daddy to tell them what to do.
Hi, Noah. I exist in Worcester. Before I begin, I invite Eric, Joe, Nico, Donna, and Candy and Mo to formally apologize to Sam for not listening to her during that.
Oh, sick.
On Saturday, March 9th, I voluntarily sat outside of City Hall overnight in solidarity of our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness. I was unaware
That
of
was
who
sick.
from City Hall actually knew about the event. However, I was aware of the meeting with an organizer and staff that happened earlier that week. When will someone from that meeting show up to check on how we're all doing? I thought, or contact the organizer and ask if they need anything. I will share what I learned from that night, as well as working at a homeless outreach program. But I need it to be known by council that this information is not new to those affected by homelessness. The reality is, when using the term housing crisis to explain what is going on in Worcester, you are not referring to our neighbors who live on the streets or in shelters. You are referring to the individuals in power who are neglecting to do anything about it. You are referring to the inactions of yourselves. I am here to support item 10DD and encourage you all to do the same.
That was cool.
Okay, folks, you're probably not ready for my experience.
Is this your name and city living?
Yes.
My what? Social?
No, your city, where you live.
Yeah, give your social.
Massachusetts.
Your item number?
25 Queen Street, shelter right now. Okay. I don't come from this. Okay, and I'm not used to this.
Gotta love the elbow on the pineapple. It's a class move.
I made over 6 figures. You know, just not used to this type of treatment and environment. Okay, but I ended up here. Okay, and let me tell you how I ended up here. Okay, 8 years I spent on Ashland Street, 3 North Ashland Street, apartment number 3. No, I'm sorry. Apartment number 3.
Don't get bogged down in
3 North
details.
Ashland, apartment number 5. Okay, I was on the 3rd floor. Okay, 6 and 5. All right, but I lived there for 8 years up until the Killy Street gang decided to move in to the 1st floor. Okay, one person moved in, then there was 6 people. Okay, it was a handicapped guy named Jimmy. I'm only gonna say Jimmy, not his last name. Okay, but they took over his apartment. They wanted to take over the whole house, and I didn't tolerate it. I had 0 tolerance for the drugs and the dealings, what was going on. I may be a drunk, an alcoholic, but I didn't tolerate drugs and
Ruth, we're just on public comment now. There's been some good ones, but
going on. And
some
the
bad, very
police
bad
were
ones too.
called multiple times and refused to do anything.
Yeah,
Okay?
it's, I don't know.
Hey, listen.
You, Mr. Petty, actually, we got relations. I know you, and you know me.
Ooh, they got relations.
And I don't lie. I'm no bullshitter.
Okay, just watch out. Language, but
Okay.
can you wrap up your comments?
Fred Nathan kind of sits like Baron Harkonnen.
Do you want reference that?
in Dune 2.
No, I said, can you wrap up your comments? Your time is over.
Just imagine Fred Nathan slipping into a tub of black
So anyways.
Liquid.
liquid.
Gave me an accidental overdose. Well, it couldn't be, it wasn't an accidental overdose.
Oh, it kicked ass, dude.
But
It was such a good movie.
they killed him on the first
Yeah, I
floor.
loved it.
Then they kicked him out of that first floor apartment after multiple calls from me and the police department that had happened. Nothing done. So they took over the
No spoilers, I promise. That would be. I don't
and
do
then
that.
they were beating her, and I'd come down with COVID, and I came back from the hospital, and I was weak.
Baron
I couldn't do
Harkonnen sitting in a
anything,
pool of goo is from the
and
first
probably
movie.
5 or 6 of them down there. I couldn't do anything. So I called the cops, and I asked to remain anonymous.
Oh boy.
I was not remained anonymous.
This guy's not stopping. No way.
All right.
No, we hear you. So we're gonna wrap you
So
up.
they arrived at my door.
Thank you.
Okay. And then they arrested.
Joe
proceeded to arrest
Joe should
me.
just explain, like,
And then-
hey, you only have 2 minutes. It's past.
more than
I'm
4 or
sorry, I
5
have to
weeks
cut you
later.
off. But he never
Okay.
does that. He just goes,
Coming
okay,
back
thank
from
you.
the ATM.
He thinks
Other-
it's polite.
Yeah, other city councils. I've
And
watched
then,
a couple other meetings.
sedan.
They literally just say,
And
okay,
they-
thank you, your
they
time
beat
is
me
up,
on
and
the
they cut the
sidewalk.
mic.
Yeah.
Ripped me off. My
Like a
money,
2-minute
my
timer.
phone, And
There's literally
everything
a
I
clock
stole.
that they could see
All right?
at other city
That was
councils.
retribution from that.
No, we need to move on. So we hear you. So thank you.
No, it all falls into things.
No.
Okay. Because while I was in the hospital, okay.
It's okay.
While I was in the hospital.
No, we.
Meanwhile, while I was in the hospital,
Come to my office.
okay,
boy.
I called the police.
I'm asking you to. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
they
asking
listen. They turn the mic
okay,
off.
I'm asking now.
They cut it.
Just tell him that he only had 2 minutes. He doesn't know that he has 2 minutes.
No,
Yeah, he thinks you're just cutting off because you don't like what he has to say.
Say he only
Which,
had
I mean,
2 minutes.
Is usually the
Okay,
case,
You
but
wrap it up. We're going to ask the next person. Sir, can you please wrap? We can
God,
speak in
this
my
guy-
office. Yes.
Oh boy.
I know. I hear you. No, I hear it's Mr. Petty, but yes. Okay. Good. I'm just asking you. Well, your time is well. I, gave you
I hear you.
So
I hear
we'll
you,
ask
says the
next
person who's not hearing you.
You can set up an appointment. Come see me in my office. We'll
Oh
talk.
my God, my skin is
Okay.
Thank you. Boy, this is gonna be a
We'll give
police
respect to the next
action
person who wants to
in
speak.
a couple of minutes.
No, I hear you. I know. Okay. I hear you. Yep. I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you, please. No. I'm asking you, please.
Kate,
Oh,
stop
this
this
is-
guy.
I'm
This is
asking you,
uncomfortable.
Please. Okay. No, I'm not going to disagree with you. So let's meet in my office. I'm asking you, please relinquish the microphone, please.
Can you
Please
just tell him
relinquish the
his time is up?
I'm asking you to please let the next person speak. I hear you. Please. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yep, we'll go. We'll get together. Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you. I appreciate it. No, I hear you. I appreciate what you said.
Yep.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Kelly Turner. I'm from Worcester, and I'm with 10DD, and I'm highly supportive of the sanctuary for the encampment for the unhoused. And let me just state right now that if you don't think you're going to be homeless, think again. I didn't think I would be homeless, but I was, and it was a wide opener, eye opener.
I'm extremely happy they didn't call the cops in on that.
Same.
There's no
They
reason to
handled
call
that
the
with
cops.
class.
City is
She this woman here handled that better than a cop ever would.
resources. I
You know, just
really
pat on the
believe
shoulder.
this can be replicated through the help of the community and the city council. And
That was classy.
A
No
lot of
complaints.
resources, we can help each other. I've seen people in the shelter help each other, and they're incredible. We do contribute. We're not a stigma. I want to know why you.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that you were asking for that. I was just saying I was surprised
And I
as
know
well,
that
and
together we
I'm
can
happy
work on
that he
to
didn't
eradicate it.
do that.
So thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, see your residence, item number?
Hey. Andrew Marsh, 212 May Street, Worcester, Massachusetts, Ward 7, Precinct 1.
Love this man.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor,
He
I
showed up
rise
to
in
the open
support of
newsroom.
Article
It
10D,
was a time.
10T,
It was a time.
and 10DD, and also some commentary on 13F. This article establishing
Yeah,
a sanctioned
that's all.
encampment
That's really would have been a
is the
huge
absolute
difference. Ruth.
bare
I agree.
minimum we can do for our homeless community. Our current approach cannot be a sustainable policy.
Gotta know what this guy's shirt says.
We need to do something to give the homeless community some sense of stability, something to buy them time while permanent supportive housing gets built for our citizens to move into. This is a crucial stopgap measure that we must pass.
It's an
in the
animal
interest
thing
of
you
moral,
wouldn't
human
understand.
decency and compassion for our neighbors.
I love it.
Very briefly,
I don't have to know. I don't
though
want to know.
I do not drive anymore. I
We
did
wouldn't
drive for a
understand.
period of time on the reconfigured Mill Street, and my personal experience has led me to find it a safer, more leisurely driving experience that should be a model for multi-lane street reconfiguration in the city of Worcester. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Love this guy.
Dude, I love it when people yield back the balance of their time because
And then drop the mic.
it's just yeah.
That dude rules.
Item number.
David Webb.
There's no
City
balance.
Councilor. I'm here to talk about a few things, most importantly in support of item 10DD, the sanctioned encampment by the city of Worcester. As Samantha and other people have spoken about, it is not
Yeah,
just
Andrew's
necessary,
cool.
but this is the best implementation of it. I think it's worth acknowledging that today we have the city's lack of constables and the way they handle or don't handle evictions, as well as busking on tonight's agenda. And the reason I say that is because we've got a lot of the problems to be discussed at the same time as we've got some of the solutions to be discussed. And it would be great if this city started focusing on solutions. And eradicate's not a word I would normally use in this discussing the unhoused community.
Is this our first fidget spinner during public testimony?
City manager.
No. We'd have to go back to the tapes, but
Issues, not the people.
Well, it's a fidget device. It's not actually a spinning one. It looks like more of a clicky box sort of thing.
What's your name, city of residence, and item number?
I'm here to talk about
Oh, the mic is giving us trouble.
in
tonight.
May and making Krillin Road a public road, designating.
Yeah, we should take a minute to hear about that after public comment because
Good
I'm very
evening,
curious to hear
members of
a lot about that.
council. My name is Samanthi.
Yes.
And I'm representing the Krillin Road residents. And we are here to petition the designation of Krillin Road as a public road. Currently, this road is very undeveloped pathway and riddled with deep holes. There's mud and uneven surfaces. And this makes not impossible for regular traffic. Not only that, even no one can walk, especially during the winter time. It's so hard because in our petition, we attach picture of how big the entry from Belcourt Road to Krillin Road. It's going to be a big pile of ice. We can't even go out, and it's so hard to even get to work during winter time. And firstly, this has this limited access plugs residents living in near Krillin Road, and also it's very hard to reach their homes, also to navigate.
Hell yeah.
Imagine about emergency situation. So every minute, every second matters. If an emergency vehicle is struggling to get into the resident who need the this support, so it's going to be
No.
So
I absolutely do not believe that.
also affecting people's lives. No one can even walk because the road is that bad.
For sure, Halo's a credit to the city. Really, Halo has done such good work since it started. I need to sit down with Sam and David and do a full profile of them because their story is super interesting. I've talked to them before at a couple encampment sweeps that I covered, and they were
that's also kind of
really, really good at speaking about their experience.
Mosquitoes and other things can develop there. So in
Rural Biz, was there any police presence there or interactions with
improving the safety of the people in that Krillin Road, and also
whoa, wait, what?
Road can
Wild.
It's more we can.
That's awesome. Was that today?
Wow.
connecting, community.
That is so cool.
That rules.
Fuck yeah. Good catch, Ben.
Yeah. Who's on the advisory committee? We know somebody on there, right?
Oh yeah, they have a meeting right now at 6 p.m. Well, time for Eric Batista to show the effect of Spectrum lobbying once again when he ignores that.
Right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Timothy Corbett.
Did we just get a Beck? I looked away. Was that a Beck cameo?
Yeah, I think she went to fix the mic. It was drooping.
This is
Beck cameo. That's our first Beck cameo on the stream. One of our favorite all-time people in Worcester City government.
That's right.
Right behind that house is under development.
The inventor of Georgeception.
Yes. The keeper of Georgeception, the inventor, the genius.
Loop over the terrace. It's extremely dangerous.
All right, chill out, Gamer.
Gamers
to the left.
I love it. I love it when
Stays
Gamer
on
gets
brand.
horny
There's
on
enough
me.
time to make an adjustment if someone's walking out from that private road to cross the street. There've been multiple times where, cars have had to hit their brakes as I'm walking my dog. I have a 13-year-old all-white Akita that we walk there every day. Everyone knows and sees.
You should always have to say what your
also,
dog
even
is
just
when you
driving,
give public
what happens
comment.
often is that there's drivers that want to make a
What's
left
that
turn
dog
when
like?
I'm
I want to
on
meet that dog.
And if you
I wanna
come from
meet
this
that dog.
direction,
Is anybody else
turn up
big
the
Tom Goes to the Mayor fans?
going down Newton.
Like
What
pre
happens a
Tim
lot
and
is that
Eric?
drivers try to go around
I watched a little bit of it. I'm
turn
not
off the
super
shoulder.
versed in it though.
And I've never been
I
to
loved
four
Tom
times since I
Goes to the
moved
Mayor so much, and they just came out with, if it means anything to anybody, Tim and Eric just put out a Rats Off to You shirt. And that is my favorite episode of that show, my favorite joke of all time.
So I'm asking that something
And they
be
put out
done,
the shirt, and I'm very, very
to make
excited.
that area
No one
safe
else cares
for
besides
us
me
up
and
there.
two of my college roommates.
Thank you.
So
Our next speaker, sir, you already spoke. Sir, you can't.
we need to
have
get
it, sir.
some
You can't-
clarity here.
Sir, I'm asking you not to.
Uh,
Sir, you're all done.
Hey, there's
Sir,
one thing
Sir,
Hey.
no.
very
We have our next
concerning,
speaker, please.
okay?
No, we're not. I'm asking you to shut the microphone off. Okay. Okay. No, we're all done. No. Sir, I'm asking you, no, sir. Hang on a second. Sir, I'm asking, sir, please, sir, no. Sir, I'm asking you, no. No. Sir, I'm asking you to be respectful of other people. Sir, I'm asking you this now. Okay. Okay, no, we're all done. Sir, we're all done. I'm asking you. Officer, again, ask them.
I understand.
Thank you.
That's
Okay, we're good. We're good. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rory Kura. I'm from Worcester, and I'm speaking in
Respectful.
support of item 10DD.
Can somebody get Mo a diaper change? Beck, you on that?
City Hall, from about 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. And I'm very privileged to say that I've never been colder in my life than on Saturday night. My hands hurt, I was shaking, I got windburn on my cheeks and lips, and I was only there for like 13 hours. Every single person around me was shaking just as much as I was, but one of the unhoused people that actually spoke tonight, Kelly, had one blanket on her, and she kept asking me, "Are you warm enough? Would you like another blanket?" And everyone else, "Are you okay? Are you warm enough? Is there anything I can do for you?"
Did they come
And
back
I
for
couldn't
Fred
even
Nathan?
believe the most generous act I'd ever seen was happening when she herself was just as cold as we were. These are the people of Worcester. These are our people. This is us. We know that this is the right thing to do. I know that you all know this is the right thing to do. And a sanctioned encampment is important because it might not be perfect. It's not going to eradicate homelessness. It's something though. And
But
we need
nothing else
something
you're doing
now.
will either.
I remember
Yeah,
someone
Chattanooga, Tennessee used it really well.
Uh,
It continues to use it
forward,
very effectively.
and someone
to-
said,
Yeah, we
"Thank
love
God it's an
Chattanooga.
hour less out here."
That's the
Every
linchpin of their
hour.
whole strategy.
Every single hour
Yeah.
matters. And that's why we need something now.
And people are going to say, oh, it's a much more temperate climate. Not really.
No,
It really, truly is not.
It's a high elevation city, right? It's like in the
Yeah, and they've got way more snow than we have this year.
Yeah.
That was really good
Name, city, residence, and item number.
testimony.
It was,
I'm
yeah.
Nicholas Stafford. I live in Worcester. I am here in support of item 10DD as well. I was also out in the rain that night with that the other speaker, and can corroborate everything that they said. I am housed currently, but that was an extremely difficult night, and to think that for some people it is every night, and that for anyone it could become every night in the wrong turn of circumstances, only further underlies the necessity of creating a
Only a
sanctioned
fake doctor because they lost their license.
and
for
I
HIPAA
too
violations.
also, from the
Lost their license for Mill Street.
I had the opportunity to speak to many of the
Mill
people
Street
there.
stole my license.
Some of whom couldn't be here today, and they had their own comments
Yeah.
about
I didn't go to this.
insufficiencies
I
of the
went by
shelter
it
system as it
because I
currently
had to go to
stands,
another thing
the
downtown, but
difficulty
it
of
seemed
getting a
really well
bed,
organized. They had a lot of people and a
and
lot
the
of
lack
support.
of access to resources in
And
general.
it seems like there was a lot of good things
But
that came out of it.
their generosity
It's good
towards
conversation.
even someone like me who has a house to go back to after the end of that night was remarkable. And I think a sanctioned encampment would be the least.
I got it picked up by WGBH, which I was proud of when I was driving up to New Hampshire. I
think it's important that
heard it on the radio.
Oh,
It was, like,
nice.
sick.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I sent it along to Tori. You sent it along to the Worcester guy.
Thank you. Name and city of
My
residence.
name's Francis.
I thought it was the same guy.
Born and raised right off of Mill Street.
Oh, boy.
2000, the road was dug up from all the way to Mill Street, and everybody was extremely happy about it.
He's still here, folks, hanging out with all the liberal cucks.
And then
Crazy.
what happened to Mill Street is a shame.
Have we talked about how
It
Sylvester
just-
Stallone is sitting in front of Marco?
I've seen plenty of accidents. Since
I've looked at him multiple times
Colored, we say.
and thought it was Sly Stallone.
There's been so many.
Sly Stallone and Al Pacino
ridiculous
thrown into a
on
blender.
narrow road. They're going to hit a car, and now that we got people that fought to have places in the middle of the intersection to have a little farm, a little gardens and stuff like that. Somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's going to get hurt badly. And now going towards Titanic Square, they narrowed the road, which granted there needed to be a separate road for turning and everything, but they narrowed the road so narrow when you come out of
It's literally a normal
Plaza,
road.
you're
The
in
only issue I
the
see is
other
taking a
lane
left
because the road is so
from
narrow, you can't get out
onto Mill
across
Street,
the-
taking a left onto Mill Street over by like the
going
country
across the
bank.
yellow line.
Truck shouldn't be able to take a left there. That's tight.
Someone's going to get hurt and very, very badly.
Oh yeah, you've been on that Larry David tip
The young lady with the
for a
chickens,
while now.
I
The
have
trucks
friends
shouldn't be
that live
turning.
there, and their startup cost was
This is new for me, but
over
yeah, I have been
$1,000,
watching Larry
and
David.
they
So.
give the
The new season of Curb is
community,
fucking good.
which
I have
I
to
do-
take it in bits and pieces. It gets me too.
is just
I do like
amazing.
that chickens bring people together.
I-
It's like, yeah, this guy hates modern road design,
I appreciate
but he's down for chickens, and that's
So someone's going to get killed, which we've already heard. From.
but not by a chicken.
Someone got killed.
I appreciate your.
Why? How does no one bring this up? Somebody got killed on that road. Jesus Christ.
It won't be a
Before
chicken
they
across
changed
the
it.
road.
Fred Nathan. Yeah, before they changed it. Right.
Should name, city of residence, and item number.
Terry Kelly, and I got 2 items, actually 3. 13J, it's a situation of certification. Now, I work in the medical field, and you had to be certified to work your job, okay? You don't have certification, you can't do your job, you're fired, okay? All right? How dare these people have no certification and evict people? How dare you do this? That's a lawsuit, okay?
It's coming, Burisma. The whole city's
Um,
going to get bike lanes.
Yeah, it's
I'm-
kind of
I'm
like a
good with
federal law.
chickens.
But
Organic chickens are wonderful. Organic eggs are wonderful. I'm all for
See?
chicken.
Everyone loves chickens.
And
Yeah.
This council should
Chicken
do
up.
nothing but focus on livestock from here on.
Political
out.
slam dunk. Goats?
I actually asked
Alpacas.
for civil servants to
God, I
be
would love to have a
certified
goat.
in CPR, defibrillator, and all that, and my petition was filed by Joe Petty. Okay. Okay. 10 double D. Okay, Worcester had a tornado in 1953.
That's a funny name for it.
105 people dead, 1,255 people injured, and $193 million damage. Okay? I looked at Katrina when it hit the country. Our civilians in Katrina were held by the government,
You're
boots on
absurd.
ground, holding them in a flood zone, told them to go back to the dome.
Cambridge's use of slutty
No
today has
response.
been out of
People succumbed to
control.
the injuries.
Awesome.
Okay.
Camber's out of control every
to the
day.
city council a long time
He's a
ago.
very out of control
Actually,
person.
it was 2011. That we
Slutty
should have
little
a
black
shelter
KN95.
slash community center in every district. So one district should not take care of all the homeless. Okay? In every district, in the person in the area where they live. Okay? That way, if somebody has if there's a tornado, they go to that community center, permanent
Kook court.
shelter community center. Okay?
We haven't even gotten to online petitioners.
With a soup
Oh,
kitchen
boy.
educational center. Because when
With
kids
the online
leave,
petitioners, you can really
they're
tell
thrown
who's
out of the
calling
house
for
'cause
what.
They're adult now. To continue the education.
Sorry,
A section
friends,
for drug
but
addiction, so they
just
can
had to share my observations.
work on their addiction and get better.
Okay.
3 floors, men, women, families, with a
wrap-
rental hall
Can
to
you wrap
teach
up
his
the comments?
people
So?
careers, catering,
Yeah, we're having an issue with
waitressing,
captions.
We're
Thank
having,
you. Can
yeah,
you
they're
wrap
not
up
like not
comments?
working tonight
how
for
to run
some
a
reason.
business.
Because
And
Facebook's
like
terrible.
I said, if anybody has a house and a tree hits their house, they can go there. No questions answered.
Thank you.
Right?
I
Well,
appreciate it.
anyways,
No, you're all set.
Oh,
Thank
no,
you.
no, 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 no.
Yeah, you're all
I-
set. Our next speaker, please. Yes.
I talked to
And you can talk-
Augustus,
Yeah.
$30,000.
Okay. Can you wrap up your comments, please?
$30,000 into the
No.
Everyone's breaking the rules tonight.
Comments, please.
yeah, $30,000 municipal fund.
Okay. Can you wrap up your comments,
$17
please?
million put into
Okay,
a
I'm
municipal.
asking you to wrap-
Please just tell these people
Thank you.
that it's
Shut the
2
microphone off.
minutes.
Thank you. Can you shut it off? Thank you. Can you have respect for the next speaker? We're going to be wrapping up the whole. Can you please?
We're going to be
wrap
here till
up
2
the
a.m.
comments again? Thank you. No. Yep. No, you're good. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Tracy?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Tracy.
Hey.
Miller, 5 Oakland Street. I'm here to speak to item 10T, the joint public petition that I and others have filed regarding commuter rail service. As you will remember, Mr. Chair, we came before council last fall to ask for your help retaining the express train to Boston. That effort failed. We are hopeful that requesting your support to request the administration.
It would be
and
funny to
legislative
order a bunch of
delegation
pizzas to the
ahead of
chamber
the planned
from
NHC
us,
commuter rail
being like,
schedule revision
seems like you guys are having a
expected
rough night.
might have more success.
You guys are so
Please note that
cranky.
while Worcester has not had the service of a heart to hub train making no stops between here and Boston since before the pandemic. We did until last fall have an express that stopped only in Framingham. That was what we lost last fall. While I'll reiterate that losing the 6:30 a.m. express has made my own and my family's life much more complicated.
Per our conversation with Jordan, remember when
as I
they were
should.
like, yeah, we're going to talk to
Prefer
the
not
state
to get up
delegation about
as I did
this.
today at
Just nothing
4:45
happened.
a.m. I do think it important for the council to understand that without such a train, any Boston commute by rail is a round trip of at least 3 hours. I do not think that this is the access the city is selling residents on. I also don't think that it's too much to request that the second largest city and its surrounding communities be served by at least.
It's Sly
one-
Stallone, and next to Sly Stallone
I would
is
ask to request the manager and his
Barry's
administration to advocate
side
for this,
character in
request
Barry.
the delegation fight for it. at
What's
the
that guy's
state
name?
level, And bring whatever influence you have. to
Like
bear on
his handler?
Let me also
Yeah,
ask
Barry's
Mr.
handler.
Oh,
Chair,
what's his?
how much I, as a longtime resident of the city, As a
From
mother,
News Radio.
as a Tratnik Square denizen,
Yeah.
and a
Stephen Root.
so
Stephen
appreciate
Root.
the city's efforts to make transportation
Everything much
safer
paper.
and better for those of us who
Guy's a
travel the
comic
city
legend.
in ways beyond private vehicles. I and my fellow
What's his name
commuters
again?
stand ready to assist
Stephen
in whatever way we
Root.
can.
Stephen Root.
STEPHEN.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Council, Paul Matthews with the Worcester Regional Research Bureau, also lifelong city resident at 9 Greenview Lane in Worcester. Many of you know on the council and hopefully many of you at home, the Bureau is an objective data-based research entity. We're a nonprofit that provides research on key issues facing the community. We couldn't do that without the opportunity to work with city.
You
and
sure
school
about the objective part?
You. I'm here to specifically call attention to a report that's in your agenda, and those of you watching on home can see it on the agenda, along with a visualization tool. It's called Building the Future, Investing in Worcester Public School Facilities. This report was
He's an
sparked by the
uptalker?
new Worcester Public School Strategic Plan, which has a facilities focus. The city.
Oh, it just
plays
puts
a
you right to
key role
sleep.
here. I want to thank the manager and all of you for the hard work.
Grinds
and
my ears.
Stupendous financial investment the city has made in moving forward with new high schools since 2006. The news that the state is moving forward with Burncoat is tremendous, and it's going to allow us to have all new high schools. That being said, we thought it was very important at the Research Bureau to mine an available facilities plan that was done.
Dude, the new Fortnite update is crazy.
Because now
Yeah, I'm
attention
digging
needs
it.
to turn to our elementary
so sick.
and secondary schools as well. And I know the counselors know this. For those
The
of you
lightning
at
bolts
home,
are
there's been a
unreal.
critical partnership with the state where the city has done very well with state support on the high school front. And I want to thank the city because there were 46 school buildings. 16 were built before 1933. The oldest was built in 1879. And since 2011, the city has done 4 core school projects, the third highest count in the Commonwealth, and 31 accelerated repair projects, the highest among gateway cities. And this year's capital improvement plan, I want to commend the council and the city for having $100 million on schools, $46 million for Doherty.
I really like the new Huntress DMR too. It's a good gun.
9 repair
I like the spotter ones with the infrared screen.
schools have been leading the way on this, but it is equally important.
Oh yeah, those are great.
Continues
Yeah.
to play a leadership role. It continues to evolve to help meet the existing needs the city has, as do all gateway cities. So our recommendations include objective database decision-making and calling on the state to meet the innovative leadership that Worcester's
Check out these Mill Street fucks yucking it up in the back.
School committee and school
Oh, they're done now.
superintendents have shown. And I want to note those high schools happen through a long series of council members, school committee members, superintendents, and managers. So my compliments and thanks to you all.
Thank you very much.
God, I couldn't listen to a word of that.
What are you saying?
What's your name, see your residence?
My name is Kevin Seifert. I live at 352 Salisbury Street. I'm here to speak on petition 10M. I've lived at this address for 7 months now, and this has become pretty concerning to my family. The exact stretch of the road I'm speaking about off Salisbury is the intersection of Newton Avenue North and an extension of Salisbury Street that extends to private residences. This comes around 2 curves on Salisbury Street, often which are disregarded by motorists. There's often a sun glare in the morning, and you have cars, exceeding the speed limit.
How do you disregard a curve?
We're asking for a crosswalk, stop sign, anything to alert the motorists that there are pedestrians often crossing or cars turning at this intersection. It's also a bus stop where kids wait early in the morning, sometimes, before the sun rises. A number of times crossing the street here, a car has stopped to let us pass, only for the car behind it to go around it and nearly hit us. So again, in my 7 months living here, there's been a number of occasions I've been almost hit as a pedestrian and as a motorist. So we're just looking for some solution here. Again, whether it's a crosswalk or
I bet you don't get hemorrhoids.
to allow the motorists on that stretch of the street to slow down and be mindful of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else will go to.
All right, an hour and 10 minutes in. And we're just getting to online.
Show yourself and identify yourself. And
Oh yeah, they have to show your face. You have to show your face now.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to start with the first calling user is Eric Stratton.
Eric.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. So I wanted to call in and speak on a number of items tonight. Regarding 10T for the commuter rail service, I commuted from Worcester for 2 years when we first moved here, and the express train was really essential to making this viable for a career and living in Worcester. I would urge the city to continue pushing the state to resume express service. The second item I wanted to talk on is the one that my neighbor actually just spoke regarding 10M. And the crosswalk at Salisbury Street and Newton Avenue North. This intersection is sort of really interestingly designed. The shoulder on Salisbury headed out of the city is wider just up until Newton Avenue North, at which point it narrows back down. And as a result, you get a number of cars that like to go around other cars, or occasionally school buses that have their signals out. I would urge the city to please, push this item forward to get a crosswalk at the intersection here to increase safety and visibility. And further, I'd like to push to try and see if we can possibly get a signal there for pedestrians to press, so that maybe activates with lights when pressed. So that people know someone's trying to cross. As mentioned, this is sort of a two corners and hills and dips in the road there. And as a result, it is sort of a bit more of a treacherous intersection, and traffic starts to really pick up speed on this portion of Salisbury Street. The other item that I wanted to talk about was 13F Mill Street. A number of people have already spoken about this and are mentioning that, people are hitting cars in the middle of the street. The reality is this is no longer really the middle of the street, there's a lane of traffic, there's a lane of parking, and then there's a bike lane and the sidewalk. Streets are redesigned for increased safety. People have been worried about accidents here. Well, I have a list here of May of 2018, July of 2018, October of 2013, September of 2019, and August of 22, I believe, when a minor was struck on Mill Street, all prior to this redesign. So people cannot really make the argument that the street was so much safer before. We learn from our history, and we learn over time what makes safe streets. And the city has really done their due diligence on this particular issue to show that the previous design was unsafe. It was not designed for pedestrian, bicycle, and other road user safety. It was designed, as many called it, to be a speedway. And frankly, that is not what we need in the city. If anything, we need more traffic calming throughout the city, as mentioned in issues related to changing the speed limit and increasing other opportunities for travel around the city. So I would urge the city to frankly file 13F because I do not think we need to relook at this particular street, and rather we should be urging the city to look at more of the data on how we can increase street
Eric's
safety.
about to get the cops called at him too.
Next week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The
Good
next
comment,
speaker is
Eric.
Karen.
Great comment.
Fantastic.
Karen, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay.
Newsflash, Tony,
Karen
it's
Bell,
12
I'm a
inches.
Resident of Worcester. I'm calling about items 13F and 13L. As I've said to this body before, I support the street changes that have been made on Mill Street. Tonight, I want to direct attention to the great presentation that Commissioner Raleigh and Assistant Commissioner Crane are making at each of the traffic and parking meetings about potential speed limit reductions, and to the fantastic presentation by Jeff Speck at the February 29th kickoff to the Vision Zero initiative here in Worcester. The data in these presentations make very, very clear the road safety problem we have here in the city, and how solutions like the Mill Street changes can help turn that around. There's a lot of misinformation being put out there about the intent and effects of these changes without evidence. Item 13F seems reasonable and typical, but I object to item 13L. The city has delayed improving safety and transport choice for a very long time. We're finally starting to apply best practices and designs, and the type of pause being requested is not reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Amy Tisdale. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
We're going to be here. Oh,
Hello,
fucking
my name is Amy
A.
Tisdale. I'm a resident of Wayside Road
in Worcester, and I'm calling on 13M for the addition of traffic calming measures on the intersection of Wayside, Bullard, and White Ave. There is a very small strip of road, and even though it is small, it is very well traveled. It is the intersection of 3 roads, and it is the only one that leads for a large part of the neighborhood down to Lincoln Street. And this road does have 2 stop signs, but they are so poorly placed that they're largely ignored. They're so far back from the corner that if one were to stop at the stop sign, you wouldn't see any oncoming traffic. So most drivers continue past the stop sign and either just slow down to a roll or go right through it. It's also at the between 2 hills, which means that people are accelerating up the hill. And when they hit this flat spot of road, they're speeding through it to accelerate to get enough speed to go up to the second hill. So I'm asking for the support in traffic calming measures because my daughter, who is 2 years old, and I walk this route every day. It has no sidewalks, and it is there is no way to safely walk along the side of the road.
Nice.
And the only other option.
Thank you, Jess.
So I am requesting that either additional stop signs,
Audience want to know how the game is, Brendan.
lines be painted,
Wait, what's up?
or speed bumps be installed in this section. Thank you.
How's the game?
Thank you.
Terrible. My fault, though. I
Mr. Mayor, the next
somehow
speaker,
managed to log
Oliver
into a
Chadwick, and try to meet the resident now.
duos match.
I hate it when that happens.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is your name and say your residence? We lose him?
My name.
Oh, come on, Oliver.
My name's Oliver Chadwick. I'm a Worcester resident. I'd like to
Oh,
support
Oliver.
item
Good people.
13F and from Councillor Colorio, and I'd like to oppose item 13L. I support 13F because it's right. The city should look at the rate of crashes before and after the changes, and I think the DTM is already tracking that data. As a reminder, there were 269 crashes on Mill Street in the 5 years before the change, and the average speed was 12 miles an hour over the limit. It was a very dangerous road before the change. We don't yet know the full details of what happened with the recent tragic crash, and I would encourage us not to jump to conclusions. It was also understood that the current setup on Mill Street was temporary, and I saw the good news today that the city's been granted $2 million from the federal government for a complete streets rebuild of Mill Street, which will be a great improvement on both the previous and the current setup. I oppose 13L because parking protected bike lanes are a standard and widely used safe way to enact a road diet, and regardless of what we do with Mill Street, it shouldn't impact any other plans. I also support items 10T and 10DD. And lastly, I wish to express support for the city manager and the DTM for complete streets, Green Worcester plan, and especially the Vision Zero efforts that were referenced by the last participant. That are going to make our streets much safer, better, and more useful for all city residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Chris Robage. I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
Oh, Chris.
This is probably a hack.
Hello. Yes, good evening.
Hey, Christian.
Hello, I am Chris Robage, resident of Worcester. I am calling in to speak on very briefly on item 10T, Tracy Novik's item on the express train. I absolutely support that as written. I would mostly like to speak on 10DD tonight, the sanctioned camping area petition. I also went and checked in on the folks who were out at this demonstration on Saturday night into Sunday morning, and it was very cold, windy, rainy, miserable night. And people were out and trying to help and take care of each other as best they could. And it was a really beautiful thing to see, actually. I want to put this into a framework of the fact that when people find themselves in homelessness, that the net result of that is that we as a society and we as a municipality have failed those people. Okay, so we have We have failed them. That is how they've wound up where they are. And that failure could happen to any of us. And if you don't think it could happen to you, you're probably wrong. But within that failure, now we have people who are trying to do the best that they can to survive and to get themselves, in a place where they can have a decent and dignified life. And for many of them, that has resulted in them camping in wooded areas, including in public parks.
Yes, there was.
And what our city is doing,
They're right next to each other.
is pushing those people around, periodically, moving them from one place to another, destroying all of their belongings, ripping down all their tents, taking all their things, making them move everything, and just pushing them to a new place and a new place and a new place and a new place. And this just
Chris
goes
is an
on
ultimate
and
homie.
on and on, and it never ends. And that is not
I
a
was
solution.
kidding. I knew his
And
voice was
what
really
is being asked for in this petition, 10DD, is the floor. It is the bare minimum that we could be providing to people, which is an area where they can at least be safe and have a sanctioned place to be, where they're not going to be pushed around, where their belongings are not going to be taken, where ideally the trash could get picked up and water could be supplied and Narcan could be supplied. I'm working my way there. That is the bare minimum. That is the bare minimum.
Chris,
that we
not
could
the
do.
night.
It is the floor. It is not the ceiling. I am asking this council to do at least the bare minimum and support somewhere for these folks
Brian, do you
to
have
go.
any comment on
We
this?
have already drastically failed.
No, I don't. My private business. And I won't be sharing it with people. I have to keep some
The
things
next
for
speaker is
myself.
Mark,
My loved
Vandenberg.
ones.
Can I meet the resident now?
My brother moved to Montana to get away from stuff like this.
Full
So.
name for the residents.
Yeah, this is Mark of Vanderwerf. I live at 7 Argyle Street, very close to the intersection of Newton and Salisbury. I'm here to speak for two things. One, in support of 10T, an express train to Boston. I commute back and forth. It would be a shame to have all this gorgeous infrastructure being built at our train station and still
Grand Pass is going to
satisfied with an hour and a half.
not go the correct way.
Hour and
I
35
don't
minute
think.
trip to Boston. The second one is 10M. I'd like to thank the city, by the way, for improving Salisbury Street west of Newton and the addition finally of sidewalks. And however, this has kind of created a dangerous result. One is we have this intersection at Newton Street, which is nice and wide, very difficult to cross there. It is a blind spot because of a hill and a curve. People do, if I try to make a left on a Newton, people will at high speed go around me. And I worry about the children that live along that space. And also I know that I've got some great neighbors who live up that road extension, and I go over there myself. It's dangerous. And part of that, there's only one section of Salisbury Street that does not have any space of any kind to walk on. And that's on that block just to the east of Newton. I'd like the city to take a full look at that block and that crosswalk and create a safe space for people to walk and run and recreate in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Robert Bellata. I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
Hey, Bobby Bellata. We love a Rob Bellata comment.
You lost him. Oh, you're gone.
Mr. Bellata, can you hear us?
Just have to unmute you. There you go.
Hi, sorry, Ron. Thank you, Charter. Slow connection. Atta
boy, Rob.
I was just calling in to remark on
slow connection.
18G and items.
God, if the city gets rid of Charter, that would be the best thing ever.
The economic development.
We just have to all tell Eric Batista that there are other lobbyists, right? Like Verizon has lobbyists.
You can still get paid, bro.
22 Elm Street, 1 Chestnut Place. I just think it's essential for the Worcester City Council.
Much easier to grift, if you're running
the report that's
the internet service too.
To outline.
Give us Muni and then you can steal all you want.
Units that are
Allegedly.
built, only 36 are affordable. We're seeing, obviously a lot of folks are talking tonight about the homelessness.
Chris, it really is the purest version of shouting into the void, but we appreciate it.
To live in the city. As we build the city, we need to make sure that it's really affordable. and that we can make sure that the city's growing in a way that's equitable for everyone. I know that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is making some inroads in building more affordable units, but we really need to be attacking this issue from every point and really trying to get out affordable units wherever we can.
No, it's really not Burisma. It was in planning for years. For anyone who was paying attention, it was just unfortunately a lot of the neighborhood wasn't paying attention.
Really alarming. Again, it's 36 affordable units.
I mean,
3.4%.
And it's not really a Worcester decision. It's just the byproduct of changes in the way the feds hand out dollars attached to planning.
Community for residents.
Hey, Brendan, they need things to get reactionary about. All right.
I know that's my beta cuck opinion, but whatever.
Don't spoil it. We just need pure blind reactionary anger. Otherwise, it's not politics.
No, that was about 4 years
Hi,
ago.
good evening.
When were you locked up, man? I thought
Johnny
you're from
News,
Worcester.
Worcester,
You never
Mass.
actually had a lockdown in
I'm calling
Massachusetts.
tonight in opposition to 10cc and in support of 10DD. So I think that the misinformation about
now you're
most of
complaining
the
about public
folks facing
participation. I'm
unsheltered
sorry if
homelessness
you
in our
didn't
city, some
feel like going to a
how
meeting, man. Like,
coming from outside of the city is simply not accurate. I've been a human services professional in the city for the last 12 years, operating homeless shelters, conducting street outreach, permanent supportive housing, and there's
My
kind
only
of this
thought on Cape Middleton
misinformation
is
that
that it
these
was
are
a
not
bad
our
Photoshop,
people.
but I don't
And
know
I'm here
about
to
much
tell
else
you,
other
Mr.
than
Mayor
that.
and City Council members,
She
these
did.
are our people. We have
I say you,
attempted
she
in the
did.
past to put in
she
did gaps to say, hey, where were you born,
She
or where
went
did
through a
you
French
graduate
tunnel.
high school, to kind of weed out who we thought belonged to us. Well, if you ask me either of those questions, I was born in Illinois. I graduated from high school in Illinois. So am I not from Worcester? I've lived here for 15 years. I purchased a home here. I contribute to our community here. And the same is true for those who are facing and experiencing homelessness. In support of item 10DD, as another speaker mentioned, we're not asking for it all. We're asking for the bare minimum.
you can't possibly
I
be here
understand that
if
we've
that's
passed
your take on
inclusionary
history. I
zoning,
mean,
but it does not go far enough.
Joe Petty's been mayor for what, 10 years now?
Still making a
So
one-bedroom
many
for
years. It's more than
$1,800 a
that.
month.
And it's Massachusetts.
We know
When
that in the
hasn't a
city, we have
Democrat
less
been in
than
charge?
25% of the
Right.
Well, I mean, actually, this planning came through when Charlie Baker was governor, so that time. But
or providing truly trauma-informed
Fair,
care.
very fair.
The stories are horrendous. You've all heard
just
them.
trying to
We all know
help
them
the
to be
dude out with a
true.
script that makes some
We
sense here.
lack the basic supports that
It's
people
okay.
need.
He's
to
hanging
end
out with us. He's having fun.
Never
No,
mind
it's
Yeah.
totally cool, man. I mean, that's actually the point. Like,
underlying issues of
other takes are
mental
awesome,
health,
but
inequities throughout society, substance use disorder. The bare minimum we can do is provide a safe place where we can access.
I like it when annoying
support
people stick
services,
around,
where we can
actually.
bring
That's
in
a certain
mental and
spice
healthcare
to the night.
professionals. We can.
I like when they don't
last
block us
winter
like
at the
Kate
winter
Toomey.
emergency
Yeah.
shelter. We did not send anybody from the shelter to go
I
find.
have.
Charisma Biden, send me a DM.
accomplish
Let's get
their
this
goals. We
going.
brought all of that to bear to them
Let's
where
chat
they
it
were
up.
at, and had an amazing success rate doing it. And I'm asking that the council consider this moving forward.
inoculated. Is that like another cuck reference? I'm not getting it.
The issue of unsheltered homelessness in this city in a way that is trauma informed and putting
We're not
our
even into the
people,
meeting yet.
our best asset
That's gonna be
first.
fucking forever.
We're here forever.
Okay, we got a couple items that are going to be held by 11.4B is the housing report by Councilor King, and resolution 14B by Councilor Toomey under privilege.
14B. What's that
Okay.
one?
We are now on hearings and orders.
Toomey held
I want to
14B.
include the 2A, which we're going to withdraw.
Interesting. That's a really innocuous one.
23H. We'll
The
take
City
that off the table.
Council
Need a
hereby
roll call.
support House Bill number 2356, an act relative to problem properties and enhancing fire safety.
Okay, we're doing the.
I don't know why Kate would hold
the
that.
health section of the report.
If it's fire safety, it's got to involve
on
sprinklers again on multifamilies.
23H.
If it's coming from the state.
Yeah.
We got 23B is the 23A. We're going to do a leave to withdraw. The petition has to withdraw that. So we can do that. And we also have 23H, which we have to take off the table to discuss. This is National Grid. This is National Grid and Verizon in the jointly owned pole location on Apricot Street. So take that off the table. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council
On
Hadjia,
this of all nights, we take
King.
this off the table.
Yes.
How long has this been on the fucking
Carlson.
table for?
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, and we'll do the, we'll go back, take these together, and we can discuss them. We have these items, we have a motion, let me just get back to the page, to open the hearing regarding these items, and all those in favor? Opposed, so ordered. Now, on 11B, National Grid has asked that we table that item, so we'll table that for a future meeting. On 8B,
Wait a minute. Hold on. What are you tabling?
8B, we're on the hearings and orders. We have 4 items. One's held and one was on the, one was tabled. So we have 4 items, 8A, 8B. National
There's
Grid has-
Burisma Biden's
National-
hero, the one who has no idea what the fuck is going on ever.
So we will hold 8B.
Apparently, my brother is their hero.
We're gonna hold
Yeah,
8B.
it's really weird. The
Fucking
personal,
obsessed.
the personal
And,
references.
8A, the most 20.
And that,
creepy.
and that you're still scared to say who you are.
Item
Right.
22.
Throwing around Jake.
Yeah.
I didn't even know Brian had a brother named Jake.
I don't
Now
share
do.
that with people, so this is a,
That one
this,
do
you know.
withdraw. The petition's gonna withdraw
I
the
keep
item.
I keep Jake to myself. He's
And
my own special boy.
Motion to approve. Just an agreement on that. So we're going to take these items together.
Can you just repeat, Mr. Chairman, the last 2 you said?
Sure. Let's start from again. So the motion to, on 8A is to approve. 8B is to hold under privilege. 22A is motion to withdraw. And 23H.
Oh my God, we're
is
gonna
to
be
approve.
here for fucking ever.
We take those collectively on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Hadjia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council
Oh
Carlson,
man, not even
Nguyen,
funny either.
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we'll come back to announces, student the petitions. If anybody's still here for those, 10A to 10D, the motion referred to the planning board. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Did you like the
10E,
part
10E,
on
motion for public
how they
works.
don't count New Year's and 4th of July?
All those in
They don't
favor,
count the
opposed, so
gunshots on those
ordered.
days.
Because I can't tell.
10H to
Hmm.
10E,
I wonder why they don't count the gunshots on the firework days.
traffic and Parking except for 10T, we'll take that out.
Yeah, what good it would have fucking done.
Councilor Hadjia.
Doesn't stop people from firing guns, dipshit.
10X, can I speak on that real quick?
Yeah, when we get down there, yep. 10X, hang on. Yep. So take those collectively to traffic and parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 10T, we refer to public service and transportation. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 10W, refer to parks. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 10X, Doyle requests that the city council request city manager.
Hey, Ashton Doyle.
God, that Doherty thing on Saturday is the most depressing thing I've ever come across.
Company may be able to increase
What is
access
it?
to library services.
There's the reunion thing at Doherty.
I haven't seen it. I'm not a Worcester kid.
It's like a special get together for everyone who peaked in high school to celebrate the school that they're getting ready to tear down.
Back into it. It belongs in.
Hey, remember when we used to drink beers in there?
Because I understand correctly. it
Now we
was
drink
for-
beers at Breen's.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't have to be from here to be living here.
No, you got if you don't already have a plot in St. John Cemetery, you are not allowed to speak on anything regarding Worcester.
No, if
You
you're
are
if you're
fired
not a
from the
member
sh-
of one of the 5 families, you can't be here. Like
The
this member,
Murrays.
this member of the Franco family, I'm
the
guessing.
Gaffneys.
Yeah. Am I right? Franco
Oh.
family?
Yeah.
I think this is this Jenny's order. She had an order on about vote 16. That was interesting.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not. We're not there yet.
All right, cool.
Council King.
I just have a question on 10Y, Mr. Chairman.
10Y.
Is that what we were on?
Ooh, boy, you're a full-on fascist if that's what you think.
Council rules candidate, perhaps an Economic Development. I'm just wondering what the past status was through the chair to the administration.
It was expired under the council rules. It wasn't addressed in the committee. They might have had talked about it once, but it was never moved
Right. There
from
was some related orders, I thought, pertaining to.
So we're going to send it back to committee.
Okay. We get a report back on
Yeah.
kind of the
This whole Renaissance was built on zero interest forever. Now it's all coming crashing down, baby.
We did have discussions on in committee, so I don't know if it stayed there and then we had other subsequent orders, or we could just get a report back on any activity pertaining to moving towards.
For the committee? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 10Z.
At least he can spell.
Petitioner is asked to file that, so we'll file that. All those in favor?
I know we're not
opposed, so
supposed to
ordered.
engage. I'm disengaging.
10AA.
That's fine.
To advertise joint meeting of the city council, the school committee, as well as mayor's meeting.
If he wants to hang out, we'll hang
City
out.
council
Say
education.
whatever, yeah.
Committee website for request clarification be given regarding whether said.
I don't know. I don't.
Participate. And every meeting we have is on the agenda.
I hope you're just hoping for like
so we can
engagement
file
from
it. We'll
people,
make sure that
which is great.
Yeah,
That's
negative reaction fetish.
And you can call me, Mr.
Yeah, this, I mean, like, yeah,
certainly do
that's your thing. If that's how you feel, then
Ordered.
do what you got to do. We're happy to have you. We appreciate you watching, and we hope you consider subscribing.
Terrace.
Or Venmo me $100. Bill -Shaner-1.
Send my brother $100, and then he'll split it with us.
Ordered. With no request, the council will see management to adopt identification process for homeless individuals and see identify which individuals.
You realize that neither Ukraine or Israel are in Worcester, right? Like that's not in the purview of a city council meeting.
Only.
We could talk about it all night long.
We tried to get them to talk about it. They told us it's not in their purview.
Yeah, really, they literally did.
Safely, free from.
You probably weren't at that meeting. Were
Oh,
you?
hold on. I want to catch this one.
Motion to file.
Motions to file. We have motion to file. Council King.
On the item.
10 double D.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is I believe, at least the second time this has come before us. As I see
This is
it,
the sanction encampment item.
Require for additional resources. As a request to improve healthcare, accessibility for this particular population. The last time this was before us, I stood and I asked that this go to committee. We have committees, public health, housing, and things of that nature that can kind of delve into, what's the research shows on providing this
Things
space.
of that nature.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that is a Stephen A. Smith line.
To the administration,
I hate
as
to say
the
it.
weather warms, over the
He admitted
course
that's
of
one of his inspirations.
our work with this
that's fine. I love it.
population,
Stephen A. is cool.
what sorts of movement does the unhoused population have?
All right, boot him.
From an eye test, it appears as though
I think it's my dad.
folks end up,
Travis, kick him out.
different locations, perhaps near parks.
Well.
in the woods,
Happy to
or
engage.
whatever
No
it
slurs.
might be. And
Fuck
I know
off
that
with
we
your
have a
slurs.
history of tracking kind of the
Don't tell
movements
Jake you use that word.
here to the administration. What is that?
Yeah, it wasn't really that good.
What has that kind of movement look like seasonally?
Negative reaction fetish bullshit.
Yeah,
that's the second time he's done it. And he also said butt pirate.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. Yeah.
Butt pirate. Wait, who is it?
It varies depending on the season, like you mentioned, and so
He'll just make another account. He made that one on March 6th.
Right.
Do we know who it is?
No, I mean, if he might be one of my brother's friends. I have no idea.
Understanding of what those movement looks like from the unhoused.
Hold on. Oh shit.
Often in the summer, they spend a lot more times in the woods, and in the winter time, they're looking for spaces.
I didn't catch that.
Probably would try to keep them
That
warm.
one, I'm sorry. I would have
But I'd
pulled
be
the
happy to
trigger
bring back
earlier.
A report that kind of delineates where those movements are within those spaces based on the
Now we have a
outreach
clear
efforts
line.
that people know. Because oftentimes when they're providing the outreach, they're looking for the individuals to provide the case management. So that's when they're able to identify where they may be.
Okay, I'd like to see that report. I mean, I think we've had the report. I just can't recall off the top of my head. And again, I think this is a matter that needs to have discussion pertaining to the fact that it's a symptom of systemic
Yep, for sure.
lack of resources, a systemic lack of resources. And that's why this is continuing to become before
In the
us.
summer, they like to go to the woods.
We're
Shut the
talking
fuck
about
up,
future,
Eric.
We're talking
Ugh.
about how do we fill that gap between the unsheltered population and the need for housing and the time lag. What exactly?
Yeah, Eric
is,
redacting the homeless outreach stuff from the
ability
quality
that
of
we
life
have
report was the
currently
most bullshit thing.
outside of the beds available in our temporary shelter, and I think that ends in May, perhaps. So, A, when does that end? B,
May. Ends in May.
outside of that, what are we doing with this particular population? Again, and I understand quality of life. I understand we have private folks in the private sector agencies doing street outreach and things of that nature. But what is our kind of plan? And also with regards to funding that the governor has declared for shelters for this population, what are steps are we taking to access that sort of funding? Is there a formal request? And what is the plan to use that money if in fact it's been requested through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the councilor, currently right now, the shelter is scheduled to operate until the end of April 30th.
Okay, so May.
Right now we're having discussions internally to extend that to the end of June. And so we've engaged in conversations with the partners there as well. The funding in the shelter.
Love to engage with
Funding
conversations.
that is being supported is through the state funding shelter system. And so that was about, $1.5, $1.7 million to operate that for the period of those months. So we've been engaged with the state to try to access those funds to be able to continue to expand this effort. The agencies in the city are looking to expand more permanent supportive housing units in the city. We've had discussions in different elements.
You've been trying to do that since 2018.
But as we know,
brother.
right now, development, it's a little slower in terms of getting moving and making these units available. The landlord summit was an area that we tried to, the mayor, myself, made a call out to the landlords that were there and asking them to make units available for the specifically for being housed.
Yeah, and someone who was there said that there's a 4-year wait list for housing vouchers, bro. Like that's not a reasonable. God, he's so stupid.
Yeah, how many of these people already have housing vouchers that they just can't use?
But as we know, there's a lot more that we can do and leverage state resources to try to achieve that.
But you're not.
With respect to
God, he's so frustrating.
Population seasonally.
He's not even good at like negging the entire council like Augustus was. He just like digs himself a fucking hole every time he opens his mouth.
At this time doesn't have a clear picture of what that movement looks like. From the eye test again, it seems as though it's a pattern that we're clear of. But I'm trying again just to.
Uh-oh. Thank you, Charter.
Oh, wow. Burisma did it. He hacked the planet.
He hacked
All
the
it took,
mainframe.
one negative vote from the cable commission, and they just cut us off. They'll show us.
Fine. We don't need you. Lower the bandwidth on Worcester by 50%. Do it now.
Baron Harkonnen.
Yeah. Yeah.
They send Austin Butler here.
Right. They just called it Fade Rother because the Beast Raban wasn't cutting it.
This isn't a spoiler, and again, we're not going to get into spoilers, but after Austin Butler got stuck in his Elvis accent for 2 years, I think it's going to be so funny if he gets stuck in his Stellan Skarsgård accent for 2 years.
Yeah.
Because he spoke exactly like that motherfucker.
That's, yep.
It was real weird.
Travis, you want me to try to host it?
That might not be a bad idea, but I think I got it back.
Oh, yeah, it's going again.
There is also an understanding that some of our housing units are also at capacity. There's also an understanding that we can't get enough permanent supportive housing on board as quickly as possible. Understanding all of that.
Truly, he just says
we're
whatever he wants
working
to.
in many different fronts to try to activate different spaces as quickly as possible. That's why the request to extend the overflow shelter here in at the RMV has been made to try to continue to expand more opportunities for individuals.
The one that puts but a small dent in our shelter
In
deficit.
the meantime, they're going to work to try to provide some housing options to identify areas that are opening up. And again, like I reiterated,
The
during
fuck does
landlord
that
summit,
mean?
I put out the request and the mayor as well to the landlords. If you do have a unit, please let us know so that we can work with you to get individuals.
Oh, you're gonna do it
in the
one by
city.
one?
Because they are vouchers. There are
Please,
opportunities for people who are kind of
please.
lingering on
There
the list, and we want to be
aren't
able to open up those
vouchers.
lists.
Hey, landlords.
There's a
as well.
wait list for vouchers.
Hey,
Thank you,
landlords, what's
Mr.
your least
Chairman.
favorite thing in the world? Helping
I
people?
would
Yeah,
like
yeah,
to
yeah. Can you
request
do
a
that?
report back on, because I think I know where
For fun?
this is going to end. I want to state publicly that I do support this going to the appropriate committee for further discussion, along with a report. I'm going to motion for providing immediate solutions to these sorts of issues, particularly the research on sanctioned sites, the pros, the cons, and things of that nature. I think we should have definitely have, as a legislative body.
Oh, you
in
mean
committee,
Chattanooga,
further
Tennessee, the
discussion
city of the
about
same
this, and at
size
the
that
very
reduced
least,
unsheltered homelessness by
from
40%
that
using an
discussion,
unsheltered site?
There may be
Might that make its way into the research?
additional things
No,
and
that
additional
would make
measures
us
that
look
come
bad.
out of hearings. That's what happens all
They'll
the
just have
time
Mike
in
Trainer
committee
Google
discussion.
shit again.
Let's.
And that's where
Have
as we've
we
always said,
tried
the
asking
work
the
really
landlords?
occurs.
Lots? Yes.
I'd like to
Okay.
make a motion that we send this particular petition
Should
to
we just
committee,
pretend that we're
for further
trying?
discussion, Mr. Chairman. I think that's the very least that we can do here as a body. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, so we're gonna have a contested vote on this.
Anybody else? Nope. No, we're all set. No, we're all done. No, I'm all, no, no. No.
Other people.
No.
And people here, I was astonished by the
Okay.
propriety of this meeting. One of them even say, we're gonna be here for
Okay.
ever.
Okay.
Side comments.
We're good.
Formal meeting.
Hell yeah.
We are listening.
I appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to take the item. And
The side
we're
comments?
gonna-
Man, we really needed a
we dealt with
correspondent
this
from the
2 or
field
3
side.
times before.
Man,
We've had
what is-
discussions. We actually went to committee last year.
I don't know what's going on tonight. I
Mostly
love it.
Anderson, myself, a number of different
but
working groups.
this is-
It's a new council, Joe.
Which will continue to do.
Is
This is what
she
happens when you take
talking
a month
about
off.
us?
File. Instead of that fails, the second motion is the same.
I'm assuming that they're talking amongst each other.
first
You can
motion
hear
to
it
file,
in
roll
that
call.
room.
Councilor Bergen?
Okay, hold on,
Yes.
hold on.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ojeda?
No.
Councilor Pasillo?
No.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Oh, Joe!
65.
You fuck!
Joe,
You
you
have
rat fuck.
people with
Begin the
you to
meeting
do
again,
something good.
and, before doing
Fuck
that,
you,
I was
Joe
asked to
Petty.
Take one item
Jesus.
out of order, 17.
Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate for reconsideration just so for this or no, for that last vote?
No.
Okay.
Why not?
17A is.
God, Joe sucks. Wow.
To send that to the planning
Joe
board.
Petty,
On
the
economic-
villain.
For the Economic Development Committee, reported the planning board, request that the zoning map be changed for the zoning designation of property located at 342 West Boylston Street from the current zoning designation of business limited to business limited.
Who could
Okay,
like
so
or be
send that
nice to him?
Economic Development.
Not me.
Those in favor, opposed,
I
so
forgot we
ordered.
made that. I really like that.
We're going to ED now. On
Hey,
nine,
but
first item of business.
Very
biennial
encouraging
economic
that
development
Jenny
report,
and
11.4A
Louis Ojeda
through
voted
D.
no on
11B
that.
has been held. And any questions?
That really sets up Joe Petty
Don, I
to
just
be the
wanna
fucking
say,
heel of the
there's
conversation.
2 excellent reports. If people want to see what we're doing on housing, I know it's going to be having the discussion next week. But the housing
what an
report and
asshole.
economic report, I thought were
Yeah,
both.
yeah. Louis Ojeda was a
excellent.
surprising get on this.
Um,
Setting up Joe
anybody
to
have any
just
questions
like
on any of these
be
reports?
a reasonable
You can
guy.
Send those to ED.
Yeah.
Joe should really be ashamed of himself on this.
Okay, we'll go back.
What a
to
stooge.
I know I missed that. Okay.
God,
we'll
that's
send
so
those
annoying.
to, AD.
Not that it was
All
ever
those in
going to
favor,
happen, but
opposed,
like,
so ordered.
Yeah, you were.
We are on.
But that's the thing. Voting yes on it doesn't make it happen. We all know
Right.
that it was
Appointment
going
is
to. It was
recommended
going to
appointment
die
of
a
Tina
quiet
Zalotti
death
to the
anyways.
appointment of Rachel Brown and Carol Stovall to the Citizens Advisory Council. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
This just makes it easier to
Council
stick to the
Yes.
schedule where we
Gia.
can come back comfortably in
King.
August.
Yes.
Joe can come down to the floor, tell us
Council Mia.
passionately how much he cares about the
Council Hader.
unhoused, and then we just do it all over again.
Yes.
Council Russell.
All right, now I'm
Toomey.
excited for it
Yes.
again.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We go into the next item is 11.3A, transmitting information communication, the Senior Tax Abatement Volunteer Program. It's taken several years, but we got it through. So we will send this to MO. Council, Member Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, prior to doing so, I just really would like to thank the administration. To your point, this is something that we had worked on for a lot of years, and I'm really thrilled that we finally now have a program where we could have 20 seniors do a work-off program here in the city. Again, I can't stress enough how appreciative
What kind of work are we having
I
the
am,
seniors
and
do?
certainly
That's what I'm
for
saying.
the seniors.
Get 'em
I'm
a rack of
absolutely
work.
thrilled
Get 'em a
that we
rake.
have this. So I look forward.
I just think
to
it's
the
great that
20
we started putting
individuals
them in labor
throughout the
camps.
city. Again,
Your back's gonna
thank
hurt
you,
because you just
Mr.
pulled on
Chairman,
duty.
and just want to thank my colleagues for
A lot of people think that old
support on
people
this,
can't
but
dig
again,
trenches, but they can dig trenches with the
really
best of
wanna
them.
say thank you to
We're
the
gonna have
mayor
them
here
because
to
own
prove
we
they
finally
can.
got this done.
Thanks to our fine
Thank
seniors,
you.
we now have
So we'll send
tillable
that to
soil.
committee. Of those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item is 11.3B.
Worcester's going to have the first iPhone factory in the continental United States.
Motion is to
Staffed by
advertise.
nothing but elderly people.
Council Bergman. Yes. Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Gia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Member Carlson.
Yes.
Council Mia.
Yes.
Council Hader.
Yes.
Council Basillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 11.4E, recommend adoption of the order regarding disposition of the real estate property at 23 Preston Street. The motion is to adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
I'm gonna get
Council
Joe's
Calorio.
Yes.
trying to
Council Gia.
Yes.
Council King.
Can we get back to
Member
Storm up
Carlson.
there
Yes.
and
Council Mia.
fix his microphone?
Council Hader.
Yes.
Council Basillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 11.7A, transmitting information communication of the report on utility company payment guarantees. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the administration for this report. I think it's about time, quite frankly, that we're putting something strictly, we're all talking on the same page. And that we ride around this city, especially in the
On our
last few
bikes,
weeks,
in our little gang.
and the streets are an absolute mess. And part of it is the weather, but most of it is these connections, these trenches. These trenches.
We
that were
talked
not
about this a little
repaired
bit. I wonder
properly.
if we
We've
could,
had heat,
how
I'd like
much
to-
we could get
I'd like
away
to
with
Send
it.
this to Public Works Committee, and I'd like to have
If
a
we can
discussion
find
with
an
that committee
illegal
about
angle
even
where they
expanding
have
this
to let us do it.
to talk with the Public Works staff.
Or if we can get those little
about
whisper things that
making
they
it
use.
Mandatory. This is my suggestion.
Yeah,
and
we
we'll
couldn't.
talk
We
about it in
couldn't
the
Photographers.
committee, is to make it mandatory that those pavement patches go to the center line of the road.
I think the move would be to
Because
team
these
up with
small
like
patches,
Marco and some other folks
just aren't
and
working. And as we
demand a
said,
media
when,
room.
when Council Bergman and Council
bad
Carlson and
idea.
myself a few months ago, as a Public Works Committee in the last term, sat at that table with all the folks from all the different utility companies sitting around that table. I asked them, why
I'm
doesn't
sorry, Maine
Shrewsbury
South
look
Mom.
like this? Why doesn't
Do you have a
Raleigh
link
look
or
like
something
this?
I could look at?
Why
Because
doesn't
I
Auburn
shouldn't
look
be
like
laughing
this?
at this, but it is
And
hilarious.
Part of it was because we didn't have a consensus ask of those
Jesus
utility companies. This is a great first step. I'd ask that we send it to the Public Works Committee, but I think
It's
we
like trying to
should
get
take it
your
even further.
friggin'
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
go get Eagle Scout.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I too rise to ask for this to go to Public Works. I'm absolutely thrilled that this is finally being done because I've been on Public Works since I've gotten elected. And I'm just going to tell you, and we've talked about this and talked about this and talked about this, how all the other communities were never treated the way that the city of Worcester was. So again, I'm thrilled to see this finally being done, but I do think, as the chair of Public Works has stated, it does, I believe, need to go back into Public Works for further discussion on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So send that to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next up is 11.12A, transmitting information communication of the 2023 Worcester Fire Department Annual Report. Any questions on that? Chief, I want to thank you for the report. I thought it was another excellent report and what you're doing and the apparatus and the personnel and where you are with that. So keep up the good work. Thank you. We'll send that to Public Safety. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next up is 11.15A, recommend adoption of amendment to the musician ordinance. You can send it to the committee, or you can just pass and do an advertisement if you like tonight. You want to send it to the committee, you want to just do an...
I don't think I want to know,
to
be honest with you.
I think it's like meatloaf or bread.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Oh, goodness, Bill.
It goes to
11.24A, transmitting information communication of the services provided to and the needs of the vulnerable population of the Worcester Public Library.
Mr. Chairman,
We can send that to go ahead.
can we send this to the education committee,
Yeah,
please?
I get the half the word out, but
Oh,
yes. Okay. We'll send that to education.
The education, please, yes.
Yep. All those in favor?
I have a couple questions.
Question, sure. Council Corio.
Thank you. 'Cause
Oh, weird.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to thank the administration for doing this report. I really do appreciate the crime statistics for 2023. That's what I was looking for. And it clearly outlined the 44% increase in incidents at the library from the previous year. As stated in the report, the total incidents, 22% involved substance abuse, 18 threats of violence, and 7% of incidents of assault. My concerns, I don't know if I can direct this to the administration or to Mr. Homer. I saw Mr. Homer here. Yeah, hi, Jason. I have a couple questions through the chair. When we detail,
We
when
need
you
someone to
detailed
yell
in the
again.
report the
Mm.
additional responsibilities of
another
the
yeller.
staff, some of the
I want to see Mo get scared while the
responsibilities
camera's
included,
facing him.
you know, safety, harm reduction, crisis management, and de-escalation techniques. Is to the chair, through the administration, is the staff qualified and willing
See
to
ya.
handle these additional responsibilities? That's my first question.
It's right there, Mr. Homer. No, right there, right. No, right there.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Homer, and I'm the Executive Director for the Worcester Public Library. Through the chair, we continually work on
Our
training
favorite,
for our
regular
staff
back
to
Travis.
ensure that they have the resources. But it is important to remind this body that we are librarians. So our work is rooted in information and access. However, the world calls upon all librarians to do more right now. That is not something regulated to just the city of Worcester. This past week, I spent my week in DC, where I got to see it in firsthand in our state capitol, where I de-escalated things as a patron of the MLK library. So it is a reality of our situation. We do our best to make sure our staff are as equipped as possible. We do regular staff trainings, de-escalation, Narcan, CPR, and a number of things to make sure. We've also been really fortunate to work with the Worcester Police Department to educate our security guard. So he has been trained in the same de-escalation work that our police department does.
Thank you. I have another question through the chair to Mr. Homer. What, I want to call it PR measures, are you taking, is the board taking to make sure that the patrons understand that they can come to the library and it's safe? Through the chair to Mr. Homer.
Through the chair, I appreciate the counselor for mentoring the board of directors. I am joined this evening by my board president, Stephanie Pasha, as well as our director for operations and administration for the library, Slimo Robert Silver. And so what do we do for PR is the question at hand. The answer for that is a lot of different ways. One of the ways that we're making sure people feel welcome right now is reaching international news with our March Meowness, which is
okay, Kate.
attempt to get people back to the library.
I like the popular thing.
Have the conversations
How did I get on stream?
That happens at really all levels, from the entry person at the Worcester Public Library, from our pages to conversations with me. So
truly,
that
it's coming through right now.
A response for PR would.
She was so quick to file that sanction encampment
cloth approach to make sure that we are having conversations in the moment, having conversations with patrons who come to my office to voice complaints, to voice concerns, following up with patrons who may do those things. So to answer that question, there's a myriad of responses, so I don't know how to clearly answer that, but hopefully I can work with the education subcommittee to be better at answering that whole question, if that makes sense, or if you want to clarify.
Thank you. And I've just one more final question. Through the chair to Mr. Homer, I know we've added additional staff members to deal and help support the unhoused community. Do you feel that this amount of additional staff is going to make a difference? Do you think it's really going to decrease the incidence in 2024, in your opinion, through the chair?
Through the chair, if we were given a blank slate, I would ask for much, much more. A blank check, I would ask for much, much more. I do think what the city manager has worked with me on creating has been really helpful. In the first week of our new social services specialist, actually her very first day, within her first 2 hours, she was already partnering people with services that we need. Our goal is to also not just address people who are homeless or experiencing homelessness, but also address the root causes. So we try to work with people to stop things before they start. I have a number of times where we've worked with staff that have just this past holiday season, right before the new year, we had a young man come into the library and express that at the first of the year, he would be homeless. We were able to work with a number of local resources to make sure that he did not get there. And I'm very proud to say that he did get a room in only a few days, thanks to the work of our ESOL navigator, as well as our New Americans librarian, something that was recently pushed through this board about 2 years ago.
This is wonderful, but it's fucking insane that we have to rely on the library to help.
I would say the short answer, to shorten my answer, we continue to figure out the right way to ask for more. We don't want to ask for 6 new people and in 3 years realize that we only needed 2. And so we often think about, for the library, we are just 1.6% of the total municipal budget, but our 1.6 is a heavy 1.6. If you were to quantify the number of books that were checked out, physical books of the library, if our patrons who circulate things in the library really bought those materials in 2023 alone, just physical books, they would spend $6.3 million. That is almost our full municipal budget. So we give back a lot to the community. So we are very conscious of making sure that when we ask for more money, we're asking long-term, not short-term. Sulma, the director of administration operations, and I try to be as fiscally responsible as possible. Long-term, you will still see consistent asks from the public library, but I'm deeply grateful we're getting a full-time security guard. We did interviews today, and we're very excited about that process. Right now, we have a temporary part-time to help us deal with the kind of immediate problem, but I do think our social service specialist and our additional security guard will set us up for success. But do know
Donna's going to be like, do you think we could give the cops more overtime to be librarians?
So I do think, as I look at that, there will be more requests in front of the board, in front of the council. I apologize. I normally speak to a board. But I do think this is a reasonable ask with a reasonable response, but do expect some more. But I do want to be thoughtful about it and not be reactive to an immediate problem.
Through the chair, I just want to thank Mr. Homer for the report and also for answering my questions tonight. Thank you, Mr. Homer.
Thank you. Great job on March Meowness. Appreciate that.
International news. Thank you.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of matters. I know we'll hash this out in the Education Committee that's chaired by Councilor Hajji. First and foremost, want to thank the library and the board, Hosmer, for the work that you do.
Have you considered arming the librarians?
And the mayor for and the city council for taking efforts. And
We're going to hide 6 pistols and 6 books in the library. First one to find them wins.
And establish the social worker that's down there working with this population.
What if we got a 3D printer to make ghost
guns?
Administration.
I know this is being funded by ARPA.
That's why we can't put this in the teen center.
This is positions and needs that are not going to be going away. We have a public space. We have a public place over there. I take my 7-year-old daughter to that library very often. We are very happy to access it. We feel very safe. We've seen things here and there. And we know there's a balance, Mr. Chairman. I want to know, what do we need to do to incorporate in the next budget to the administration, next fiscal year's budget? We have ARPA funding. I'm not sure if it's ARPA funding that's going to be used just in this fiscal year. Is it also next fiscal year? We have some time frames within which we need to expend those.
Well done, Eric. I see what you're doing now.
If I can get some clarification on that, would be much appreciated. We don't want funding to disappear and us not have the ability to ensure that these positions continue.
Yeah, Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, right now the funding, the ARPA funding is about a 2-year. We have to 2026 to expense those dollars. We funded the position and to kind of understand what's happening there. And so that's what they're doing. They're using the position right now to serve the community, but also they're analyzing and evaluating that need. Based on that need, we will then determine is this something that we need to fund on a long-term basis or permanently. And then we need to also analyze.
You could hold a really nice piece in the Brothers
right
Karamazov.
Enough funding that
you could hold a Desert Eagle and Infinite Jest.
Which would then give us an opportunity to then evaluate in the terms
House of Leaves. You could hold a big ass gun in House of Leaves.
Appreciate the efforts. I know the security guards, another thing that we were able to support this body and making sure that
we're going to be book clubbing in April. I owe everyone that signed up an email, and I will do that this week.
President of my union, and I know the importance of
maybe April 11th, maybe the other Thursday. We don't know yet.
For our municipal employees. So if you could speak a little bit to, and I know we'll get into this in committee, but I just want to state it now, since it's before us, about the balance of ensuring a safe workspace and a safe community space.
Bill, we should make those bookmarks.
Through the chair.
Mr. Homer.
Oh, book club bookmarks?
Certainly. Through the chair.
I like book club bookmarks. That's a good idea.
That is a balance that we often operate, and it is much more.
I'll order some if you can find a link
around those with mental health issues and those with housing.
To make them.
Unfortunately, our world is one in which many
Probably
people
just
feel the need to espouse a lot of hatred. That stuff gets directed towards me a lot. And so to answer that question, one of the primary pieces is we do work to ensure safety. We do have a no trespass order process with the Worcester Public
Donna
Library.
Clario watched Zone of Interest and thought it was a happy movie.
Ah,
what a nice family.
All those people in the background were kind of annoying, though.
Where we track behaviors and can track trends.
Pipe down.
Which is why I know it's 44% up over the previous year. That's not a real guesstimate. That is a real hard data.
Hell yeah,
number.
Ruth! You're one of the driving
we do
forces
track
of
behavior.
book club becoming a
There's
reality.
things that we have zero tolerance for, and people get banned immediately for. We work with our police department to make sure that they get those no trespass orders. So the short answer is, in the public sphere, we operate the most hours out of any single non-emergency department in the city. And as such, we are subject
Homer's
to
gotta be a
letting
salary man.
everyone in, and we believe in letting everyone in. And as I mentioned in my report, our average number of visitors each day is about 1,400.
Thanks for noticing.
And with that comes a small percentage of people who do not come for positive intent. Those issues get pushed off to patrons, pushed off to staff, very much so staff. So we do work on, part of our work with our social services specialists will be to develop long plans to ensure that we are dealing with the emotional fallout of the incidents that happen.
Pew, pew, pew.
But I'm also sorry to report.
Oh, a new guy has emerged.
There have been threats against my own safety, both online and in person. There's been threats against others.
Great hat.
And that's unfortunately a reality of our world that has reared its ugly head at every public library in America. It's important that I contextualize that, but do know that when someone follows and the staff members of the car, they are banned from the library. When someone pulls out a weapon, they are banned from the library for a period of 1 year. We're not able to do longer than 1 year. And so we track those behaviors and make sure that when people are welcomed back to the library, we welcome them with the clean slate.
That's
but
fucking
also
insane.
Are aware of what might happen post that. There are numerous active no trespass orders within the public library right now. That model is working really well to create a better and safer environment. Our staff, unfortunately, have, when we
Hey,
recruit
Marco,
people, we're also
get typing
painfully.
This is important
about their experience.
Thank
And
you.
that
boy.
choose to not work
Atta
with
boy.
the library because we are so upfront about
The little
experience.
puppet on the
But
string.
staff who are coming
I
to
am the
work every
puppet
day,
master.
come in with the knowledge that they
Geppetto
can impact
Shaner.
so
Oh, wait, was that
many
Bill?
lives.
Oh, I should go.
The Worcester Public Library staff.
Oh, no,
change
my
lives
boss is
every
watching me.
single day. And I'm so proud of all of them. And it is important to say that there's no reassurance I can give this body or anybody that everyone is completely safe. That is not a reality of America in 2024. But do know that we take the safety of our staff immensely seriously. We have a lot of hard conversations. We get involved with a lot of things. There is so much of tonight that are experiences that we're on the front lines for. That's a reality of being in the public library. But we also chose a profession, a helping profession that is here to make sure that we're not just enriching their intellectual lives, but their whole lives of every person.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was very important for me to hear that today. I think that, we want to make sure that the Worcester Public Library
Is the Friends of the Worcester Public Library is
regardless of
the
your
charity
stage or
organization
status in
attached to the
life.
library.
We want to make sure the Worcester Public Library,
And they do
is
fun
also
things
a
like
very
the
safe
mini golf
place
in the
for our
library.
employees, Mr. Chairman. And,
And they did
I hope to
the
hear,
program where if you turn
perspective
over
on
your
this
cat,
as
then
relates to the
you
safety
get
of the
to
employees.
get your
That's part and parcel of their
fees
duty. We're
reduced,
hoping that in
but you have to give them your cat,
committees,
which I think is
Right,
the
right.
most
That's definitely what it was. You have to bring your cat
Fortunately, I
to the
don't think we
library.
have
and
surrender
drop
it
off.
to the
Right.
library. Yeah.
The unsheltered, but we definitely need to continue to hear.
Not really sure why
as
everyone's so
we-
psyched about
in
it.
our
Sounds pretty
committee,
sad to me, but
that
hey.
I
Or
serve
just
on
more
with,
cats that you could actually
Counselor
take out a
Hajia,
cat from the library, bring it home for a couple hours.
From that population as well.
Libraries realistically should
Thank you for the
have
experiences,
10 to 20 cats in them.
At Worcester Public Library.
Just
I
living
look
there?
forward
Just
to
living
going
there.
Yeah,
just
like a
I think it would
huge
improve the
bodega.
experience for
daughter.
everyone.
A loaner cat
taking out
program
some
would probably
books
be very
and
popular.
CD
Yeah.
books that I can't find anywhere else. And I want to thank you for
What could
your
go wrong?
service.
I,
Thank you, Council Toomey.
they're
chill
already-
out all these
Thank you, Mr.
olds.
Chair.
They're
I
already
certainly
helping in
want
the
to
towns.
congratulate you for all that you've been doing in our
Oh,
library.
Kate
and,
Toomey's comments on
I
this
really
better be
have
great.
enjoyed the cat
I think we should have more
Kate.
police officers.
Kate mentioned
and
me.
it's a great way to bring awareness to our library.
What's your?
I am well aware.
Hey, what's your-
Candy's
of some of
sly
the
little
challenges
expression
that
there.
we've had,
Candy, you little minx.
especially concerned for the public safety for both your staff.
Okay, why did you
and
send your
also,
kids into
for
the
you,
chat
Mr. Chair,
tonight?
for the patrons.
Harass
True.
us.
To that
True.
point, I'm wondering if it's possible that we have a discussion in public safety also about the crime stat information that was in this report. I'm also,
no.
I just want to say how grateful I am too, that we were able to provide the training, appropriate training.
God, that crime stats report gave me a case of the hemorrhoids.
Thank you.
I'm going to send that to committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Motion to reconsider?
What, to send it to committee?
Yeah.
I guess. I've never said that before, but motion is reconsider?
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Caloria,
No.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council
Wait,
Mo
I don't know
Carlson?
why we're reconsidering this.
Council Nguyen?
Intelligence
Council
Trying,
Hayes?
trying to lock it in.
Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
I don't understand.
Toomey?
No.
I don't get it.
Yet again, do not understand
Next item is
reconsideration.
transferring information communication
Intelligence
for
playing
fiscal
games.
year 2024.
No one's ever
financial
explained it to me.
update.
The way they
Satisfying
use it
way.
is just
First, things
stupid.
are looking good,
I
so
don't know.
appreciate it. Keep it up. I don't want to see any changes. Only positive changes. So let's send
Joe
that
hates
to MO.
change.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transmitting information communication of the status update. For
It's
Green
definitely a
Worcester-
mind game.
Worcester City aggregate program.
Should go to
Good
the
job,
library,
Joe.
Joe.
Okay.
Good
any
job,
questions
Joe.
On that before we send to urban ties, Council Toomey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to say how grateful I am to have been part of the start of the aggregation program. And it certainly has saved people, and it says here, an average of about $26.76.
Peter Dunn has so many
per
goddamn
household for the
reports
life
on
of the
this.
program. So I hope that people understand
Where are we?
that we are doing
Are we through
everything
those
that we
already?
can
He had like
to try
10
to
reports, I swear to God.
ensure that we're being green, but we're also saving people money. And I hope that people will take a look at this program if they're not in it. Thank you.
Send that to urban tie. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item is recommended adoption of the order to authorize the city of Worcester to enter into a 4-year contract with Xerox Corporation to support continued operation of citywide multifunction devices. Roll call.
Oh man, we're almost
Yes.
getting to all the city
Yes.
council.
Council Haji? Council King?
Oh, yes.
Council Mo Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, we have finance items. So we have 11.35A through N, 11.36A
All right,
through F,
this is a perfect time
11.37A
to do
through
the
B. We take those on
loaf report.
on a roll call.
Let's see if I can do
Bergman?
this.
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji? Council King?
Yes.
Council Mo Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Travis, if I add to stage, will it bump
Toomey?
out the other
Yes.
add to stage?
Yes.
You're muted.
We have
Yes.
recommended adoption of an order transferring
Ah,
jurisdiction
fine, I'll
of
just
4
keep it for
parcels
later.
of land on Sutherland Road. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Rate this loaf.
Head tilted down, perfect. Paws, not visible, perfect. Tail, nicely tucked. It's a nicely tucked tail. Perfect symmetry on the loaf. Boop factor, insane. 10 out of 10 loaf.
The heck is that? It was your loaf report, everyone.
Great looking loaf.
That's a 10 out of 10 loaf. Nose booped.
Proposed ordinances from economic
Paws
development.
tucked. Tail,
8A
can't even see it.
8E.
Perfect symmetry. I know I'm going to text that to Jason Homer. Clear out my peas.
Send that cat to the library.
And also 18F and 18G. 18.
Do the litter.
The economic development reports from that came out of
All right.
18A
Check it out.
through 18G.
Thanks for hanging with us.
We'll take those collectively in the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji? Council King?
Yes.
Council Mo Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Ah,
Okay.
So close.
third
You're gonna go
place.
to-
It's the worst
Bye,
place.
Molly. Thanks for your meme.
Fortnite really is a game built on the premise that if you're not first, you're last.
Yeah.
And I was high when I said that.
Okay.
I mean, they're
We'll take
second,
the orders.
third, fourth.
13A, request city manager request.
The one downside of that
information
thermal
officer
scope
review
is
the
it's really hard to
feasibility of
see
pursuing
the
a
other person aiming
Work city
when they're
certification
lit up.
aims to ensure
Right.
cities' data be used to inform policy decisions, allocate funding, equitably improve services.
He runs
evaluate
this
the
meeting,
effectiveness of
Epic.
the programs.
He's
engage with
an
residents, and
effective
further request the
bulwark
city
to
manager
any
request
positive
chief
change in the
information
city.
officer
He's
provide
very
to the
good at that.
council with
He
a
does that
report
almost
detailing
every
how the
week.
city's existing open data portal may be benefit when applying for said certification.
I feel like we should have like a reading test for mayor of
Thank you,
Worcester,
Mr. Chair.
just for how
So I
much they have
first
to
found
read
out
from a
about the
paper.
City Research Bureau in 2021.
Ah, Jenny,
Network Cities
our
is
nemesis.
a nationwide endeavor that was created in 2015 by Bloomberg Philanthropies with the mission to help local governments throughout the U.S. advance progress within their communities by leveraging data and evidence effectively. I think
Clementine,
this would be a
that's for
great
you.
opportunity for Worcester to become a what works city. To date, they've provided support to over 150 municipalities
I
in
don't know. Sounds
utilizing
like
data and
Antifa
evidence
to me.
to address critical issues such as public health and safety, homelessness, and urban blight. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll send that to the Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just if we could also get a report back so we can get into that to committee.
Oh, is there some Joe Petty CPF action going here?
Innovation and Technology Committee, so we can get back.
I'm going to check that out right now.
Referenced from the Worcester Research Bureau and also
Interesting, Sally. Interesting.
Works city certification is, which I'm sure is embedded in that report. I anticipate that would likely come to Urban Innovation and Technology and would like the information concurrently. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed?
Oh,
so
damn.
ordered. Next up, request standing committee on public works hold a public discussion relative to the leak on the sewer force main that was discovered.
That's
at
really
65 Lake Ave on February 2024.
He raised $12,000 in February.
93,000
Yeah,
gallons of
that's
wastewater
crazy.
entering Lake Sigmund through the city's storm drainage program. Councilmember Carlson. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 13C, request the manager request the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility repaint the existing crosswalks in the vicinity of intersection of North Street and Grove Street. Councilmember Carlson.
Mr. Chairman, this item is back on the council, and I would probably dare to say that this is maybe 5 times.
$1,000 from the president of
has
Yatco.
come to council.
Whoa.
No, actually
Again,
$1,500
this
from
area
Yatco.
over
Whoa.
here has been built up tremendously. When we talk about O'Connell Field, since that's been done,
Which
the new
croc?
memorial that's been done over
Barry?
there, the trolley yard that's been done over there, all of the new development that's taken place.
I don't know what
on
else it could be.
Grove Street along
His daughter
with
Katie.
Crazy,
Milton
though.
Street and that whole area there.
Yeah, it's his
I
daughter.
really hope that this time that the folks over there who live on North Street, Sigourney Street, Edgeworth Street have some sense of some safety over there. And again, Mr. Chairman, we're not asking for much over there. We are asking for the sidewalks that were existing to be.
I mean, he wants out of the way
That's
of
what we're asking
Maureen.
for.
He's
We're not
scared of
asking
getting
for, and I know that there's other
walloped by
orders that were
Maureen.
put forth
And he
for,
would.
a
Yes.
traffic light over there. But again,
Well,
Mr.
Candy
Chairman,
speaking, you guys want to take a look at this
I would
OCPF
ask
report?
the
It's pretty interesting.
administration if we could please
Yeah, put it up there.
paint a couple of
Yeah, be my
crosswalks
guest. I'll listen to this in the
over there,
background.
for people
I
to
muted
be
her because her
able to
voice was so
cross the
grating.
streets. Thank you, Mr.
Or at least
Chairman.
lowered it.
Oh, she's done speaking.
Thank you. So we'll send that to the manager. All those in favor.
Let's see what the
opposed,
next
so
item is.
ordered.
before
Yeah,
you-
yeah, yeah. I have it queued up. We can launch it anytime.
Schools and the other appropriate departments to put
Bill, how
together
much does he have in his account?
refugees and immigrants.
15,000.
Information regarding the fire safety, personnel safety. health,
Not a
and
lot for
nutrition,
him,
resource
honestly.
Explanation.
No, I mean, it could just be a refill.
Expectations and requirements for parents of children, information for seniors, for other information that would be relevant to the ensure safety and quality of life. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was recently in a meeting where
This item's pretty
fire
crazy.
safety,
It's
with
super
folks that stay in
patronizing. I don't know if anybody
hotels,
read
and
it.
It came to light that there's a lot of information that's not collected in one brochure that would be helpful for folks. We want to make sure people are safe and healthy, and so I think this will go a long way.
One of the lines is explanations of expectations and requirements for parents of children.
So you manager provide. Council Russell.
What does that mean?
Excuse me for doing it. Council Merrill Carlson's item on Lakewood Sigmund 13.
Do you guys have any thoughts on this? If Joe gets the Senate, does King become mayor?
Okay.
Yeah. Because that was the whole thing last time with Donna Coloria, who was vice chair.
Council Bergman?
No.
No.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Caloria,
No.
Council Haji,
No.
Council King,
No.
Council Merrill
And
Carlson,
then
Council Nguyen,
Guillermo gets on.
No.
Council Basillo.
No.
Yeah, Guillermo was runner up.
Oh, is that really?
Toomey,
Yeah.
Mayor Petty.
No.
Thank you.
Fascinating.
Okay, where are we on now? We are on 13D. E. Request the manager provide council with a report concerning the process businesses need to follow in order to sell tobacco products. How many licenses are currently granted in the city for selling tobacco products? What was the maximum?
This is where
for
this
the number of
Yakko money's
businesses
coming from.
allowed to sell
Seriously,
tobacco?
it's funny you just brought that up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Just want to start by saying.
We got time.
Even though it's probably not the case, we would be silly not to start a big tobacco rumor about Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I mean, I think it's
Right.
all pretty obvious to us.
So this is who comprises the $15,000. We have Craig Blaze from the Worcester Business Development Corporation. And then the vice president of the Worcester Business Development Corporation, Frank Callahan, Richard Cipro. Nice. A banker for Rockland Trust, Colonial Life, $500 from Dorenzo Towing. That's always interesting when you see a tow company giving money to a political campaign. That's all I'm going to say about that. William Eddy, sorry.
Bill Eddy.
Yeah. Owner of Fisher Contracting. Alan Fletcher, of course. George Russell. That's weird. Guy Glotis. Yeah. And IBEW, Local 69. 96.
Katie Kroc.
Katie Kroc, of course. $1,000. Big money from Katie Kroc. What else here?
Tim Murray.
Look at that. I love to see that.
Anthony Petroni.
Nice. Jason Palich.
I don't know that one.
I forget.
He's a Shrewsbury town meeting guy.
Whoa. The Cryogenic Institute of New England?
We're raising money to freeze Joe Petty's brain.
You're going to put him next to Ted Williams.
I'm putting that on my clipboard.
That's what this is all about.
We're on
Teddy
13F.
Ball Game and Joey Bonehead.
Where are we, Travis?
13F.
Oh, okay. Hold on. All right, we'll get through this. This is what I'm getting here. President of Yakko Energy, $1,000. President of Yakko Inc., $500. All said, $13,000 raised. Yeah, interesting.
Crazy.
Anyway.
Reconfiguration of Mill Street was implemented.
Turn it off.
Just now, I received a text message that said that a big accident happened on Mill Street as we were sitting here. A car overturned and it's on its roof. So hopefully everyone is safe. So many residents in this area.
And imagine the people that are purposely crashing their cars just to prove the point. Trying to
How
prove the point.
fast do you have to go to end up on your roof?
Some say that a parked car in the middle of the street doesn't make sense. How does a newcomer on the street know what to do?
How does a newcomer know what to do on any street?
What I've heard is
How do you drive down roads?
that this change is confusing and dangerous. I've stopped driving down this road.
Good.
The road is dim and poorly lit. We heard that from tonight, someone that testified. It's hard to see the lane markers at night in rainy days.
No, it's not.
I had no idea.
It
that
wasn't
the
lit
lanes
before.
were about to merge. Parking lanes are too narrow, which we heard from a gentleman tonight as well, coming out of this, he said, the plaza. Removing my child from the passenger side puts me and my child in
That
danger.
already happened. That was already.
Happened. And it did.
Yeah.
Dan Abraham, March 5th, 2024, rest in peace. Let's get these reports and hold
So
off any
fucking
new
gross. I would be so pissed if I was that guy's family.
information is properly analyzed and evaluated. Safety should be our number one priority.
Wait, who is that guy?
My assumption is that's the 90-year-old man that
Okay.
Did he
we'll get a
die?
report back on that.
Somebody
The
died.
Detailed report.
She
What
said
type of
rest in
accidents
peace.
occurred and broken down. If you want to sign on that, Council King would like to sign on. So there's like, and also maybe a comparison to the previous year at the same time frame. We can get that. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
I don't even know how that guy got me.
13G, request city manager work with the appropriate state and local stakeholders to review potential improvements.
All right, let's look at the crash data portal.
Beautification. The walking bridge on Cambridge Street said improvements should include the installation of a plaque signifying the neighborhood's historical significance. Councilor Ojeda.
As stated.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 13H, request the manager request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility conduct a traffic review of Cambridge Street at the intersection of Richard Street as well as the intersection of the Fremont Street and Canterbury Street for the purpose of providing recommendations for improving traffic flow at said locations. Said review should also include determining the appropriateness of installing additional lighting to aid motorists and pedestrians. Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is something that I'm not sure if it's been on the docket or brought to the attention to the city regarding especially the intersection of Fremont, Canterbury, and Cambridge Street. It's similar to what Kelly Square used to look like. There's so many different.
Is there any more Townian argument against something than we can't change things because we'll all be confused in perpetuity?
Because we don't know how roads work.
On my way dropping my son off.
How do you even feed yourself, Travis, not being from here?
You know, they never taught us this in Connecticut. I just slam my face into random things until I stop being hungry. I eat a lot of paint.
Sounds about right.
I can tell.
Thank you. You noticed my paint bod?
Oh, I meant that your weird brain.
Thank you. You've noticed my paint bod?
Everybody wants to sign on? Okay, everybody wants to sign on. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 13I, request the manager provide counsel to report reviewing the process the city uses following natural disasters occurring at properties in the city for the purpose of improving upon and or creating additional infrastructure to ensure tenants are appropriately taken care of when dealing with landlords said properties as well as insurance agencies. Said review should include the feasibility of creating a team of housing and legal experts to aid residents through such a situation. Councilor Ojeda.
All biz.
Yes, thanks again, Mr. Chairman. So we had some residents that were dealt with the fire, and long story short, they were going to be displaced where they were moved to. The city has a management team.
That just means you're one of us.
One of us.
So that's about probably a 2 to 3 day service for them.
They go the other
From that point on,
opposite direction
I
here.
believe it's on the landlords to help with the residents. If the residents have renters insurance, obviously that helps and that kicks in. But my concern in learning through this process is there's nothing in place to make sure the residents are okay moving forward. Again, there is a management team, but after that, there's nothing in play. I'm hoping that we can provide some type of team or service that puts something in play.
100%. 110%.
27 residents were going to be homeless. It was due March 1st, so what ended up happening, they had to take the landlord to court, and luckily the judge was able to see it and ordered the landlord to provide suitable housing, and provide meals, $50 a day per unit. So my concern, in dealing with that, and David LeBeau, State Rep David LeBeau was great in helping with me with that and understanding how to get the legal team involved, is that if certain phone calls weren't made, all of these residents really didn't have anywhere to go, and it was tough to hold the landlord accountable when he wasn't doing his part. So I think it's important for us to figure out, when we do have these disasters, these emergency situations, how do we make sure that these residents are going to continue to be okay when it falls on the landlord to make sure. So, and then, I was happy to hear, the message from the city manager regarding the focus on the landlord summit, where it's to ensure rental dwellings in Worcester will meet sanitary, fire, and building codes to protect the safety and property of tenants, owners, inspectors, and first responders. This is obviously going to be a work in progress, but also having a team that helps these individuals during an emergency would go so much further. And I think, it's important to put something in play. Thank you.
Thank you. So now to the Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just had a quick question to the chair. And
You just called him Mr.
Mr.
Manager.
I understand there is an interdepartmental response to this. I want to commend Councilor Hajia and the work that she's
I think
done.
didn't the manager just speak?
Council supported.
That was
I don't know.
Ojeda. Anyway.
Oh,
That being, I just had a quick question to the chair.
Oops.
For my own. What role is
I don't know what that was directed towards. I don't know. Anyway.
circumstances in the city?
Mr. Manager?
Wait.
To the chair of the council, where we've engaged the housing division to support is working with agencies.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I was just looking at crash data.
Services in that regard.
Trying to find the Mill
Outside
Street
that,
stuff.
Majority of our housing office.
Bill, I just got emailed a report that the police department sent out from the crime analysis unit.
Okay.
Have you seen this? It's for the last, it's for 2023 and 2024 thus far for Mill Street accidents.
Oh, that's exactly what I was looking for.
Let me send it over to you. Give me 2 seconds.
Thanks.
But the majority of the responsibility falls on emergency communications, emergency management to work with the tenants, provide some assistance in an emergency, and then try to connect them to additional services where there is a Central Mass Housing Alliance or any other partners in the city that are involved in supporting our residents.
The funniest part about all the Mill Street stuff, though, is that it's
does that mean
like
that housing division doesn't really have
Eric's
a role
thing.
in these sorts of situations?
So nothing they say,
just help me
like they're
understand it.
like
So-
to go against Eric. No one will actually do that on the city council. So
That's correct.
Yeah,
The housing
right.
department does not
like
play a
it's
role
all
in
moot
this
anyways.
effort. This
Donna
effort
is like
happens
entertaining the
whether
people
it's
that are like
request
won't shut
or
up
an
about it, but she
emergency
knows she's not going to do
communication,
anything.
emergency
Yeah.
management, the division of
It is now dead in committee.
Thank you.
Just emailed it over to you, Bill.
Cool.
Yeah, no, I definitely like to add to that where
It took me a second to make any sense. So
That's
it's the only
right.
reason I didn't want to just share
There's
it
nothing
blind.
to
You'll
play
probably
for
be able to
it,
read
you
it
know
better
why.
than I can.
For this incident that we had, I really do applaud them because they did step up and were able to help these residents when the phone call was made. So I do respect that. I do help that. Their staff was really helpful.
Look at
to
Bo
me,
fidgeting like a
and for
6-year-old.
me, understanding what we don't have in play and how we can.
He's still
get things
freaked out
going
from all the
in
people.
that direction. So
They were
Yeah.
close and yelling.
They reached out to me.
Just
if there was
for
any
how much
issues.
shit two
The
got
residents
about
were
having
good.
snacks. Mo can't even keep his
You know,
body
there
still.
was no real concerns with the residents. You know, they.
If you had a swivel chair, you'd swivel too, Travis. Come
I've
on.
been swiveling, but I'm not a I'm not a city employee. I could swivel all I want.
But I agree. There's a lot that can be done, and this is why I want to be able to get this in motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just clarify. Just my comments were regarding the city housing division. You know, and you know, I really think that perhaps there might be a lane there for us, depending upon, you know, what has worked in other municipalities. I don't know. There's perhaps some sort of
The last 3 weeks were
enhanced
nice.
capacity that we maybe have in the city.
Far less punishment.
At some point, if the administration so chooses. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request of the manager, request interim police chief provide council the report explaining how both internal and external training for patrolmen officers is conducted. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there was some confusion. There was nothing in this that had anything to do with constables. The police department does not train constables, nor we have anything to do with them. They actually are supposed to.
What do you mean we?
God, she stinks.
Unblock me so you can answer why you said we.
The police department does not have the authority to enforce civil
What an
law.
unhinged person.
That's completely separate. We just go to preserve the peace. So the part
We.
that I was asking for was asking about internal and external training for policemen and officers and how that's done. That's it. Nothing to do with the constables. So, thank you.
Those constables
That's the
don't even
manager.
get
All those in
hemorrhoids.
favor, opposed, so ordered. Request of the manager, may I recognize
God, her use of "we" there is so
the Irish
revealing.
flag to be raised on March 15, 2024.
Oh, here we go. Irish History Month.
Of Irish American Heritage Month. Council Toomey.
As it reads.
Those in
Ah, damn.
favor,
I was hoping
opposed,
she was
so
gonna say it.
ordered. Let you run with that, Council Toomey. 13,
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, put it on record.
Organize it.
Yes.
Okay. L, request that the city manager request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility consider pausing the elimination of travel lanes on public streets as a traffic calming measure by creation of on-street parking spaces in their place, such as Mill Street, while the safety and best practice of creating same are fully evaluated over the coming calendar year. Council Bergman and Toomey.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Toomey's not on that.
Chairman, I guess I should first start off with saying what this order doesn't say, because I've heard some comments, not surprisingly, that mischaracterize what this order is saying. It doesn't say we should eliminate speed calming measures at all. It doesn't say that we should.
Who is saying that, Bob?
Eliminating lanes as a speed calming measure. And it doesn't say that we should stop the process of increasing more bike lanes. What it does say is that in places where we intend to remove travel lanes and replace them with parking lanes, we should pause before we continue to do the experiment that was done on Mill Street. Now, I've said this before. I don't.
It's not an experiment. Cities all over the fucking world are doing
travel it frequently, and I know the data is out there. And the first 5 months seems like there are slightly less accidents, but it also there's a fatality. And I could tell you, I know people that attended that funeral today, who contacted me, told me they were going to be here without my encouragement or discouragement, and they blame the traffic pattern on it. So I don't know.
Yeah, they're hurt.
The death was caused by the change. I don't know that. I don't think anybody does at the moment. And I don't know whether the design is good or bad. But what I do know is that there is a lot of people, myself included, that find it an odd way of having cars parked in what seems like the roadway. And I'm not elderly. I don't think I'm a bad driver. I've been driving for 40 plus years. And I hear that from a lot of other people. I don't think you have to be an expert engineer to understand that, you know, it's tricky now to navigate when, especially at nighttime. So maybe it needs to be rolled out better if it's going to be used in other locations. Maybe there needs to be more of a pedestrian education program before it's rolled out, if it's going to be rolled out anywhere else. Or maybe it just shouldn't be done anymore if it's causing more problems.
Is it though? You just said it. There's less
And there was
accidents.
a comment earlier about it's the best way to protect bicycle lanes. Well, there's other ways to protect bicycle lanes. And if that were the case, part of Mill Street doesn't have a protected bicycle lane today. The end of it doesn't as it goes towards Webster Square. And where the other portions of it are by Coast Pond, the bicycle lane goes from the extreme right to the middle of the road. So there are other ways to protect bicyclists. There are other ways to reduce speed. But again, I'm not saying that this isn't a tool in the toolbox. What I am saying is our obligation ought to be like physicians, that first do no harm. And it seems to me that we're
Oh, shut up, Mo. That is.
unless we take a pause.
You
and give it a
flagrantly
full year.
violate
Let's put
that
this
all the
before.
time,
Give
if
it a
that's the
full
case.
year. Let's look at the data. Let's see if there are best practices elsewhere in rolling something like this out.
Dude.
And at the end of the day, make decisions on whether or not this
I
type
know
of
this
pattern
isn't going to
should
get
be used
filed, but I
elsewhere, or
hope
whether
it
or not it
does.
should be removed from where it is today. I don't think any of us can have a crystal ball, but I think it's obvious that there are enough concerns about what's happening now where we shouldn't repeat this elsewhere until we know more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I have not spoken on this council floor about Mill Street, and there's a reason for that, because it's not in District 3. And I really believe that sometimes we should leave it to some of the expertise of the district councilors, especially from a district council standpoint, not to stick their nose in to other people's districts. But this isn't a district thing. This is not just Mill Street. This is using Mill Street as an example. This is calling about a policy, citywide, a temporary moratorium, if you will. It's something that I have questions about, and I have some serious questions about. I'd asked to sign on to the item. I'd also asked, Mr. Chairman.
Swim, Brian.
I'd also asked, Mr. Chairman, that besides signing on to the item, I'd ask it goes to.
I'm not gonna get out of health.
It'll be easier for me to get your card.
Come back with a report, but also to go to the Public Works Committee meeting.
Thought I was jumping in the
Because it's got to
ocean.
do with the construction
Forgot about the
of
beach.
streets. And not to talk about where they should be placed in the traffic and parking committee meeting, but to talk about the construction of the street. And I think it's something that we need to have a public discussion about. Mr. Chairman, the other night at the senior center, Councilor Colorio called the Traffic and Parking Committee, and I filled in for my colleagues on the council who weren't able to join Councilor Colorio there. It was my first time in my 12 years of city council that I.
Brendan,
was
your
able to
skin looks
be on the
incredible
Traffic and
flying like
Parking
that with
Committee.
these wings.
And I
Yeah.
used that occasion to talk about how in District 3.
I always
bike
dreamed of being a
lanes
golden
work
unicorn.
Very, very well to calm traffic. But, Mr. Chairman, it's very confusing what's going on in Mill Street with the professional staff who's done up there. It's very confusing. And I think at the end of the day,
It's not confusing. This is so
for
annoying.
people to park their car and to put an orange cone behind their car. It's not normal. It's confusing. It's even confusing on Mill Street. I rode down that street the other day. I as part of that discussion when it comes before Public Works, I'd like to know why in front of Mill Street, Mill Swan School, the bike lane is in a different position than it is on the rest of the street. I couldn't figure it out, but again, I'm just a real
School
estate
buses.
broker. I'm not a traffic engineer.
You fucking
But I
idiot.
think these are the discussions we need to have as a council and as part of the oversight here, because at the end of the day, it's confusing. It's very, very confusing. And if it's confusing, it's dangerous.
Right, Sally.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have bike lanes, but I don't think we should have bike lanes in one position on one street and then make the corner and go around to Worcester State Colleges and have a bike lane in a different position. And then go down Hamilton Street and Lake Ave and Grafton Street and all the other streets where we have bike lanes where they've done.
Yeah, sometimes things run in stages. You know, there's a lot of streets in this city.
You know what we got to do is just redo all the cities with modern traffic patterns. Great idea,
No,
George. Why don't we fund that?
What we got to do is
It's scary. It's scary to the people that are parking.
stop being scary.
And Mr. Chairman, last time
Literally
I was on a
not
bicycle, I
scary.
was at St. John's High School, riding around Lake Quinsigamond. So I'm not an expert on bicycle riding by any stretch of the imagination. But I don't see many bicyclists. I see
Dude,
a
it's
whole lot of
winter.
cars.
You
See a whole
fucking
lot of
idiot.
pedestrians. See a whole lot of traffic. And that's my concern, that this is confusing. And I'd ask for it to go to Public Works.
Oh boy.
Chair.
If you can't
As,
figure out
I
that
did
road,
sign
I'm
on
sorry,
to
you're a
this because I
fucking
think it's
moron.
Extremely important.
Yeah,
that,
you just
when
shouldn't be
we
allowed to
have
drive.
I'm sorry.
number
Like,
of accidents that have occurred here. When I think Councilor Russell makes some excellent points, there's not continuity or consistency of the types of bike lanes throughout the city, that we do need to do more in terms of the educational aspect of this, and especially at that area, because we're going to come into the baseball season. We've got a lot of young people that are going to be in that area, and I think it's
Shut
important
up.
to find ways to ensure people are aware of the rules and regulations. And so for all the reasons that.
There
both
aren't
my
different
colleagues
rules and regulations
spoke
for
about,
driving
I
on that
certainly want to
street.
support this and move forward with this hold until we come up with a better plan. Thank you.
That's actually for anyone that doesn't live in Tatnick. That's where a lot of the complaints are actually coming from. Is the baseball leagues over here? When the leagues are using Logan Field, they historically would double park to block a lane of traffic, anyways, and then park on the median strip as well too. So they lost a lot of their parking in all this.
If we have any, in
yeah,
kind of timeline.
which is the classic, no rules for me.
Yeah.
Mr.
I
Manager.
think two's asking for data here.
Through the chair to the councilor, right now we're evaluating every street and we have preliminary designs for streets across the city. And I think the commissioner has stated many times that every street we address it very different. Here we had an opportunity to try something different to reduce the calming of traffic because we had two big lanes on both sides, and when you added parking in those two lanes, you basically had a 3-lane highways on each side in the city. And so we had an opportunity to reduce that here. Other streets in the city will take different measures and different strategies.
They
to
should just
address.
eliminate the parking
One of the things that
and
we will consider
leave the
is
street
this,
one lane.
Right. But again, it will involve conversation with the neighbors. It will involve conversation with the residents, with the council, moving forward. And so, and
That's
there
right,
are
Ben.
Other areas that again we're looking at potential improvements. But again, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to do exactly what we did in the street.
Thank you for that. I do intend on voting no on this. I think it's important that we trust the department and their expertise and research on this, as well as knowing that many folks in Mill Street actually really do enjoy the changes. And that I also think I agree with administration where
That's
as
a
we
really good
look
point.
at things case by case, rather than just saying no straight up for a whole entire year. Thank you.
This is going to pass.
Councilor King.
Actually, I don't know if it will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question.
Joe Petty will probably vote with Batista on this one.
Administration.
So
Are
might
there
die
similar,
5-6.
Plans such as the measures put in place on
there's one on
Mill
Chandler Street.
Designate at this time within those 6.
Brendan,
It's gonna upset so many people.
do you have the capability of getting that
To be
crime
changed,
analysis
Councilor,
report for
the
years
issue
back?
not have currently-
No, I don't. So it was actually sent to me from
I'm glad my
one of the neighborhood
colleague
watch meetings.
referenced,
Okay.
It just happened to come
the
through
expertise
tonight.
of
Yeah.
the Department of Mobility and Transportation.
I'm sure it's something that, well,
As a
I mean,
body, we must rely upon those.
I'm going to guess the
expertise
crime
and
analysis department isn't answering your phone calls this week.
As such, the council
no.
relies, our commuters rely, our pedestrians.
That seems like the sort of thing that
our
they would just have a
neighbors,
website and you
the
could generate it
people,
yourself. But
the folks who come throughout
No,
the city.
you get hacked by foreign governments, don't you? Didn't you read the checks thing?
Oh, that's right.
This is a call to
Forget about the foreign governments.
No one's allowed to know how
travel
our
lanes
tax
on
dollars are
public
spent because
streets
China.
as a traffic calming measure by the creation of on-street.
Ooh,
Thanks for hanging,
all of
in their place.
all of their citizens learn how to code. They're
Through the
coding.
chair to the administration, what would that look like? And that's, I guess, to the experts.
Bye, Cryptid. Thanks for hanging.
We currently have a situation where the cars are parked as designated. We have lines. I know there was a phasing of this. It's been referenced as confusing. I know in the very beginning of this, we didn't have some of the markings, which was even more confusing. So that's my question to the chair, to the administration.
Mr. Manager.
To the council, what it looks like right now, we're focused on this upcoming season. And in this upcoming season, we're not looking to do and replicate exactly what's on Mill Street. And so what we're going to do is continue to evaluate Mill Street. That's something that we've committed to the neighborhood that we will evaluate. And I know that it's been stated before, and we were looking to put out a press release to the city and the council that we have been awarded $2 million by the federal earmark. We've been waiting on those dollars. Those dollars are now available to us for Mill Street, which will include significant engagement with residents to understand concerns, issues, and then ways that we could better improve.
Trump is hilarious. I got to disagree with you there. He's actually so funny.
Measures, and then we're going to try to take this year to analyze. And then in the short term, there's things that we could continue to
Big,
do.
beautiful babies. Beautiful babies, folks.
He's such a fucking moron. I do think that
You got to hand it to him on just being.
Again, we're going to take the rest of the
and it's no credit to him. He has no control over it. He is a fucking moron.
I laugh at him.
Yeah.
Absolutely no control over it.
But it's funny that that his brain exists. It's not funny what happens with it.
Ask it this way.
It's a tragedy in a way.
Cause of the elimination of travel lanes, etc., as defined here for the Mill Street. What would the pausing look like if that was decided upon by the administration? What would that entail? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
To the council, the pausing that the councilor has requested is for the calendar year.
For the Mill Street specifically, I'm talking about. For that particular, am I misunderstanding the order?
No, I think the councilor's his order is asking any additional public streets in the city to pause any potential redesigns or implementation of the similar what's happening on Mill Street.
And to leave Mill Street as is. There's nothing pertaining to Mill Street.
And continue to evaluate Mill Street to the end.
But we're going to let the Mill Street residents decide what streets look like everywhere else.
I needed to understand that. I will sign on to this. It makes sense to question.
You stink.
Had some accidents on Mill Street, and I traveled that street. I've traveled it for over a decade, almost every day. I bring my daughter to school on that street. I pick her up. My eldest daughter, who's 30, same thing. Going over there to the Adventist School on Airport Drive for 9-10 years in that situation. And there's a significant concern. We should be asking the questions. I certainly think
King, what are you doing?
I'd like at least some sort of response to the council as soon
Right
as
here behind the
possible
bus, Brian.
on the street.
Well,
You know,
sorry,
I was under the impression that this was
I zigged when you
specific to
zagged.
that.
My apologies. He's over
No,
here.
no, it's my bad.
Clarify that it's not.
Get a grenade, just top it right at the
Administration,
nose of the
what
bus.
could be done now
I don't have a grenade.
to improve safety? on
King, what? Like, why is he
what could be done in
doing this?
He genuinely doesn't like the road design.
safety?
You know, I talked about it a bunch. It's just there's no like big opposition to it, or
Through the chair. So we are
just doesn't like it.
continuously evaluating the performance and safety of Mill Street since the implementation, which took place basically at the beginning of December. Since that time,
Is Marco's buddy hitting a bong?
it's been roughly what it was.
It's either that or he's asleep.
To the improvements.
Oh, nope, he's awake.
In terms of the number of crashes, we have observed a reduction in travel speeds, so that's a good thing. But we have, based on feedback that we're hearing from residents as well as the council, we've identified some specific concerns that we're working on solutions to address. So one thing that's going to happen is that all of the bicycle crossings where they cross streets will receive the green pavement treatment that you may have seen in other communities to draw attention to those where there's traffic crossing those. The second thing we're looking at is a way to draw attention in a more obvious and visible way to the parking lane through what's called flex posts. So those are the vertical white posts that do provide a stronger visual cue.
I thought so
than
that
just
was.
the paint. Obviously, they're a deterrent to a vehicle driving in the lane, but they can be driven
Scott.
over if someone accidentally does. It's not gonna damage the vehicle.
Must have gone to CVS earlier.
He picked that up off the floor.
Oh, somebody went to CVS earlier.
Propose a right turn pocket be installed on northbound Mill Street as you're approaching June Street to allow traffic to more easily get over and more safely get over and make that right turn onto June Street. So those are the three things that we've identified at this point.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, is there a time frame for this? Because I got to tell you, I'm not opposed to, while these sorts of mitigating strategies are employed, I'm not opposed to returning cars to curb until it's completed in the interest of safety.
That's only gonna
and
fuck
so
things
I'd
up
like to
further.
know what is the
Yay,
timeframe for
Christian.
execution of these three particular strategies through the chair.
Mr. Commissioner?
Yeah, it'll just make it simpler just to undo the
These
thing.
items, can be completed.
That's
in
not
the
confusing.
spring. Essentially, they involve paint and installation of the flex posts. So that work needs to occur once the weather's warmed up a little bit. So you're typically looking at a late April, early May timeframe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know the details on the loss of life that was been referenced. I don't know if there was some sort of a medical issue prior to the accident. I don't know. I do have the experience and knowledge of living on Lovell Street for many years and traveling that way now with my daughter, Mr. Chairman. And I understand that there's a phasing in, but each phase, as we're awaiting the implementation, there's related safety concerns, Mr. Chairman. I want to state that publicly, I support returning cars to curb until these strategies are implemented.
Christian, you're wrong here, buddy.
And again, this isn't a reflection on this body. It's not a reflection on the
You're wrong, dude.
leader of that district. This is just a simple matter that we should be asking the questions, and to not ask that we return those cars to curb while the posts are going up, while the green payment is being.
How do you do all that stuff though? If you are
right turn is
undoing the traffic pattern, how do you do all that stuff?
That makes it more dangerous.
That's so fucking. That's
for us to go.
That's so stupid.
This
How
is
do you do that
irresponsible.
stuff?
Issues. Allow this. As
None of you are fucking civil engineers.
Bicyclists and our
Or necessarily good drivers.
Right. Yeah.
pedestrians being harmed. And we were trying to do the best we can, but we have to rely on the expertise. And what I'm hearing is the experts are saying we must have these strategies in place to be as safe as possible, Mr. Chairman.
So
The experts are saying it's already
Because of the lack of
safer.
information, I would support returning cars to curb. While these strategies are implemented, I'd like a report
Christian,
back,
I back a lot
in
what you do.
writing as
You're wrong
to,
here, dude.
what timeframes we can
And I know you
expect.
watch
I
these.
appreciate the expertise. It's our job here as a governing body to ask the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, Councilor Hyde,
Yeah, I was holding, withholding comment because I wasn't sure where this conversation was going, but as the district counselor and as someone who has not only advocated before becoming that district counselor, but continuously been engaged with the topic at hand through talking to residents and attending experts such as Jeff Speck and the former Assistant Secretary of Transportation, who were here to talk about Vision Zero. In all those presentations, in all the data, in everything that we have heard about Vision Zero, complete streets, street safety, speed reductions, the data over and over shows that what we're doing in Worcester is what's being replicated successfully in other communities. I am very concerned, and let me also just say that my heart completely breaks for the gentleman that unfortunately passed away and whose memory was mentioned here this earlier in the evening, that it concerns me deeply that there's a lot of misinformation about the number of crashes on Mill Street. There's a lot of misinformation about the nature and speculation as to why these accidents have happened. And as a body, we have a responsibility to not speculate, to relay on data, and to give our city employees and the police department, the crash analysis unit, the ability to investigate, to give us a report back, to understand what factors leads to every crash. To sit here this evening, it really, really, really concerns me and frustrates me. And also, I don't find it helpful
Brian,
that
come
we're
over here.
sitting here reading texts from residents saying that there was a crash on Mill Street without understanding the circumstances. All that kind of fear does is instill more insecurity and more concerns, and more questions among residents. I find it deeply frustrating, deeply, deeply frustrating.
It is classic fear mongering.
This type of misinformation without having the proper
But you could
data,
physically
the
watch
proper
this entire
in front of
body,
us,
for the majority of them anyways,
to then move
cowering
to larger
just because somebody raised their voice in front of
policy
them.
measures. I am not going to
Imagine
go
how they react when they get
in
angry phone calls
order
from
because I
townies.
don't believe that we have
Right.
enough information to stall and to dictate policy based particularly on the experience of I
Yeah.
also want to say that as the district counselor,
Where are
I've been
we
engaged
as
in
far
this
as
from day
percentage
one.
through the?
Not only have we brought
We're, I would say,
the Mill
Just
Street
ended public
neighborhood,
comment.
we have brought the city manager to speak to the residents. I am engaged
we
with
have
every meeting.
1,
I am
2,
asking,
3,
pleading
4,
with this
5
body
more
and
council
my
orders,
colleagues to please not
4
perpetuate
resolutions.
misinformation and
We haven't talked
speculation
about the
when we do
recent
not have
murder
the
yet.
facts
So
on the ground upon which we should make policy. If the facts on the ground show a different experience and they show a different reality, that the safety of residents on Mill Street is at risk, then we can have a discussion.
question.
Those facts, as far as I understand them, without not having a report, do not bear their reality. So I am just
King is
pleading with my
annoyingly
colleagues
wrong
to
on
not
this. That pissed me
continue
off.
and add more fuel to the fire while we're
Yeah,
trying to
I'm
figure
really
out
bent out of shape about this.
Thank you. So I just want to say, I agree with someone.
That was an awesome one
we are
frame
asking for
image
the
of
facts.
Eric.
You know, Mr. Abraham was a friend of mine, and so as stated by this council, we are going to get the facts before we make a decision. I think that's fair, and I think what Council Bergman is asking for that too. He's asking if this, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but if something similar to Mill Street is being done on that side of the city, that we should pause that till we make sure Mill Street's right. And I think so what the city manager said, there is not another design like Mill Street in that side of the city. So I think it's important. We do have the facts. We get the number of accidents. My understanding there was 14 accidents in this time frame. There was 14 accidents in the previous year in the same time frame. So we should get a breakdown of those accidents and understand them and make the decision. Also, let's get the report back from the administration. What some of the things you're doing, how you improve Mill Street to make them feel, the residents feel safe there. And that's what we need. So we need a report from this administration. That Councilor King has mentioned.
You may not have a bike lane in May,
Our
Eric.
administration on how we're going to go forth there and any type of improvement you're going to do. So if that Councilor Russell.
Right there.
Chairman, thank you. I trust that the reports on
Done.
Mill Street that the district councilor and you asked for will come forward and they'll be used accordingly. Before the police department was enthralled with obvious priorities the last week, I had asked the chief to come with a report, basically communication with him, asking about traffic accidents, fatalities citywide over the last 3 years. First of all, make no mistake about it, one fatality is too many fatalities, and we should be doing everything we can to prevent it. But
So what about the fatalities that happened before the traffic calming measures? The reasons that we did these things? What about
like record-setting
child
numbers of pedestrian accidents?
Right. What about the child that was run down
2 years before that, they were a lot higher.
up the street?
So I had asked the chief if at all possible, if it's something that wouldn't tie up a lot of the time of the department.
Joe Petty just said that that guy was his friend, so this is like the case of somebody who actually matters. Getting in trouble, you know.
In each of the last 3 years.
Whereas before it was like the kind of people who were like allowed
What was
to.
the cause of those
Yeah.
fatalities?
Right.
Was it, obviously speeding is almost always involved, but was it distracted driving? Was it drunk driving and speeding? Was it whatever, those kinds of things? So I really like to see that so that when that data comes back.
Epic.
And when we're making
If
some
you
decisions
get
across the board,
a word on an electric
some
bike that's
information
not
in front of
crazy
us.
expensive,
Quite
let
frankly,
me know.
if the numbers
I'm
are
kind of
down
in the
last year,
market,
we gotta
but I
ask
don't
the
have a
police
ton of
department,
budget.
What are they doing?
Travis, there's a program with MassBike right now where you can get one for free.
Stop. I thought I looked that up, but it didn't go through.
No, it went through and they just extended it too. So there's even more of them available for Worcester residents in
I would
particular.
also ask for a report, and I've asked the administration, asked the manager.
Looking up
for this
right now.
Information
Wow.
informally.
I want
the other
that. A
day,
bike
and
that
he
can
didn't have
shock
it off the
people.
top of his head.
Yeah, it's got
But I'd ask
tasers
for
on
a
the front.
report of all
Yeah.
these federal dollars that are put into
Hell
The
yeah.
shooty kind, not the
various
proddy
different work
kind.
sessions, and this Mr. Speck and his.
Tracy Novick has a good point here on Twitter that the city council, this is so far outside of the city
How
council's
much of it
purview.
is actually committed? How much of it is being spent on that? And on
Like,
city-
how
city
often are
activities,
these
like
cranks
some of the
like,
outreaches
liable
that
to
we've done
invoke the
in the
micromanaging
community?
thing?
And if
Right.
those dollars are earmarked only for studies, or if there are things that could be done toward actual construction to make these streets safer. You know, even if they're dealing with just a basic idea of fixing some of the streets. You know, and maybe while we're fixing them, moving some curbs or things like that. But those are the two reports I'd ask for when we're.
We should think about going back to horse and buggy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh yeah.
Send that to the manager and with the reports requested.
Well, one time a horse and buggy crashed on Coast Pond and fell into the ice, so
You want to
probably
sign
that's too
on?
dangerous.
You want a roll call on that? So do a roll call on Mo Bergman's audit, but roll call.
Counselor Bergman, excuse you?
Yes. Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
No.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? Mayor Petty?
Yes. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Send that to the manager. Get a report
Travis, did you
back.
see the
What's that?
link that? Okay.
I'm filling it out right now. Thank you.
No worries.
That was my motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Send that to Public Works.
I mean, this is a traffic and parking issue. Department of Mobility and Transition is under traffic and parking.
Oh, my God.
You know, I would suggest if you're going to do that, maybe split it. We don't want to miss anything.
I'll go get a report back from the administration.
If you got the 6-5 vote on the
But the
sanctioned
Public Works does have the
encampment,
authority
it was
over-
encouraging.
Right.
Welcome back to reality.
So,
It's more a 9-2 situation
situation.
than it is a 6-5. Yeah.
Okay, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request manager requests Commissioner of Transportation Mobility provide City Council a report recommending speed calming measures and traffic signage improvements intersection of Bullitt Ave and Wayside Ave and White Ave. Council Priscilla.
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager requests Assistant Commissioner of Public Works and Parks install no smoking signage at Bancroft Darwin.
As it reads.
All those in favor, opposed, so. Council Coyle.
Screw that.
I'm gonna smoke where I damn well please, Council.
I used to rip crazy butts up there.
I'm blazing up with my homies up there.
For notifying residents and or businesses owners relative to companies' construction timelines. Council Priscilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure how feasible this is, but people can check the city's construction on the city's website, but we don't know when utilities are going to be doing construction, and it's getting a little frustrating for some residents in the Burncoat
I'm not
area,
gonna fight that
and I'm
guy.
sure citywide. So I just want to put this on in hopes that we could work together to give people more notification. Thank you.
You guys going to fight Zeus?
Haven't had good luck with the.
Council Heater.
I don't
Yeah,
really
I'd
have-
like to sign on that as well.
I don't know if I have time.
We
The
recently
new
had
medallions are
Piedmont
pretty
merged
cool.
there
Like
where,
the aspect of
National
speed is
Grid,
sick. You can just
was
power jump
just
all the
doing some
time.
work, but
Yeah.
up until from October.
Brian, there's some wings
to
over here if you want
now,
'em.
they've had
I
probably
have
about
wings.
7 or 8
All right.
powder outages, and the residents weren't made aware of the situation.
Somebody over here where I am,
So
Brian.
just recently, actually had to have a Zoom meeting for residents where I literally went door to door.
Oh, we still have to check. We still have to do the
Zoom meeting to get an understanding.
city's online vendor check
There's
register.
been
Oh,
power outages
fuck.
due to animals and due
Fuck.
to old wires and them trying to adjust it. So the meeting was more of putting National Grid out there to help us understand what the issues are, what the
Jenny.
you know, Council Priscilla brought up a good point. They don't put it on their website what projects are going to be done. So it's hard for residents to know when their power is going to be taken out. They'll get a letter from National Grid, but I'm not sure how many people read letters from National Grid on a consistent basis that gets to their mail. So I think it's important to work on that communication, because I received several phone calls of power being out and they're not knowing why. And some residents had to stay at hotels and there's no reimbursement or anything like that, where, you know, you have people that are going to have, they may live on some type of machine, or they use dialysis machines and stuff like that, where if they're not made aware of,
They may be Baron Harkonnen and
much
need
not coming
their
to the
goo
door,
bath.
knocking on their door, they will never know. So I think this is important to build that communication so residents can actually prepare. And there's also, I want to throw in there that National Grid will, they're open to having meetings like that, and they want residents to know.
Neil has the data here.
out to them.
2024,
We
9
offer
crashes.
a,
2023,
30%
24
discount for any
crashes.
resident that
2022,
gets
16 crashes.
government
2021,
services.
11 crashes.
So as you see on your National Grid bill, there are many line items.
So no real rhyme or reason?
30% off.
Yeah.
And actually putting something in place where eventually they're trying to get it to 50%. But again, it's residents that have that have
16 in March seems high, I'll say. But
Okay.
who
January
knows that
1st
has,
to March
have anything,
12th.
City manager,
has
those in favor.
anything to do with, you
We're
know,
gonna
how
go to
that's going to be
13
for the whole
Q.
season or for the whole year.
Mayor Joseph Petty requests the city manager provide city council with a report concerning why the city online's vendor check register is no longer available on the city website. Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I got a call on this, like I think a lot of councils did over the weekend. I read the response regarding the vendor check register, and I agree with what you did. And I remember this came up 2 years ago in the council floor, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and it came up in discussion, not in a report. And you're going to limit the information that's being provided in the check register, which I agreed with. And is there some way, just to look at it again, I don't want to, I think the most, unfortunately, identity theft is real. It's something that occurs these vendors. They shouldn't have identity theft because of what we do here in the city of Worcester, correct? And so if there's a way just to look at, maybe provide a council to report why we made these decisions, so we have that, we can explain it to people. And
Grab the wrong
also
rifle.
if there's any type of, it's sort of important to be transparent.
shit.
Right? The vendors will repair.
Where are they?
So if there's some way.
One up
to
top, one by the feet over here.
I got the bottom.
maybe you can look at that, provide a report back. Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager? Okay.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the mayor. This is something that happened years ago. There was a lot of, I think Leominster was recently hit and held ransom, and of other communities were. And so we made a decision, the former CIO made a decision to remove that. And then we kind of tweaked
They had
it,
an extra guy. It's not
provided
fair.
less information or refined information or limited information, whichever way you want to reference it. And then we put it back out. And then during the transition of Workday, we took it back out again. We're something that we're evaluating. We're trying to understand. We, as a city, know that there's risks to putting that information. There's been threats to this city. So far, we have not been victims of that, like other communities have, and other state and federal agencies have as well. But we have to be very sensitive to that. I'm open to looking through this. Which either way we go. But I also want to, I guess, suggest that we may perhaps look into a discussion through executive session to discuss cybersecurity. The reason why I'm suggesting that is because we do not want to discuss cybersecurity in an open forum because of the sensitivity of cybersecurity that people.
All right, I just filled out my application.
Congratulations, brother.
We'll see if I get a bike.
What our protocols and our systems
A little
are,
bit of my money's
then they know
tied
how
up at the moment, so this would be super helpful.
penetrate through it. And so
Yeah, you fronted the cost to change Mill Street.
You're not supposed to tell people, Brian.
I saw it on the check register.
Shit.
A tabletop discussion and training on what happens if the
Hunchy
city of
McHunch
Worcester,
face didn't fool anybody.
becomes a target of this, and what agencies need to be involved and what departments need
That's
to
right,
do.
system.
We've had a tabletop
Oh,
exercise
thanks,
on that.
Eric. You're a good egg.
So we'd be happy to kind of discuss that further with the council because I think it merits a
I
conversation.
want to write it to my studio every day, up and down Mill Street, actually. I literally
Watch out,
wrote that
dude.
in my application.
Watch out, dude.
Just to flip middle fingers at the drivers.
You're gonna be hitting parked cars soon.
Thank you, Mr.
Christian
Vice
King
Chair.
has his way.
I'll
Vice
film
Chair,
myself and I'll just be like, Christian!
I thank the administration, the manager for clarifying the history of that. I thought I was losing my mind the other day when I was talking to the manager. I thought that when I was talking to him, he said, "Oh no, this was something that was done years ago on Doretta Augusta." I said, "I could swear I've used that thing in the meantime." And
I think George could use a little less headroom, Beck, if you want to help.
clarified that it was something that was taken off, it was put back on. We did use
Thank
it.
you.
In fact,
Oh.
I'm embarrassed because during the political campaign, one of our candidates tonight, somebody was talking about, well, you need transparency in city government. And I said, wouldn't it be great if we had
That great cameo earlier.
open
If you're
government?
watching,
Wouldn't it be great if you could just turn on a computer and see what people are getting
They
paid
couldn't
and
have heard
what,
me.
Our
Or delay is too long.
they did. That was what. Nope, that's what happened.
List of all the vendors and what the check
They heard
is,
you.
every check
They
is
responded.
to the vendor, what it is. And I
We have
used
the
it as a
power.
joke during that candidacy night. I said, it's already happening. Our administration is
Oh,
proud to
speaking
do
of
that.
ridiculous power, I got to
And
tell you, Bill and
I
Brian,
agree.
something
We
after
have
the
to
stream.
be concerned
I already
about
told Brendan pre-stream.
about cyber threats and about
secrets.
identity theft.
I love secrets. I love being in the piss
Very minimum,
circle.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the administration. I think that
Being in the
tomorrow,
piss circle
should be a
is
way
so
for the
much
city
fun.
council, members
You
of the
get
council
to
have
get
access to that.
pissed on.
Even the folks in this council don't even have
System,
access to
y'all will know as soon as
we
I'm
should have access to that
actually
on
able
behalf
to
of the
say it publicly.
number one. Number two, I think that at very minimum, there should be a computer set up someplace in this building where somebody can walk in and show their ID or give their name and be able to access that information. With it showing it. I understand the part about the internet and you don't know who's accessing it and all that, but I think at very minimum, we should be doing those kinds of things as quickly as possible. And then work to see what Boston is doing, what other communities are doing to provide this information. I'm sure they probably have just as much, if not more than we are, or attempted to be have. And we'd like to look forward to getting a report that shows what these other communities are doing and why we can or cannot do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. At-large Councilor Morris Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just through the chair to the city manager, question I have is there any way to store the data that's going to be, that would otherwise be shown through our portal that we're now not going to show? In the event that the technology improves, that we can show the items that happened in the past with the new technology without worrying about cybersecurity, so that the transparency issue somewhat gets mitigated, because although we didn't show it in real time, we're showing it.
I'm a pissy baby. My name is Mo Bergman.
To the council,
Donna
that is a strategy we
Colorio
actually just talked
pretends
about,
to know what's
speaking about,
happening.
If we were to
Look at her, her
release
face
it
is
right with
her
the
face
limited
is
information,
blank.
could we do it a week or two late, right? And the information is old and whatnot. But we also want to look at kind of best practices around the country, because there have been scenarios where people mimic the actual vendors when they see the vendors that are participating. And we had that situation happen. The city mimicked who the vendor was and try to target an employee to submit payment to that vendor. And if you're not an employee, and we do a great job with cybersecurity training, I think we're one of the best in the state, and I think that's why we've had such success rates as a city. But if you're not paying attention and you think, oh, this is a vendor I always talk to and engage with, let me just send the payment, then it creates bigger issues. Again, so there's a lot that we want to evaluate, a lot that we want to look into. We want to protect the city, but we also want to be transparent and put that information out to the public. There is a way that we can give it to the council. We can give it to the council tomorrow, but it would be through the internet, which is an internet that's internal to a city network device. So there's ways that we can go about this. Again, we're going to take some time to review it, understand it, and try to provide which way we're going to move forward. Understanding and knowing that we're still going through a major transition in our financial system. But again, we want to provide that information to the public.
Thank you.
Okay, motion would be to send this to the city manager, along with 3 motion from Councilor Russell, that the city council has access to the open checkbook, that there's a designated computer, perhaps that's City Hall, I believe, and also to explore what other cities, municipalities are doing, such as Boston. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We can go to 13P from Mayor Petty. Request city manager, request assistant commissioner of public works and parks begin the process to rename the Crompton Neighborhood Center in honor of Lorraine M. Laurie, also signed on at this time by Councilors Russell and Ojeda. Mayor Petty. Everyone signed on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This past March 6th, we lost the mayor of Green Island. And I think everybody in this community knew who Lorraine Laurie was. And somebody I met in politics, I in politics, someone who's very dedicated to her community. And she worked at the...
yeah, this is a long one.
And she was so polite.
Hey, welcome, Oliver.
And thanks for subscribing with your Prime, Oliver.
Thank you so much.
Down in Kelly Square for next year that she asked for. One that's not like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. But I just thought this would be.
Are you the Oliver that did public comment before?
She was there during the ballpark construction, fighting for Green Island neighborhood.
Or are you the Oliver raised by one of the people in this stream?
Oh, hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. We're a fan of your work.
Talking about Green Island, $3 million that went into that neighborhood. And she was an advocate for that. She was always an advocate up in the Vernon Hill area on Vernon Street, and really was caring, cared about her neighborhood, cared about her friends, and really cared about the city of Worcester with her heart.
Thanks for finding us.
Sorely missed, especially when we do the Christmas tree lighting every year. The way she ran that, and when she ran the neighborhood meetings. So we'd like to get the process going with Rob Antonelli, the Assistant Commissioner of Parks. And
wait, wasn't busking supposed to happen tonight, or did that get held?
I think they held that one. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. That was really frustrating to watch.
Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lorraine Laurie
Almost
was
everything that happens in this building is frustrating to watch.
That one, though, I actually, to be honest, I put it on the outside, not on the inside, because it was.
When she spoke, we all listened.
The confusion was
Spring a very
the Parks
great,
Department had a fee system for busking
had a
in the
great,
parks that had nothing to do
hands-on
with busking on the
great,
streets. But
people and
all the
connections.
people in the city who
She
have never
was
shown
very,
any
very close
interest
with
in
my
the 30 years
late
that we've had a
uncle
busking
once he
permit to busk
became
on the streets were
and
suddenly in an
very
uproar
often loved
that
showing people that the reason that
the
Green
fee was
Island
raised.
Green
But
Island
it's
is because my uncle named
and
it
all it
that.
did was someone just
Very
had to
proud of
point
that.
out that there
But
were two different
Lorraine
permits. They said, yeah, we
was
don't
a
need to,
very
that
passionate,
doesn't make any
caring
sense. We
person
want the Parks
and
Department doing their
wanted
own thing.
nothing but
But
the best for her community of Worcester. And
Oliver, we're
I
not that
take a
good.
little
What
bit of
was
solace
10
in- She
DD?
was very good
We can
friends
pull
with
it
Bryan
up.
O'Donnell.
Oh.
God rest his
Okay, I guess
soul,
we are
and,
that good.
now they're hopefully they'll be able
Oh
to
wait, no, I
say a
actually
few
don't have
prayers
the
for
agenda
us
open.
while they're up there
Thought
together.
I usually have it. I didn't.
Lorraine deserves
Bill
the
got us.
recognition.
Thanks, Bill.
She really, that was her life, Green Island, and it would certainly be
that
a
was the
wonderful
one,
honor.
yeah.
And I'm happy to sign on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Toomey. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A good and great woman, Lorraine Laurie. When I think of her, the word champion comes to mind. She was a champ in every sense of the word. And she led with that smile, the big smile, regardless if it was a time to smile or not, she was smiling. You know, and it was a smile of determination.
Yeah, he's a real bonehead tonight.
And to me, she was also Green Island, and she was Crompton Park. I lived at 36 Ellsworth Street, a couple of streets over, with my eldest daughter for a number of years. And that's when I met Lorraine Laurie. 1996, I started at the Crompton Park Summer Basketball League with the high school teams, and she was there. I had to report to her at the neighborhood committee, give her the report, make sure that the schedule was given out to the local police there to make sure that she and the neighborhood knew how many games we had, the number of teens and kids that would be there, because she wanted to make sure that things went well in Green Island, Mr. Chairman. And I can still hear her voice. Is Bob Cousy coming? Is the city going to get Cousy there? Is Cousy coming? Cousy. And she certainly made sure she was front and center there. And the work that she did is a example for many of us because she did it from her heart, Mr. Chairman.
I think a lot of people are going to
Eldest
have to
daughter's
get
30,
phone
my
calls
youngest
tomorrow.
is 7.
Yeah.
They knew
He didn't just be in
Lorraine.
favor of it. He also says
they've
he
seen
wants
Lorraine.
to return the
She was there.
parking to curbside or something like that.
There's no other better way. I mean, I want to sign on to this, Mr. Mayor. Your leadership on this is beautiful. This is just for me a really, really feel good thing. You know, and hopefully in the future, as we have icons like she is.
I'm with you, Main Southbound.
Fighting to maintain the character and integrity of Green Island, that we can do some of these things when folks are still around. You know, we probably never thought of it because we thought she'd always be here, quite frankly, advocating and speaking up and smiling and being in the neighborhood. But this was great, and may she rest in peace, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Russell, or Councilor Bergman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for coming up with this idea and for allowing me to sign on to it. You know, Lorraine lived two separate lives, really. Everybody identifies herself as Green Island and all the work that she did with the Christmas tree and the neighborhood center and all the programs down
I've
in
heard all
Green
this
Island,
before, George.
speaking up and fighting on behalf of Green Island. But I remember Lorraine as being the champion of Providence Street, the champion of Dorchester Street, the one who was able to tell me. I remember the first year I was doing street picks for, sidewalk improvements and for streets. I remember calling Lorraine up and saying, Lorraine, they want to do Dorchester
Right.
Street.
And also, how do you install all the things that they say they're going to install if the parking is back?
This block to that block, and from that house to that house.
You're still going to lose the traffic lane anyways. So
They'd have to go through and spray all the horizontal lines. And that's going to be substantially more work than the painting of the green intersections that they want to do, which still can't happen until springtime anyway.
I don't know where I'm getting that information anymore up there, because she was just a wealth of information, someone I could always lean on, someone that even though she spent a lot of time down at Green Island,
Oh,
she
Camber,
was
don't
on
do
top of
it.
things on Dorchester Street and on Providence Street.
I
And
believe in you.
I appreciate all she did for the community, and I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Chairman, to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Bergman.
So I'll be really brief.
Camber, don't.
It strikes me that Lorraine's life and Gary Vecker's life were very much similar, even though they had very different personalities. They both
We don't
lived
even know what the
lives,
status of the
how
permits
long
for
they
selling
got
nicotine in the city is yet.
Either
Good
one
point.
of them had spouses or children or significant others. I think they adopted their community, their neighborhoods as their own, and they were essentially the parent, the guardian. of
Don't
those
be like
neighborhoods.
me.
And with both
You
of
didn't
them
learn
passing,
from me.
Gary some time ago and Lorraine today, I just don't think those neighborhoods.
There was a
will ever
period in my
be
life I was
able to
straight
have
edge.
Advocates as strong, although we'll do our best.
Hunch edge.
Oh, we love Green Island so much. That's why we fucking destroyed it.
Council Russell said they both walked the neighborhoods. They knew who lived.
Nothing for
where,
that,
what
Travis?
problems
Thought that was
I'm
pretty
sorry,
good.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said hunch edge.
Yeah, that's what it was. Hunch edge. It was bent. It was just,
a bent edge. It's not replaced. I think your order
Yeah,
is well.
Camber, you've done a lot to reveal who you are tonight. Truthfully, I'm almost fairly certain I know exactly who you are.
What are the other clues that they have mentioned?
There's only so many people you've smoked crack with, right, Travis?
Well, there's that. I mean, I keep a running tab. No, some word choices early on that I was like, wait a minute, I know somebody that uses those types of word choices.
Slut.
And that the
Yeah.
City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby call upon the public officials, community members,
My
and
lips are
residents
sealed.
to
Home stretch,
observe
guys.
in the celebration of
We're on
Women's History
resolutions.
Month
This
by
is the last
participating
thing.
in various happenings that honor the many achievements of women throughout history.
There's four.
Councilor-
Oh
Councilor
God,
Manning.
Katie, don't stand up and speak about women.
Mr. Chairman, thank
Fuck.
you. I think that this is for me anyway, and I think many of us, this is a great month to recognize women's history. Council Rose used to put this item on every year, and every year he would call me and ask me about signing on to it, and certainly always proud to do so.
I'm not going to be there,
And just
unfortunately.
really want
I'm gonna
to
be in DC.
recognize the woman of Worcester and the contributions that so
Trying to go
many
see some
women
cherry
have made,
blossoms.
such as Abby Kelly Foster, who was the first speaker at the national convention here in
That was
the
a good
city of
trade for
Worcester.
America.
And of course,
We got
we
the
have
cherry
another
blossoms. They got a couple
influential
of nuclear
woman,
bombs.
and possibly the most well-known was Frances Perkins. She also was a.
But Godzilla got an Oscar.
This Godzilla got an Oscar.
You don't hear a lot of people talk
True.
about that for Frances Perkins. And not many people talk about that Frances Perkins was the first woman cabinet member to serve in Washington, D.C., and serve in by far the longest Secretary of Labor, Frances Perkins.
We'll
But
see
I
if we'll go
also
over number
want to
3.
recognize the first woman mayor here.
It's so
in
good
our
that we
city of
defeated the
Worcester,
Nazis just to
Sarah
become
Robinson.
the Nazis.
Also want to recognize
Just to have a call coming from
one
inside
of
the
our
house.
own, Dr.
Yeah.
Greta
Thunberg.
McNeil, first
Oh.
woman of color to serve on the school committee. We also have Stacey Du Bois Luster, who was the first African American
Night, Oliver.
to
Night,
serve
Oliver.
here on this city
Thanks for
council.
coming and
There's a
hanging
lot
with
of
us.
firsts
Thanks for
women,
calling in
and
earlier.
Quite frankly,
Thanks for being one of the
oftentimes
good
I don't
ones.
think we talk enough about women's struggles and what it took for us to get here today and how we got here.
That's why you voted
But
against
I stand here
the
as
petition filed
a
by a
woman
female
and a proud woman
unhoused
who
person.
was the first woman of my
Should just
local
not
union,
be relentlessly
as
harassed by
well
the
as the
cops.
first woman chair of economic development here in the city, and the first woman to serve on the Central Mass AFL-CIO.
Wonder why.
Was
there's
that?
a
Yeah, I
lot
wonder
of
what order that happened in.
here, not only in the city of Worcester,
Oh,
but
Candy, that's
across,
sad.
this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was a
So,
long way to go about tooting your own horn.
Sewell and Councilor King.
Oh
Thank you,
no,
Mr. Chair.
Jenny, shut
I
up.
can't tell you how happy I am to hear Frances Perkins' name on the city council floor. My
Nice shirt,
youngest
though.
daughter, Marigold, her middle name is Perkins after Frances Perkins. And I
Marigold's
just-
shaping up to be a real terror.
It's resolution. and
Gotta tell you.
Yeah,
Attitude.
she needs to learn her place.
Doesn't we voted. But
Oh, Marigold.
Very
Yeah.
mean. He was very mean to me the other day.
And, you know, sitting on one of the most diverse city councils in the history of Worcester happens because of the women here. You know, we've had a lot of firsts. There's firsts who are sitting here today with us, and that's important to recognize. Councilor Merrill Carlson, Councilor Priscilla have mentioned some of the leaders, including Stacey LaBois of Luster.
No Emma Goldman being invoked here
As
for some
well.
reason.
You know, Connie Lukes was a first also in her own right. And I just want to say that, you know, when you think about women's history as a father,
I just wanted somebody to mess up
three
and say
girls,
Abby Hoffman.
30, 18, and 7.
Abby
you know,
Hoffman was a wonderful gal.
the challenges that women continue to face, Mr. Chairman. The attack on reproductive rights is a real thing, Mr. Chairman. The continued fight.
City Council was very helpful with that.
Systemic inequities, systemic inequality for women is ongoing, Mr. Chairman. When you talk about making sure that there's equity and inclusiveness and fair pay, those very tenets of women's rights, of women's history, of women's suffrage continue to be at play every single day in local, state, and federal government and politics, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to working.
I don't want anybody to
towards
mistake the fact that we don't think
continuing
this is
the
important.
fight
It's just the
as
fact
an
that they're
ally
all trumpeting about
alongside
this and making it about
women
themselves.
here in Worcester, Mr. Chairman.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
I
I think that's
Well, because I'm listening to what he's saying and I'm recognizing my face looks bored, and it's like, no, I just look like a
and
shitty
there's
white
work to
guy.
be
No,
done.
no, I believe
There's
that
work
women
to be
need to be
done.
supported, but
We need
we
to
don't
make
need
sure
to
that
hear
we
from
have
Christian King
the
about it.
resources. We need to make sure we have the personnel. We need to make sure
Agree.
we realize the onboarding of an equity officer to make sure that we're building principles, operations, procedures, and standards inside of municipal government, inside of municipal administration to realize the true.
I wish
essence
that the city
of
council
women.
would pull in Amelia Earhart, just disappear forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say how grateful I am to have been able to run for office as a woman in the city of Worcester. I was actually, I think, the first woman ever from the east side to be on the school committee. I think it was 20 years for someone on the east side to even get on the school committee.
First woman from the east side, come on.
And so I was grateful for that. I was
Like a
extremely
baseball
grateful
stat. Like
to serve with,
yeah.
my colleague.
longest home run that took place on a rainy
taking the votes
Sunday
for,
Right.
when neither of the teams had a person
and
whose
also
name
I,
ended in A.
noted that we just had the first all-women economic development committee, thanks to you.
I was the
Mr. Chair.
first female police officer in the Worcester Police
And
Department.
it was a great honor to be part of that.
I was the first
As
executioner
a mother
ever
of two
named
daughters,
to.
I have a son as well. It's equally as important. I know how important role models are for our young women, and I know how
All children matter, huh,
it
Kate?
is for us to be able to also support our women. And I wanted to note tonight that we're also approved a grant for almost $75,000 from the Office of Public Safety and Security Violence Against Women Act. And so we need to continue to do those types of things and make sure that we protect the women that are in our community.
Is the video choppy for you guys?
And so I
Yeah.
just want to say
Yeah.
thank you to all who
I don't know
came
what's
before
happening.
me.
I think my
I know
computer's-
we also. I don't know
Camera's
if
getting
anyone-
tired.
Did you mention Councilor Lukes?
Did you mention Councilor Lukes? Yes. Were you not listening? The person right before you mentioned Councilor Lukes.
He doesn't listen.
Oh my god.
Doesn't listen.
That's crazy.
Doesn't listen to
Sarah
me.
Franklin, who was a
She
great
blocks
role
me?
model, and now, of course, we have other, Robin Kennedy, et cetera. But it's important that we all support each other.
I wonder if Kate voted for Robin Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Hara.
Oh no.
This is great. This is also near and dear to me.
No, you don't know. Everyone doesn't have to talk about themselves.
that helped us as men growing up. I think
Bill,
it's
do you want
important
to try grabbing
you know,
the stream?
identify the
computer
ones
might die.
that are in our neighborhoods and our
guess.
communities. Norma Brown.
Or we could just end it
passed
here
away,
and kill this
who was
thing
near
right
and dear
dead.
to me.
Nah, we made it this far. We gotta get through
in my
that.
neighborhood who would watch over us. So the women that were there in my life.
But
to
this
watch
might
over me,
skip us
my
ahead a
mom,
little bit.
Set the morals, set the
If with any
standards.
luck.
My wife, I wouldn't be where I am without her. And just understanding this is important. It's also, understanding where
Why
we
can't
are
everyone
now,
just be
women
like
that we have in
Jenny
our
on
lives.
this one?
Again, this
Just
is
like,
the
hey, I'm
end.
really excited to hear
Opportunity to
Francis
give a shout
Perkins'
out to,
name
again, all the women that I've
mentioned on the
seen
city
that
council
helped
floor.
me growing
I have a
up.
personal connection to her. I named my daughter after her, and then
And
have
out
that
of
be it. Like, just get out of there.
And then you're out of there.
And if you hit the big arrows in that window, Bill,
And
it'll.
that, we must pay homage to those women that have supported us. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Bergman.
Oh boy. Just
I
very
think it's
briefly, I
illegal.
always
I think
like
I'm gonna
to
sue Kate.
mention the very chamber we're in is named for Esther Holland, although she wasn't elected to an office. She must have been something else for this room to be
Good to see
named
yours
after
aren't
her.
working either.
Such an early period of Worcester's history where women didn't engage much in business for a variety of reasons, most of which were they were prohibited from doing so, expected to stay home. And she did otherwise, and she amassed a successful business. And for a variety of reasons, I think rightfully so, this chamber is named in her honor. We always try to mention her around Valentine's Day since that's what she's most associated with. But I think it's also important to recognize that this chamber that we sit in.
How do these people
is
think
named
that
for her
anybody
due to her
cares what they have to say about us?
successes, and she mirrors a lot of the mentions of a lot of other people.
The
that I mentioned
narcissism
here
is just
tonight throughout Worcester's history.
Arguably, she
And
didn't
I'm
come
proud
up
of
with
the
a
fact that
Valentine
Worcester
either. She just
celebrates this.
repurposed
And
something that
also,
already existed in
On a
England.
personal note, my greatest heroes are my mom and my wife, and hopefully my daughter is listening as well, because she fits that as well.
I hope
So
your
think we
daughter
also
isn't
have to think
listening.
about the women in our lives. So thank you, Councilmember Carlson, for putting this on the agenda.
We didn't
Thank
go
you,
around
and
the
I
horn
know
like this
on
for Black
Thursday,
History
there's
Month.
this portrait unveiling at Mechanics Hall, and so if people are interested.
Imagine that.
And
Imagine
Council
what
Russell
those
not
would be.
having heard.
I just want to say my biggest hero is Michael Jordan.
Council Priscilla.
Just wanna say
said
Shaquille
something
O'Neal's
about
pretty
my
cool.
wife after What's going on in that side of the room? And I'll
Announce
say
my
that I hope
support
that
for
she's
Steph
changed
Curry
the
for
channel
president.
by now and that she's moved on to some more.
I think
interesting
Marshawn Lynch is a
TV,
pretty funny
than
guy.
This council meeting. But all
No, I
kidding
don't.
aside,
No, I don't know
none
any
of
people
us,
of color. No.
myself especially.
I really like
not
Kevin
be
Hart's movies.
in a position I am today, not
Well,
only as a
I just want to
councilman, but
say
life.
I
my
support
wife,
Christian
it's
King
the
so much.
shoes
No,
sometimes.
I vote against everything
But-
that he wants.
And I've always wanted to say this.
No, I
on the
undermine
council
him
floor.
at
I
every
always hear
possible
Councilor King
turn.
saying this, but
No,
big
I
fan
only
of-
agree with him on his bad
and
traffic
and the
stances.
fact that this city is in a
Big fan
position
of
it
Dave
is
Chappelle's
now,
later work.
attracting the women and men, but people like my daughter who have come back to Worcester.
Sorry.
is such a
George said I want to
great
say
thing.
something on the
And a
floor that
lot of
only
it's got to
Christian
do with
says,
the
and I
women,
thought for a hot
that
second that
lead
we might get an
the
N-word or
that
something.
lead the city in business.
Does Christian ever
And I
say that,
think it's-
Travis? That's a
I can't
wild-
imagine, but it was the
That's a
way he
wild thing
set
to
it up.
say.
young women
I don't know about
and
that.
young
Travis.
men.
I don't know if
but
I like
young
that.
men, women
Fair,
especially.
fair.
want
Not
to
my
be.
best joke.
And I think it's a credit a lot of that.
No,
goes
actually,
back to the
I'm
women.
technically the only
They're in
person
place of
who
leadership.
ever said the N-word on the city council floor.
You know,
so.
it's
Fair point.
in the signs of the times too. You know that the roles that women
Thanks,
play.
system.
It's no longer a discussion. It's just
Thank you,
part of a
system. That
given,
means a lot.
and that's so wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council Hijack.
Yeah, thank you. It feels really important to also mention that while we're celebrating the history and achievements of women, I want to point to a few disparities connected to some of the topics that we talked today. Particularly Black and Latina women continue to be lagging behind their white counterparts in how much they get paid. So wage inequality particularly affects Black and Latina women. When it comes to Indigenous women, health, maternal health, violence, the statistics are horrific. Trans women
No,
continue
that's all.
to
They don't
be
care. They don't care about any of that stuff. They
continuously
like their mom.
prone to violence,
Biggest hero.
to discrimination, and
Jarring to
live in
hear someone
fear.
say
if
something
you are
real.
a
Black woman in America, and you happen to be on the verge of homelessness or housing insecurity, statistics show that you have a wider chance of being evicted. In fact, since COVID hit, statistics did show that Black women got evicted at a much higher rate, Black mothers particularly, than their white counterparts. We're looking at COVID, the health disparities, maternal health, maternal outcomes. Those affect Black, Indigenous, poor women, trans women.
But Kate
the
Toomey
most.
was the
So
first
I just didn't
female
want that racial
school
and
committee member elected from the east side of
economic
Worcester.
disparity to be out of the conversation.
Your move,
because
Attell.
it is what should be driving a lot of the conversations when we talk about homelessness, housing insecurity, economic security, reproductive rights, which are under attack, and a whole slew of issues, economic and social, that disparately affect Black, Indigenous, and women of color and poor women.
Thank you, Councilor King. Second time.
Mr. Chairman, you know, we're in a time where, as I mentioned, we're in a fight.
That's a good point.
On a number of levels. The counselor just outlined a lot of places and spaces and challenges. Black maternal health is another one that we talk about. You know, you talk about all of those sorts of challenges, and again, it's an ongoing fight. That being said, I wanted to make sure I didn't forget to acknowledge Sarai Rivera, our longest serving woman of color in government, city government, our longest serving Latina, the first Latina elected to city council. And I rise, Mr. Chairman, to perhaps suggest if there's, for us to navigate a way to recognize our firsts in terms of women in municipal government here in the city. I would like to make a motion that we ask the cultural division or the appropriate division to work with the city council and the mayor to try to figure out a way to record this in a place that would be noticed. I don't know if it's a website. I don't know if it's just notating this or what have you, but I certainly think that during these times of years that we're highlighting the first ever all-female, all-woman Economic Development Committee, that we're recognizing the first in our districts. We're recognizing the first in at large. We're recognizing first woman of color elected on the city council, first mayor properly elected, popularly elected, et cetera. It'd be an amazing teaching moment. I know when I think about those the mentoring that goes on, the folks, representative governance, seeing women who are the backbone of so many things, that it's empowering to our young folks and to our like-aged folks as well. And I'd love to figure out a way to do that. I don't know what the answer is. I sat here and listened to these amazing women speak, and the folks that have come before. I think it's something maybe we can partner with local historical museum or whatever the case might be to try to make sure we're capturing and we're able to say, hey, you can go look over here, you know, and that's important. And also, Mr. Chairman, I know we have some labor, women in labor events. I'm not sure if it passed already, but if it hasn't, if we can make sure that that's sent to all the counselors and anyone who would like to attend those sorts of things. And, you know, it's a great month, and there's a lot of work ahead that we have to continue to fight for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll take a roll call on the item, on the resolution, and roll
It was
call.
only our first resolution.
Councilor
of
Bergman?
four.
Councilor Calorio?
Irish History Month is coming up. And I swear to God, if these motherfuckers go around the horn on Irish History Month.
Carlson?
I'm only allowed if they do
Councilor
offensive
Ojeda?
Irish accents.
Councilor Pasillo?
Well, listen here.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes.
Say what you will about the Irish. No one's ever figured out how to
Council
put
City of Worcester
soup
does hereby
into
support and recognize
puff
March
pastry better than they have.
of 2024's Irish American Heritage Month in the
I
city
was
of Worcester.
standing at
Council
the
Toomey.
Caribbean Festival when Joe Petty told me
Thank
that
you, Mr. Chair.
the Caribbean
Very
Festival needs
quickly,
to ask the Irish on how to run
it
a
asks
parade.
that the city council
just was
does hereby
flabbergasted.
encourage the city manager to produce a list of
around,
information and
doofus.
sites in the city's residents that they can view, highlighting the history of the Irish culture in the city, inclusive of lectures, movies, websites, etc., to broaden the scope of the city's residents' understanding of the Irish culture and
I
impact
was
the
reading all
Irish
this
community
stuff
has had
about
on a
how
growing city.
Irish need not apply
Much
isn't
like
really real.
the other
It wasn't as
116
ambivalent or as
different
prolific
countries
as they
that
suggested.
folks come from
Never
throughout our
was.
city.
Yeah.
We all
Like 2
have,
cases ever.
have had some
Yeah.
input into the
I mean,
quilt, so to speak,
I
to use the
uphold
term. That is our Worcester's, city of Worcester.
Now, if you're
Beautiful,
Irish, you can just become a
different
cop
pieces
whenever you
pulled
want.
together to
Well,
make one
and that's the thing. Like that is the thing about
quilt.
like.
That's
Listen, I
just
like
a great thing. So,
whatever.
but the
Like,
Irish,
I'm not.
come
I don't
from
have
an
a.
Irish family,
I don't have a.
who's had a great deal of history.
Can we
As a
turn
matter of fact,
the volume
the
down on the
first
stream a
ancient
little bit?
order of Hibernian building was built by McDermott Brothers.
I don't have a Shamrock
Construction.
tattoo.
They were
I
the
don't.
first
I've
union,
actually been to Ireland,
contractors
so that
that
makes
lived
me
in the
kind of a
city as
bad
well.
quote unquote Boston
So,
Irishman.
my great uncle was
I don't.
was mayor of the city.
I
of
don't
Worcester.
talk about like I don't.
So there's
like,
lots of connections.
You
We
know,
all
look back into
I
my
think
heritage
everybody
or
has
whatever as
somebody in
like
their family who's
pride
Irish,
and like
some connection. We're all
whatever
related
bullshit that
to
people
each other.
usually do.
I
I
wanted to
take
make
pride
sure
in the
that
revolutionary
culture
like
is not
forces
lost,
of
and that it's
Ireland's
celebrated
history
like everyone
throughout
else's. Thank you.
its
Right.
nature, and that's exactly what
Roll
people
call.
like Kate
Roll
Toomey
call.
hate
Councilor Bergman.
and don't know anything about and
Yes.
can't stand
GA.
Yes.
and have take no
Okay.
inspiration
Yes.
from.
Councilor
So
Morales.
yeah, I'm a bad Irishman
Councilor
because I
Dion.
actually give a shit about
Councilor Hida.
what
Yes.
Irish people
Councilor
fought
Silo.
for
Yes.
and the ways that
Russell.
they did it.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yeah.
The
Kate
Irish,
Toomey
like,
suck my
um,
hemorrhoids.
14D,
Yeah.
the City Council, City of Worcester, does hereby
They're on,
call
like,
upon the
the-
state legislature to fully enforce
the
an act
Revolutionary
in addition
Guard
required
of every
legislation to ensure full
like,
sentence to mandatory
anti-imperialist
for illegal
movement
possession of
that's
firearms.
ever happened. You know,
Councilor
they have really
Toomey.
good politics in Ireland,
Right.
but that's not what you hear.
This
No,
resolution
and there's shit.
is
There's
asking for action
you know, there's shit
against
that's fucked up in Ireland too.
illegal
There's
guns,
like they only have
and repeat
abortion like
offenders.
5
For the
years
past
ago.
several years,
But the people,
current acting chief, previous deputy
the
chief
people that
Saucier,
do
has
stand up
been
for what's
working to
right seem
reduce
to
gun
be in a
violence in the
slightly
city.
higher concentration at certain
And he's
points in
now
history.
created a new
And
partnership with the ATF
today
to
as well,
investigate
standing up for
gun
Palestine.
crimes and bring charges against offenders. We have had, in this past year, we received a report tonight that had, we had 115 firearms connected with criminal activity.
I haven't
this
been to the
past
parade
year.
in 15 years because
102
I
were
find it
handguns, 13 were
Oh.
rifles and shotguns,
and
15
offensive.
of those were ghost guns. Much
amount of
gun
underage
violence is
drinking that
perpetrated
occurs
by the
is
same
sickening.
people. Over the years, every article you could read.
I just like
I watch
the
college kids
individuals have
stumble back
been,
to Worcester State
arrested
holding their
before on
jugs.
these types of charges
Yeah, it's just
and
like
had been
work shit.
released or paroled early.
I'm too old to drink underage.
And as a matter of fact, there was a shooting in the Union Hill area a few years ago where the individual was out on parole with an ankle bracelet and shot an individual with a rifle shotgun. You know,
Which one, Kate?
on parole with an ankle bracelet and still had. So we know who these people
Was it a
are.
rifle or a shotgun,
The
Kate?
chief knows, the
What do you mean
police
you know who
department
these
knows.
people are?
And it's really important that we try to rein this in so that our community is safe. On the other hand, we're doing a great deal of work with diversion programs in our youth. And tonight, we accepted a grant from probation. We received a report of all of our efforts to combat
Oh
youth
man,
violence.
she's really
and
going
it's
to talk
outlined
about
in a report on firearms this
sentencing
evening.
and
The
diversion in
bottom
the
line
same
is, you
breath.
can write all the gun laws you want, but when the
Oh,
ones on the
taken from her
books
tweets.
regarding mandatory sentencing for illegal gun possession aren't being enforced to their fullest intent, especially for repeat offenders, and when the court system lets dangerous felons with a history of gun violence out on early on parole, we will continue to have tragedies because there are very few consequences. I am tired about reading that same story over and over, that the perpetrator had been in jail for similar crimes and unlawful gun possession. This has nothing to do with right to bear arms or anything like that. This is illegal guns. If you want to save lives, let's start by ensuring that the consequences are significant enough that people who are repeat offenders will think twice and be deterred by the length of sentence. Thank you.
I want job security, more people in
Thank you.
jail.
Do a roll call.
More capital punishment.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold this.
You gonna hold it? Okay, under privilege. Okay.
That's awesome.
Communications, 15A, we're going to refer to the Education Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 16A, refer to the Municipal Legislative Operations Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 17A, refer to the Economic Development Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 18H to 18I, motion was accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Man, letting
19A to
Kate do all of
19C,
that big
motion
spiel
to
and then
accept.
holding it is
All those in
awesome.
favor, opposed, so ordered. 20A is advertised.
It's such a petty move.
Roll call.
Council Bergman, Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji.
I imagine
Council King.
that this
Yes.
Council
business under
Carlson,
suspension of rules
Council
might be
Nguyen,
a little
Council
like.
Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 20B to 20 and 20C, accept and adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 20D to 20P.
Mr. Chairman.
Council Russell?
Excuse me, on 20F, I just want to put into the record that I have been, I just thought it was.
System
I just
Kate
noticed
is
that
the
this
Worcester
was
Police.
filed.
They don't even
I
have to
thought
pay
it-
her.
by being
They just
filed,
give her a participation
it meant
trophy.
that
And
it
she,
was
she
thrown
signs
in the,
blank checks.
They
legislative
gave her
wastebasket.
they gave her like one of those
And,
plastic
it wasn't,
sheriff
the
badges.
chairman
So
of the
now she
committee,
thinks she's on the
Councilor Florio,
force.
explained to me, and the clerk also did, that by, even though this item is filed, it'll still be available to choose from.
They gave the
for
president of my
further
college an
consideration
honorary
when money
police
becomes
badge, and he
available
didn't
for
understand
most
that it had
people. So
no
I just wanted to make
privilege,
sure
and he
that
tried to
it's in
pull
the
somebody
record.
over
Thank
for
you, Mr. Chairman.
speeding near our college.
Those
No
in favor,
fucking way.
opposed, so ordered.
Central Connecticut State.
We
Forget the
are
guy's
to be
name.
ordained on the roll call. 20A to 21E, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson,
Man.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 22B, petitioner Catherine Hagan, request street resurfacing between 277 and 281 Moreland Street. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 22C, request the manager request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks conduct an interview, a review of pothole damage on Moreland Street in order to determine areas of immediate repair.
Mr. Chairman,
So,
just to clarify, 22B, did you send that to Public Works Committee? Is that what the action was on that?
No.
we just passed it. Should we send it to Public Works? Or?
Sent to the manager, I believe.
Or maybe just send it to the administration,
Yeah, we'll send it to the administration. Okay.
because it's just a repair.
Good catch. So send that to the administration. And
What's Marco
22C,
doing?
we'll send that to the administration also.
He's showing them what we
Favor,
say.
Also ordered.
Marco, don't.
And that brings us to the end of the meeting. Just like the St. Patrick's Day Parade was a success, probably one of the bigger parades they had, and it turned out to be a nice day. They had almost 1,800 runners. So, and so motion is to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
What's Marco doing over there?
That was-
All
Telling
right.
secrets. He's telling our secrets. Disgusting. Oh well, that was a meeting.
4 hours later.
Yeah, we're over 4. Did we learn anything? Yes.
What did we
Lots of the
learn?
counselors are villains.
Yeah,
Joe
despite them being
Petty-
cool.
Joe Petty had the opportunity to do something good, and he voted not to.
And
then Christian King outed himself as kind of shitty on the Mill Street thing, honestly. Gotta say, wasn't in love with that.
a lot of people voted for that. That shouldn't have.
Yeah. What else? I don't know.
Attell's still the greatest.
Attell rules cannot be questioned. The king, the goat.
The god.
The god. Yeah.
This mayor fucking sucks. Is what we need to.
Yeah, we got to fix that.
Are we at a point yet where a chatbot could effectively run the city?
Yeah, I
What
think
Petty
so.
is. I mean, like the mayoral job is just to read the agenda.
Do not
Petty-
install ChatGPT like that, Travis.
Right. Well, ChatGPT's hallucinations are more understandable than Joe Petty's, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else did we learn? We learned that Joe Petty is fundraising.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Crystal Sally.
Library is still good.
The
library.
library.
Jason Homer's awesome.
Yeah. Donna Calorio needlessly brought up that order, just asking questions, and that's all that happened. Kate Toomey used "we" an awful lot when talking about the actions of the police department, which is always great, always interesting. That's something I made a timestamped note of. We got a loaf.
We did get a loaf update.
Report. Yeah.
Loaf report. Loaf report was nice.
That was really special. It was, overall, I'm glad we did it. But I'm sad that it happened. Let's put it that way.
Glad we did what?
The show.
This whole stream.
Yeah.
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 And I applied for e-bikes. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, applied for e-bikes. Just had a good joke.
Have a good joke.
All in all, a successful night. We got the book club coming up.
Yep. Next, get an email from me soon.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
gonna make
a lot of outbursts and.
Oh yeah, that seems like
comment.
That seems like years ago. Yeah. A lot of outbursts.
I'm a little worm. Kate Toomey, send Kate Toomey messages and ask her what the hell that means, and ask her to unblock me. Please ask Kate Toomey to unblock Bryan O'Donnell.
Bryan O'Donnell's new nickname is Shy Hadood.
And then please also ask Kate Toomey what her favorite movie is.
Birth of a Nation.
Probably. Yes. Yeah. Or maybe Training Day, but she wants to be Denzel in it.
The Departed.
The Departed kid.
The Departed. Yep.
Yeah. Let me out of DM jail. I want to know more. Listen, everybody, let's not belabor it anymore. We're at 4:20. Let's call it right there. We love you guys. Thursday night, no school committee meeting, so we'll
public safety though. Guns and other good stuff.
What, Bill?
Public safety meeting.
Oh, right. That is this week. Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's right, Thursday.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
That's happening. So if you're not subscribed, you want to get in on the chat on that one, that's the way to do it. Maybe some people will throw around some more gift subscriptions as well. But join us on there for Thursday night. We'll have details. If you follow us at WCT3000, you can get all the details on that. Make sure that you are subscribed to billshaner.substack.com, worcestersucks.email at Worcester_sucks for all the latest on all the fucked up shit that Midland Street School is doing. You got to read it. You got to read the story. Friday night at George's Coney Island, historic George's Coney Island, beautiful downtown Worcester, Massachusetts. There's no graphic. It's fine. Follow Wounded Comedy to find out about our show, Hot Dog.
Hot Dog.
It's taking place at Coney Island. It's a free show. And we would love you to come. Maybe throw a few bucks for the comedians. They're all great people, and they're donating their time technically because we haven't promised them any money, but we will pay them.
It's legit one of my favorite shows you guys do. It's always silly. You and Shaun run a fun time. Everyone is different, way different.
Yes,
I can't.
If you've never been, it's a wheel-based comedy show. The comedians have to spin the wheel, and they have to deal with me the entire time because I never give up the microphone, and I'm just there, and I'm always talking to them, saying stuff. But it's a great time.
Yeah, it's great.
And we're bringing it back to New Orleans in April, so we're ramping up to that. Nice. We also have next week on March 22nd, the Roast of Worcester is back at the White Room. This is to benefit Compassionate Care, ALS, great organization that helps a lot of people. Also free. If you want to just come down, you don't need to pay anything. If you can donate some money, it's all going to that. We have a wonderful lineup. And I want to break some news here right now to everybody. Not only is Bill Shaner back as a roaster this year, Nelly Medina.
You guys got Nelly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's going to tear Worcester apart.
I'm very excited. I'll get some other favorites too. We'll announce later in the week and probably tell you about a hot dog if you come down. So please come hang out. We appreciate you guys' support so much. And we got some fun stuff coming up. So if we don't see you on Thursday, we will see you next Tuesday, everybody. I hope Joe Petty comes. He better not be stupid enough to come again because, boy. We love you guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night, everyone.